Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and we got some pretty big updates to go over. So of course, yesterday, unfortunately, we weren't able to do the daily stream. I just got really lightheaded after the tooth ended up getting removed and ended up bleeding out for a while. It was actually the first time I've ever had anything done at the dentist, but I actually had to take your blood pressure beforehand, just to make sure, that you'd be fine for it. But I see why, because gosh, I was so lightheaded and fatigued yesterday that even though I was still able to get like some AFK grind off stream, I definitely was not able to stream anything, even if we were silent. But we are back to normal now. The thing is still healing and everything, but I can talk, I can not be bleeding every second, stuff like that. I'm not lightheaded anymore after a nice rest. Still can't really eat properly, but I've been drinking plenty of water and everything, and softer foods just until the wound is like fully healed. But I could like talk properly and everything now. But anyway, since I've been gone, we got like a billion updates, as is pretty much any time we're ever gone for any reason, is when every update will happen. Technically it's updates on updates, but we got two pretty big patches, or more so a weekly leak and a somewhat patch that end up going with it. Let's start from the weekly leak first, and then we'll go into two of the patches that happened in the last 2 days. Unfortunately, we end up losing like 50 to 100 gold on it, though we also ended up gaining like also hundreds of gold, so can't really complain too much. But based on what they did, since they didn't do it in time, I did lose quite a bit of value from it, since they didn't do it right at the beginning. But anyways, first things first, Brighter Leak. We have the longest schedule ever for the game, and they're now trying to get down to a weekly upload schedule. This actually reminds me of Gems of War back in the day, where they were doing a 2-week schedule and then started doing 1 week, which is the other game that we cover quite a bit. It seems like they're finally trying to get to the point where they do a 1-week schedule, which is huge. It seems like every other week seems to be just quality of life stuff, but I don't know, some quality of life stuff could be pretty big sometimes, depending on what they end up switching up. But anyways, we know the whole schedule up until Easter, or up until at least early April, which brings in the Easter event. But anyways, on the 23rd, we already knew this, we're going to be getting the fishing bounties. How exactly these will work, who knows, but we're getting fishing bounties. Fishing will be easier to go get up. You'll be able to likely get them on that one road right next to the fishing shop, so anytime you go past that road, you'll be able to go and get it. On the 2nd of March, we are going to be getting a quality of life improvements and small features, so basically it's a quality of life kind of update every other week. Then we're going to be getting the next big one, which is the blacksmith filtration station and the kobold arena bounties, aka we're going to be getting smithing bounties. How exactly these will work, it seems like you'll have to make various smithing tools for various kobolds, as well as have like a mini game-esque kind of puzzle thing that you occasionally have to go solve, that honestly is probably pretty good value, because this filtration station, from my understanding, does not require any smithing supplies. And if you've ever tried the power level smithing with anything that isn't knowledge points, you know that it is very expensive if you don't go and mine all your stuff. And even if you mine all your stuff, then your ratio might not be even with stonemason, though maybe they fixed that since the new system. But if you did like all your mining, you still didn't get max smithing or max stonemason, unless you went a lot more into one than the other. But because of this, this will be really nice just to go and offset whatever we still need. So this should be a no resource little puzzle kind of thing that you can end up getting, that should end up being really good for smithing XP. As far as its actual rate, we don't really know, but it shouldn't cost any supplies. So yeah, it should be pretty solid, especially if you can get that puzzle done quickly, as how quickly you can end up doing the puzzle probably dictates how viable this is, depending on if you could finish it within, like 20 seconds compared to like 2 minutes, or very two different numbers as far as how much XP this would give. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see, as we don't really know exactly what the average time would come out to, as well as strategies to make it go quicker. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how that works, as this is one of the first few times where something really skill-based, in this case a puzzle, would actually drastically increase your XP. Right now, as far as increasing your XP per hour, you have like a little bit of movement tech you can do. That saves you like like a third of a second here and there. Maybe per cycle, you'll save like 2 or 3 seconds on a 2-minute cycle. But this, you can save a lot if you could do this twice as quick as, what is considered like average time for this. They might even need to nerf this some if people start getting really, really good at it, but we'll have to wait and see. It depends how long it takes, how hard it is, and everything else. Then we're getting more quality of life the following week. On the 23rd, we're getting the stonemason version of basically Kobold Arena, where you're going to have tasks for stonemason, where you can go and do bounties in order to go and gain a bunch of XP. Both the bounties for the Kobold Arena and for the Rock Eaters are likely both worth it. Even though they do both cost you supplies, they are likely better ratio and potentially even profit compared to now. Kind of like how you do cooking bounties, where if you do a normal cooking ingredient, it might be losing money, but if you do a cooking bounty for the same instance, you're probably like breaking even or even profiting. And I assume Kobold Arena and Rock Eaters are very similar in that that, you know, you would go and do this bounty, and even if you bought all the supplies from the shop, you would still be profiting. I'm curious if quality comes into play at all, like if they want like a tier 2, tier 3, or if they're only going to be fine with like a tier 1, or maybe they'll do it by rarity, where, you know, like the lowest rarity and tier 2 is like, you know, they only want a 1-star, then for tier 3, or you know, then for the 3 times multiplier, it'll end up being, you know, like a 2-star, and then for the highest one, it'll be like a 3-star or something. I'm not sure. We'll find out. The Cobalt Arena will be the first instance where we really get to see that on March 9th. Beyond that, we get more quality of life, and then right before Easter, on April 6th, we will be getting the Easter event that I assume would last for pretty much the entire month. And then just all the stuff on everything. But anyways, there's 2 patch notes I want to go over. Yesterday's patch notes, which isn't in-game anymore, so we got to go use the other area to go find it, as well as the patch notes for today, which I haven't really gone over, or I haven't seen because it just dropped, like, I don't know, sometime earlier today. I haven't gotten to see it. But anyways, they ended up giving a bunch of cash for all of the milestone ventures, like lobster, oyster, grape, stuff like that. I probably ended up losing at least 50 to 100 gold due to this change. Even though I profited about 200 gold from it, I also lost an additional 50 because we sold a lot of our grapes and a lot of our dynamite, both of which have gotten buffed both yesterday and today as far as how much money they give. And because of this, I lost a lot of money when we sold some of those earlier. I'm not sure if I can send a support ticket to go get those compensated, but we lost like 50 to 100 gold or something due to those changes. I do have us doing it on stream, so I might just have to go send them the things between yesterday's update and today and just send them a thing, because that's a lot of gold. 50 gold is not a small amount. That's like a good, like, in the current state of the game, like 20 hours of farming gold, 20, 30 hours of like actual, like, really good gold efficient methods. So I'm probably going to send a support ticket for it, because that's not a small amount of time. A support ticket will only take like, what, 10 minutes to go send to them. So I'll go send one of those later today, because both yesterday's update and today made me lose upwards of 50 gold that we should have had from these updates. Let's see. Also, they changed how XP works. I remember the other day when I was talking about most things in the game working multiplicitly, but now they're making it work additively when it comes to bounties. So the way that these were working and how it was working for basically everything in the game is it would multiply your amount of XP bonus by the total amount that you were getting. So if you were doing, I don't know, let's say a 110% activity and you had another 10% on top of that, you were effectively getting 121% extra XP. You weren't getting 120, but because it was going multiplicitly. That's still the case when it comes to gathering stuff and stuff like that. However, they have changes for bounties with a mega nerf to bounties now that they're starting to add bounties all over the place. It's not like a mega nerf in the sense that bounties are not worth doing, but basically the multipliers of 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times bounties don't give you nearly as much, because now let's say you hypothetically do a, I don't know, a 2 times bounty, and you end up using a 20, actually, it basically explains the exact thing here. Let's do it on a different one. Let's say a 400% bounty, like a 4 times. If you were to do a 4 times bounty prior to Monday, what would happen, or Tuesday, I guess, because this was Tuesday patch. If you did it prior to Tuesday, what would happen is, let's say you use the 10%. The 10% would not bring you to 410%, it would bring you to 440%, because it was multiplicitly going into the full 4 times. So the potion itself theoretically was also getting 4 times for what it was effectively 440% for using a 10%. Now that is not the case. It now additively only adds to it, which is not nearly as strong for buffing up bounties. So if you were to do a 4 times bounty now with a 10%, you would only get 410% rather than 440% is basically what they did. It's now additive instead of multiplicit. I believe everything else other than bounties are still multiplicit, like, you know, gathering, you know, production, everything else where applicable. But now bounties specifically are the one thing that is not multiplicit. Why did they do this nerf? I guess they just thought people were getting too much XP from it, but it is still always worth potioning up for a bounty. But the benefit that you're getting for potioning up a 2 times, 3 times, or 4 times bounty is not any higher than potioning up for a 1 times bounty. So if you were already going to potion up for a 1 times bounty, it is the same value as potioning up for a 4 times. You don't get any additional value, is basically the bottom line. Is, you're basically getting the same benefit from potioning up on a 4 times bounty as you are on a 1 times bounty. So if you would have done it for a 1 times, you would still do it. But if you were only doing it because it was like a big multiplier, then, you know, it's still kind of worth it, but you're not getting that extra effect. It's the same thing as if you were doing it on a 1 times bounty, the same benefit. They did a bunch of quality of life improvements. The most notable one, I guess, to mention here is you can now keybind harvest. I should probably go change this key. I haven't yet in all of yesterday because I didn't really need it much yesterday. But I should probably go change this to not F key. I have no clue what I want to go change it to, but it should probably be not that. Something I can remember. But yeah, you can do the double harvest now just with a click of a button, which is great. Beyond that, they also did a bunch of bug fixes. Not sure if there's really anything worth mentioning here. But yeah, I think that was everything for yesterday. However, they did more today, which we can see right here if we go over to news. So here's what happened today. Venture balancing. So here, between this yesterday and today, is what made us lose like upwards of 50 gold. So I'll try to send a support ticket and see. We have realized that when we previously increased the number of items given by ventures, we overshot and went from ventures giving too few items to giving too many items. As such, we have now partially rolled back that increase to a point somewhere in the middle of the two extremes. We have implemented this for the following. Reduce the number of lobsters, oysters, grapes, cinnamon sticks, and brimstone you get from ventures. Change the length of lobster ventures and brimstone to 23 hours. Increase the low price of lobsters, oysters, grapes, cinnamon sticks, brimstone, and explosives. This ensures the daily wealth generation of the ventures remains the same, and correspondingly decrease the number of these items in each player's bank and backpack. This ensures that the sum of the low price... Okay, so they actually did a lot of other adjustments. Interesting. So do we actually get refunded any extra today then? I don't know, we'll have to see how that works, but that means a lot of our big stacks are probably... Oh, so maybe they wouldn't do compensation for it. I'm not sure. Because it looks like they both buffed it and then nerfed it the following day. That's kind of weird. Passive activity balances. We have calculated that the XP per hour for most passive activities to a higher precision to avoid rounding errors. This is reflected in the rewards. Quality of life improvements, Ingid, Brood Bones, and all those are now included in the Professions interface, meaning you can see the rewards for these activities. You can also now collect album cards for them. Oh, you get a first-time bonus for doing them. Nice. Change the chef bounties to always be for a minimum of 2 items if a cooking-only bounty, and a minimum of 3 items if it's for delivery. Oh, you can't get 1-item deliveries anymore. Sad. That makes those a little bit harder to do, but it does also make them give more XP, so I guess that kind of works out. This is mostly good for the cook-only. Delivery, it's fine. You do get slightly more XP, but can also be a little bit more inconvenient now that you have you don't get 1 or 2 bounties anymore. And a bunch of bug fixes. Anything worth mentioning here? Doesn't look like it. Add activity continues logout. Yeah, nothing relevant there. They basically just been tweaking ventures a ton in the last 2 days and added a hotkey for the action command. That's really all you need to know. That's like both of those patch notes fully summarized. Is they keep messing with venture stuff, and they added a hotkey to using your auto take, which what kind of hotkey do I want that on? I don't know, what do I normally use for hotkeys here? 1, 2, 3. I don't know, am I using 4 for anything? Because I'm very tempted to go put that on 4. Let's see, because 1, 2, 3 is my potion, and I can just have 4 for the other thing, and hopefully just not misclick it. Let's see. Am I using 4 for anything relevant? Perform special attack. Yeah, nothing relevant. We got like 5 years before they had special attacks. We'll be fine. Yeah, we'll put it on 4 for now. We might need to change that later. But then again, when we're in combat, I don't think you can use that anyway. So this should work for the same reason why these 3 work out of combat. So there we go. Our action boost has now been moved on to 4. So now whenever we go do an action like that, let's say, I don't know, these lilies up here, we can go test it immediately. I should just be able to do it with the hotkey and not need to worry about anything else. But yeah, we are now back to full grinding now. I'm not sure what my goal is for today. I kind of want to say Stone Monument, honestly. I think we can get away with Stone Monument. We only need 12 levels. It's not that many. I am going to be banking, so it's going to be a little bit slower in that regard. Yeah, there we go. Look, I just clicked the F key. I didn't even need to click the middle thing. Nice. That's great. All right, let me go bank all this. Let me go do my venture. And actually, I might as well just go south from here and go to my venture. It's right there anyways. So let's go reset our venture for today. Oh, yeah, that's something else I didn't read in the patch notes, but was there. Lobster venture is now 23 hour. So it's actually good. The other venture that ended up improving was what you call it venture. It was lobster plus, and let me get the pause of all that. It was lobster and brimstone that ended up moving to 23 hour, which means we can now max mining and max, well, we were already able to max fishing, but we can now max mining with the 23 hour one. This is going to be really good once we get our, next venture slot. Because, yeah, we can actually go do that some. I still want to get a lot of my own supplies from the mining grind at tier 8 and tier 9. However, if we do want to skip a level range, like if we're at something we don't care about as much, aka we're at a stone and not an ore that we need for Cryonite, then I might consider actually venturing past it a little bit with the Brimstone venture now that is a 23 hour rather than a, 12 hour or 11 hour technically. And because once we have our 3rd venture slot, we have 1 flex spot that we can use. And that might be where we put our 1 flex spot occasionally. But anyways, do I have any knowledge points to go use stacked up? No. Oh, do I waste an 11% here? I'll just use an 8%. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was using some fear potions. I don't have an 8% on me. Oh no! I know, do I use 11% now? I'm running so low. Let me just go and do this. I'm just going to use an 8%. I'm running really low on 11%. Let me go deposit all this and grab 8% from the bank. I was just using those for AFKing yesterday. I was also making quite a few potions here and there. Like, for example, we have quite a few boost potions. So some of these were left over from before as well. I was using some plus 60s. But I made some other ones. Did some one-time bonuses. Got a bunch of the AFK potions that we've been using. Stuff like that. That I was using off-stream yesterday. Since I wasn't really able to play much from the lightheadedness. I also made a couple of the other high boost ones. Some of which we end up using as well from the crows, of course. Anyways, what did I come here for? I came here for XP pot for this area. So give me a couple of those, and we should be good to go. Alright, now we'll go use this one. Since I'm running really low on 11%, we will be able to make them again soon. I can start making them again in 3 alchemy levels. Haven't actually made the healing pot yet, probably should. But, yeah, in 3 more alchemy levels, which shouldn't take that long at all, technically 2.5. At some point, we need to go grind. And as far as the supplies for it, we're pretty much already there. We can do periwinkle, which I haven't touched yet. And combine that with shell, which we'll be touching a ton of today. Like, almost half the stream is going to be shell, by the way. There's going to be a lot of shells picked up the stream. But, yeah, we can start making them now, almost. I don't know, maybe we'll do Diverge into a short alchemy grind or something. Because, yeah, that might be on the priority list. One thing that does change with the change that happened today, though, I'll wait until we have the level just in case. Now that lobsters are 23 hour, that means we need to go upgrade our lobster cage. My lobster cage is currently level 0, and I got to go upgrade it to at least 25. Though luckily with our 367 gold, we should be good to go as far as getting that done. And I might be able to get compensated for a little bit more gold if we go send a support ticket of all the stuff we sold earlier. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, but it's worth a shot. Because 50 gold is not a small amount, or however much that would end up being. Even if it only turns out to be like 20 or 30 gold, that's a lot more gold. Also, I believe they messed up the images here. Didn't these, am I going crazy? Didn't these used to show the image all the way to the left? Now it's not showing the image anymore, which is kind of confusing because I don't know what dish we need for each. Obviously, you could read it, but am I going crazy? Didn't these used to show the image next to them? I'm like 90% certain that used to be the thing. But it got broken as of a recent patch. I'm not sure when. But anyways, what are we doing right now? I was going to go touch some periwinkle, right? I don't know, I guess we'll humor the periwinkle for one set. Periwinkle, of course, not really that needed, but I do want to have a few just so we can get some 11% soon. Maybe even this stream. Maybe that's the goal of this stream, honestly. Maybe it's not to get to stone. Honestly, that might be the goal. We might be taking a little bit of an alchemy diverge. Because I am running so low on 11%, we are going to run out as of, you know, basically by tomorrow. So, you know what? We know what our goal is then. Our goal for today is, we're still doing gathering, obviously, or, you know, forager. But our actual goal for today is to get, what do I want to call it? The 11%. I want to regain the ability to make 11%, which means we need to get 2.5 alchemy levels and 1.5 foraging. Obviously, we'll do more than 1.5 foraging, but yeah, we have some alchemy priority we got to go do. One thing that we should be able to go get soon, I don't have too many banked, oddly enough, is kelp. While I was doing some combat synergy, I do have a bunch of the wall plant already. So we are kind of good on that. The main thing that we're kind of bottlenecked on is... Also, how much is a periwinkle if I was to buy it? Because I have a feeling we're just buying these. Yeah, only 5 silver each. I think that's worth it for an 11%. And if we go check... obviously, we'll have all the shells, but I want to check how many wall plants we have from what I did yesterday. So I was basically doing some, like, mega AFK combat, but I was also doing some alchemy, but I was also doing some... like mid-range, somewhat active combat, but while taking wall plants from the thing. Basically, I was killing a crow, taking 3 wall plant, killing a crow. Well, more so taking the 3 first. But, you know, take 3 wall plant, kill a crow, take 3 wall plant, kill a crow. We're going to repeat, bank right over there, repeat infinitely. And just store drift away all the gear until you don't have enough in your inventory anymore. And then you go sell everything and repeat the cycle. But anyways, that's what I was doing some yesterday. And in doing so, maybe we'll even do some today. But in doing so, we got some amount of wall plants. 284. That is actually more than I thought. These convert into 44 or 46% healing pots, which I need for my alchemy XP around, you know, this range to go get to our hope port potions. So yeah. Actually, how much XP does it give? This is one other thing the update did, by the way. You can now see how much an XP drop is. I think this was from yesterday's update. So we're getting 11,524 per each, and we can make about 200 something of them per hour. So we could tell based on that what our XP rate is, and that we would gain 1 level about every almost hour. It would take a little bit more than an hour, it looks like, which means I would probably have to do like 3 hours of alchemy at some point in the stream. Anyways, that's the periwinkle. Don't need to mess with that much. Wait, what's our current gameplay loop then, if we're not doing that? Because I can't get to shell at the moment. Honestly, I almost think I keep doing wall plant. I might just do the method we were kind of doing a little bit off stream just to kind of show it. Because based on our current combat level and based on our current, like, everything, I think wall plant method's actually really good at this level range until we can get like 1.5 more levels and just put all the knowledge obviously into it. So yeah, let's just do that then. So here are the wall plants. Basically the strategy is we could or could not use EXP pots. It's fine either or. But basically we will take all 3 of these wall plants, not the other 3 because it's too far of a walk. Then we will kill a death crow, and then we'll take 3 wall plants, kill a death crow. If we kill the death crow really quickly, which happens sometimes, we'll kill a second crow, and just rinse and repeat until we have a full inventory. So we'll just do this, use up the boost potion, which I should have done a little bit quicker. I forgot you can't do it in that screen. And then we just go whack it. Also, I should have used the luck potion first. These things actually do have good luck distribution, so you can get a lot of rare gear. They have 50% modifier, so obviously we're trying to get upgrades here, as anything that we get in that category that's 3-star or higher is just a straight up upgrade, so that'll be nice. Go collect the new cards. What new cards did they add today? Do we have to do like the first time bonus for all the production stuff? I assume they would autofill, but yeah, I might have to do the first time bonus for everything in chapter 3. Yeah, we could do that a little bit later today. I'm not gonna do that like right now. But at some point this stream, we'll go do the update that just added like 1 billion cards for chapter 3. We basically have to produce 1 of everything once, it looks like. And it's right at the beginning of each set. So yeah, good thing we already have a spear of, I believe, all of them banked. And if not, it wouldn't take that long to get whatever few we still need. But we should have a 1 spear of most of these, particularly the bones. Just laying around in the bank. And whatever we don't have a spear of, we'll just buy 1 of it. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, we'll just go for a crow kill or 2, grab whatever we get. Do the 3 wall plant, rinse and repeat, kill another crow. Wait till these respawn, do that infinitely. You also get some tier 9 seashells, which aren't really that useful, unfortunately. But these do make the EXP pots, if nothing else. The maxed out EXP pots of 14%. The only problem is you're going to get way more shells than you get periwinkle. So the fact that they drop shells is kind of useless. Because the thing you're bottlenecked on are periwinkles, not shells. And if you were to sell these shells back to the shop, it sells for like nothing, only like 4 silver. But yeah, I'll need to send a support ticket later today to see if I can get compensated for the changes they made. Because the compensation they did yesterday made us lose like 50 gold or so. Even though we gained a ton of gold, we didn't gain as much gold as we should have because I sold some stuff like right before. Because I sold it right before, maybe they won't let me get compensation from it though. But I'm sure gonna try. It's worth a shot. 30 to 50 gold is not a small amount of gold just instantly lose like that. If it was like only like 5 gold or something, I'd be like, oh, it doesn't really matter that much. But 30 to 50 gold is kind of substantial. I might even need to figure out like what the exact number is just to let them know what it is. I might have to do the math on it just so they don't have to figure it out themselves. Because if I have to make them have to figure it out themselves, they're probably not going to bother. But if I tell them like, hey, I missed out on like 34.67 gold, then they'll be like, okay, maybe we can go do that. If they actually have to do the maths themselves, they might not. So I'll do the math on that later tonight. On how much gold we lost from the change. The fact that we sold it like literally the day before or whatever it was. Send them the exact times that we sold it on stream. And see if we can get compensated for it. It is somewhere like 30 to 50 gold that we lost from the update. We gained way more than that, obviously. But we should be at like 400 something gold right now. Instead of 367. But we do have basically infinite gold right now, by the way. Like 367, not counting upgrading tools. I'm not sure where I would even spend this. Like, I guess we could set it into alchemy and spend like 100 or 200 to really speed it up for better potions. But a lot of it, not really going to be needed. There's so many ways that you can still profit from alchemy that wouldn't really require needing to do that. Also, I still haven't drank the luck potion yet. I should probably do that. Also, this is basically every luck potion I have left, so we won't do this method for longer than that. The only big issue with the method I'm doing right now is this is pretty, like, underwhelming Forager XP per hour. Obviously, it's getting a lot more combat than it is Forager. It's the only big downside of this. However, the upside is I need the combat anyway, so it kind of works out. But from a, like, Forager-only perspective, this is not great Forager XP per hour. For one, wall plants in general just aren't good XP per hour. But taking only 3, like, sometimes on spawn, because we're sometimes in combat, not that great. Plus, we're banking everything. That's kind of one of the points, is that we're banking everything. Otherwise, we would not be here doing this. That is kind of partially the point. Yeah, at least we'll gain some more combat levels. I want to get to the point where we can start AFKing Death Crows. I just want to get to the point where we can kill thieves. So that I know if they drop a 14% XP pot, because that kind of changes everything if they do. As I would need to go farm them until we can use enough of those to have knowledge points. Like, I'd want to farm like 50 of them or so, or, you know, like some few dozen. And in farming those few dozen, we would have enough to go do all of the double knowledge points. Because right now, the best we're going to be able to claim this entire grind is 11%. But if they drop 14% somewhat commonly, or even just 14% in general at this level range, then I can just throw those 14% in our knowledge points. And even if it's not 14%, let's say they're dropping a 13 or 12%, that's still technically better than what we have now. Though for 12%, I probably wouldn't bother. For 13%, it's like maybe. But if it's 14%, 100%, we would bother going out of our way for that. It's definitely worth be able to constantly keep getting those and just throwing them into it. Oh yeah, and then we can storage drift these. So what I was doing here too is just storage drifting all the gear whenever applicable. Just deposit all, and then we just do this. And then we go get a full turn in, and then we just rinse and repeat. And that's what I've been doing for this. And it works until we run out of storage. So maybe we'll do that until then. I will do this method until we run out of storage in our storage rift. Which I'm not sure if I emptied out at any point, but we'll do this until all the storage rift stuff is completely out. And then once all the storage rift stuff is completely out, or, you know, fully overcapacitated, we will then go and transition back into actual normal Forager. Or we do Forager only. But yeah, today's going to have a lot of Forager combat and maybe a small alchemy diversion. I'm not sure if I want to go all in on that on stream today. Maybe we'll do part of it and then do part of it off stream, I'm not sure. But I just really want to go get our 11% in. We're just so close to infinitely being able to make them. We're 1.5 Forager levels and 2.5 alchemy levels away from it. Which is very, 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 very close. Alright, now we grab these 3. If this drops anything, we leave it on the ground. Doesn't matter what the drop is because we need to grab the 3 wall plants. So even if it's a 3 resource drop, we don't want it. That chainmail, I don't think is an upgrade, unfortunately. Let me double check. Where are we at on gear right now? Oh, that actually is an upgrade. Nice. That's a leg upgrade right there. Or it should be. I'll grab it in a second. But that should be a leg upgrade. But pretty much anything we get from them that's 3-star higher should be. 2 stars can be for some things, like this helm that I got from them earlier, off stream. But now we also get the leg upgrade. I just realized, never mind, it's not that big of an upgrade, but it's an upgrade. I thought that said a lower number, but no, that's 1902. This is a 1904, so this should technically still be better. It's going to be more of a side grade than anything, though. Oh, yeah, everything except yellow, that's fine. Unfortunately, a lot weaker for yellow, but that doesn't matter until Here Beast. And we're going to be a while before we hit Here Beast. Also, I'm not sure why I storage rift only 1 item. That's a waste. Normally you want to wait, obviously, till you have, you know, multiple or need to clear out your inventory. I'm just not sure. Whenever I see a high rarity thing, it's like, oh, I must touch it. I must touch it to go fix it. Alright, we'll go throw this down. Get our buff. Get one more poke as it's moving towards us. And whack it. We do want to be mostly whacking with our weapon, though, as our melee, or our range is very, very weak. Not just because range seems to be slightly weaker in general, but also because our weapon is really weak and we don't have it boosted with blue. So the more we could be meleeing, the better. We're pretty much just only hitting them with range just to grab their attention. Not actually the damage pressure at all, as our melee damage is just so much higher. And these things do have 50% luck, and that does stack with luck potion. I'm not sure if it's additive or multiplicit, but even if it's additive, it's still 150% bonus. And if it is multiplicit, it's what, 200%? Somewhere around there. It's basically double. But regardless how it is, you're getting a lot of bonus from using this plus 50% on an enemy at the same time. Like, the chance of us getting 2-star or higher is really high. Not sure the exact rate, but it is very, very high, whatever it is. Like, pretty much every hour we should be getting an upgrade, if not even more common than that. Like, I only did this a little bit yesterday. And I got a helm upgrade and technically a leg upgrade, though we got a bigger leg upgrade now. So we were able to get 2 upgrades in that time. But I'm not sure why. They really don't want to drop higher than a 1-tier shield. I'm not sure why they've been doing that. Maybe it's deliberate. But I can't recall seeing high-tier shields really dropping since the update. I'm not sure if they did that just to make it more worthwhile to go and actually craft your own shields. Or if I'm just getting absurdly unlucky. But I feel like I'm never getting anything that isn't a 1-star shield. Luckily, we don't really need shields. Shields are really dead content in the current state of the game. Until there's a boss that really needs it or PvP gets added, shields are basically just dead content. Not only are they really hard to make in the current state of the game because they're all stuff you can't buy from shops, but which makes them currently the hardest thing to craft in the game. Like, any weapon is easier to craft than a shield at the moment, especially if you're maxing it out to a 4-star. But not only that, but they just give so little benefit compared to just using a higher damage 2-hand. As that extra defense doesn't really matter for most things in the current state of the game. PvP will probably be the first instance unless a boss mechanic really utilizes shield a lot. Like some kind of mechanic where you literally have to use a shield or something. Which the only thing that kind of has that right now are the poison spitting things in Chapter 2, but it's only a cutscene. You only need to get past the cutscene room. It's not actually like a combat encounter. It looks like we'll gain at least one combat level from this. We're just going to do it till our bank is full. But this is also going to give us a ton of healing potions that we need to go do this grind right here. This is the main reason why we're doing it. Is to get to 13 alchemy using the healing pots at that level range. Healing pot technically isn't the best thing I could be doing for XP at this level range. Oddly enough, it would still be the Chronopolis potion that I already have banked from the previous set. Not only can you do 100 at a time, but they are also pre-banked already. So there's zero time to go grab any of those resources, except for some of the grapes I think I need to go buy, but it's not that big a deal. I wish the bank was a little bit closer. They moved the southern bank, but they added one to the east. But in doing so, I'm not sure if it's actually that much closer. They didn't really add one into this like in-between area. They added it on both sides, but didn't do one in between the two sides. Because there's still a few like somewhat dead areas when they did all the storage rifts. And this is one of those that is still kind of annoying. Like it's not that bad. But it's definitely not as close as you would want it to be for this gameplay loop. But it's still worth walking over there to bank, when you count banking time relative to value banked. Because banking takes like, what, 30 seconds total? Going there, coming back. And we're banking at bare minimum 5.6 per thing. And these are technically worth 12, but we're saving 5.6 times 24. 5.6 times 24 is 134. And you could do that, that's not what I wanted. It was 134.4 times that by 120, because that's how many times you could do it per hour. Yeah, it's effectively 16 gold per... Wait, 16? Yeah, it's effectively 16 gold per hour banked. If I did the math right there. Why does that seem high? It seems really high. Is the bank really that close? It seems slightly too high. I think that's correct, though. Let me go redo the math. Something there seems slightly off. Is it really that high? Like, value banked per hour in savings? Obviously, this is assuming you were to otherwise buy it from the shop. Because, what do we need? We need 5.6 times 24. Yep, that's how many we're doing. It's per effective hour banked, no, not per hour, though, of course. Like, that's if that is 16 gold, it's per effective hour banked. So yeah, 134.4 silver per inventory. Yeah, it would be that many. That does assume that you're only spending 30 seconds banking. It could be a little bit closer to a minute. When accounting for all the storage rift stuff you have to do as well. So let's say it is a minute. It would just be half that. It would be 8 gold per hour banked, effectively. Per effective hour banked, not every hour. But per hour that you're banking, it is 16 gold if you could do it in 30 seconds. Or 8 gold if it's taking closer to a minute, counting everything. But you have to do this for many hours to hit one effective hour. Like, for us to hit 1 effective hour doing this, I think you would have to do this for, like 20 hours? Somewhere around there. So while it sounds like a lot, it's over a very, 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 very long duration of time. But this is why I've been banking everything tier 6 and above. It's actually really, really, really worth it. I will be dumping all these in the Forager, by the way. I think we mentioned this earlier, but, yeah, all XP still go into Forager, as badly as I want to go put it into Alchemy right about now. Mostly until we hit Shell. Once we hit Shell, we can start putting into Alchemy, I think, the rest of the stream. So basically, I'm going to put it into Forager until we're level 15. And then I'm going to put it into Alchemy once we go and finish out the Alchemy grind. Maybe we'll go and do the potions, as well as for any amount of time that we go do Shell to go gain these secondary resources. And it'll just buy the periwinkle from the shop since they're so bad to do otherwise. And they're only 6 silver each. Shouldn't be that bad. Spending 6 silver for a 11% potion is very cheap. It's pretty much free. Plus we get to claim the XP from it. What am I doing here? I'm putting this into Forager. Also, you can cube 1 singular items on the ground. You can't do it for a stack, but you can do it for 1 singular item. A stack brings up a different menu, so that doesn't let you do it, unfortunately. But yeah, that's pretty much the game plan for today, then. Is we do this until our bank over-encumbers. Hopefully we'll have almost or literally 15 Forager by then. I don't think we'll have it all the way, but we'll be pretty close. Then we'll get the rest of our 15 Forager. Then for the rest of the stream, we dump every knowledge point onto Alchemy. And then after we've gotten enough shells from the beach, we go and go all in on Alchemy, doing healing potions. And then we can finally go restore our 11% stack that is dangerously close to running out today. That's the main reason we got to do it. If we don't, we will actually run out by tomorrow. So we got to do them today. That's something I'm always pretty good about on like Iron Man like accounts like these. Is I generally like getting all my stacks to such a degree where they are never going to run out. I haven't been doing that as much for everything in Brighter Shores because, you know, our luck potions and really good knowledge point XP potions are about to run out. But I always like restocking everything way before they even have a chance of running out. And that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. Is today's going to be a target goal. Basically replenishing our 11% stack is basically today's goal. The replenish the 11% stack goal. It's like our whole entire thing that we're doing today. Even though it might not look like it half the time what we're doing today, but that is ultimately what we're doing with every single thing we're doing today. Every single thing we're doing today is related to getting this number from 19 to like a couple hundred by the end of the stream. And then that should last us for a while. Because realistically, I only use like 2 of these an hour. So let's say we got to 200. This would last us for 100 hours. Which is not enough for the rest of the grind, but is a very, very long time. And if I just did it for like, you know, another hour or 2 off stream, we have like infinite. Like we literally have all the ones we need for the rest of this grind. Effectively. Ooh, the 4-star is better. Nice. Good thing I made that earlier. I made it out of a bunch of components because you have to. Well, these weren't actual like drops. My only 4 stars, every 4-star I currently have on is from combining armor together. This one was because we got a lot of tier 25 stuff from the goblins when I was AFKing them. And this was just from some random stuff. We combined like 1 lower one into 2 higher ones. And this was just from multiple different enemies that we ended up getting it. And then boom, we ended up making an armor piece out of it. But yeah, we're able to get 2 built armors from it. Neither of them are actual drops. Actually, now that I think about it, I have not gotten a single 4-star armor drop since the change. I've gotten 2 4-star weapons, but not a single 4-star armor. As any 4-star armor we've used since then have just been hand-built from upgrading tier 3s into a tier 4, using the chapter 3 mechanic where you go to the Infusionist, which is all the way over here after that one quest. What quest is that? It's the one you have to go do all those little puzzle thingies for. But after you do that quest, I forget which one it's called. Not maintenance crew. Lost and Found. After doing Lost and Found, you get the Infusionist, and you can combine tier 3s into tier 4. And you can still do that with armor, just a lot more annoying to do it with armor since there's no armor making skill at the moment. But it's still possible to do it with armor. It's just a lot harder to do currently, compared to weapons. I'll obviously change after chapter 5. I mean, chapter 4, though. I mean, yeah, I was right the first time. Chapter 5. Which still no TBA as far as when chapter 5's coming. I'm still hoping it's before the 2-year anniversary, which would be by November. But no, we'll have to wait and see. Also, I should know the exact duration of the trip that I'm going on later this year as well. So hopefully they don't do any patches during that time. But currently it looks like it's going to be sometime late March all the way till like mid to late August. I mean, yeah, August. as far as when I'm not going to be around. So if they had dungeons or anything during that time, unfortunately, we won't be able to do it at launch. But at least afterwards, we'll probably be able to, like, mega grind stuff and, you know, kind of see what they end up doing. Because that's probably when we're going to start the next mega grind, I guess. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing it every single day when we do that, though. But right now, our main mega grind, obviously, is do Monument until it's done. Then we're probably going to take a little bit of break from, you know, going that crazy. Or I'm probably just going to be AFK combat again a lot off stream or something. But then after that, the next, like, super mega grind that we'll likely be doing for the game would be around the time that we come back from that trip. As there's a good chance dungeons will be in the game by then. Or at least the date that dungeons will be out, if not literally out by then. That doesn't mean I pretty much won't be able to beta test anything with dungeons if it does come out during that time, though. And obviously, we'll just go crazy with it after. Assuming they're even worth going for. There's a chance dungeons are just dead content on arrival. I highly doubt that, though. But depending on what kind of reward system they have, or lack thereof. Because if they're just for XP and profit, then they could be like reward events where they might not be that worth. But it depends if they do like a reward shop or a, you know, some kind of unique drops or something with reward events and or dungeons. Because if both of them are just for XP and profit, you might not need them. For some skills, you definitely would, like botanist and such. But things that you actually want supplies from, there's a good chance you might actually not do dungeons for them then, depending on what the reward system is. For example, Forager is way better to do manually than it is to do potentially through dungeons. The main reason being is there's a lot of things you need outside of dungeons, like the non-negotiable, you know, monument pieces. But also on top of that, just a lot of really good potion supplies. Like right now, these are the best healing potions in the game. Not the exact tier that we're getting right now, but these are used for healing potions. This stuff we're getting off the, you know, the plants right here. And there's a lot of other similar good ones like that throughout all this. Whereas skills like Botanist that currently give you like nothing but luck potions, yeah, you can kind of skip those. Like doing that through a dungeon or through a reward event is way better than probably doing it normally. Like Botanist, I have a feeling the only 3 ways we will ever train it is bounties, dungeon, and reward events. I don't think I will train it through anything that isn't those 3. Whereas there's other skills like mining where 100% you're going to be doing it almost manually every time because you need every supply that's here, both passively and actively. Like there's not a single thing is on this list that you do not need, other than minecart. Minecart's pretty underwhelming. But aside from minecart, every single thing on that list is an activity you basically have to do, other than doing minecart once for the one-time bonus. Like even right now at my level range, I would actually skip minecart in order to do Adithero tier 7. Or even granite with platiniums if I wanted to. And do like a granite platinium loop. Or even get some dirt in ore because these are untradeable. Or not buyable from shop, I should say. And because of that, if we ever need this for whatever reason, I don't have any banked other than like 10 or however many's in there right now. So maybe we do it a little bit there. The problem is this thing's XP rate is way worse than whatever this is. I don't even need to know what its XP rate is to know that it's way worse. Actually, we can check now. I forgot, duh. It is 7,084 compared to, yeah, like almost 2,000 more per ore. And they're both a 10 spawn. Though I do have to say, the beans are ever so closer to a bank. But I don't think that really matters too much. But the beans are slightly closer to a bank than Adithero ore is. But not by much. About to get our first combat level soon. Unfortunately, the next few combat levels don't really do that much. As this leaves him into blue, so I can't really take him on early. We're going to be really under-geared for him other than armor. Like, weapon-wise, we're going to be really under-geared. So we're in a kind of awkward spot where, yeah, combat is basically just this. It's one of the reasons I want to do it with the wall plant right now. So we can get a little bit better value and, you know, multitask things. Because we're at a pretty dead area where Yeah, I can't really do much. Like, Sparring Guard is too strong to AFK, I think. Like, consistently AFK. So I have to go back to the ghouls, which aren't really as worth it. Actively doing these are great. But given how much harder thieves are for us to kill with our setup, we have a really big gap before we can get to another really viable combat instance. Not to mention this guy's like minus 50% modifier or something. So if we were killing him, we're killing him exclusive for XP, not for gear. So yeah, we're in a really big gap where we don't really get a good option again until Goblin Chief. Like, our best bet is basically to get to the point where we can AFK Death Crows. But we definitely can't do that at the exact same level which we're currently at. Like, I would have to get to, like, level 15, I think, before we can AFK Death Crow or even have a chance at AFKing Death Crow. Because even with Boost Pot, we're almost losing some of these fights occasionally. So we definitely can't be AFKing them. The other problem with AFKing them is if we are hypothetically also taking Wall Plant while doing it. We have to bank quite a bit, which kind of ruins the AFK-ness of it. Which is one of the reasons why we're doing them somewhat actively, so that we can keep doing that. Because it doesn't really work as well for AFK, just because the Storage Rift is so far, which makes it non-AFK, compared to, you know, just drinking Enrage Potion into Enrage Potion into Enrage Potion. Hey, that reminds me, I need to drink a Luck Potion. I keep forgetting to drink them. We should be under the effect of luck this entire grind, just to make sure we can get something. Alright, combat level coming in, nice. I grab these 3 wall plants, got our combat level, deposit all that, boom, boom, boom. Keep doing that until our bank is full. Get our double right here. This should be exactly full inventory, perfect. Then we'll go bank all this, and we're good to go. Almost a Forager level, and we'll have a double knowledge point going into it soon. Hopefully this will get us pretty close to 15. If we don't get to 15, I don't know, maybe we'll do some kind of weird wide shark jaw. Or just do some kind of beach bank method where we just grab the tier before and then get tier 6 once we get it. I'm not sure. That, or maybe we just stick on these all the way until we get there. Because honestly, I'm considering that. It would give us a very substantial amount of healing pots. And while these healing pots aren't max, 40%, 46% is really, really, really high. Like, it's not max, but it's kind of like pseudo-max in a sense. These we're getting, what, 46%, and the absolute highest is 52. But these things are, like, dirt cheap. They're only going to cost us 6 silver each. Or 5 point something. Or something like the ultimate one. I think it's costing us, like, 12, 13 silver each. It's, like, double the cost for only 6% higher heal. Obviously, at the level range, it'd be way better XP. But for our needs right now, this is half the price for almost the full benefit. It's 6% less for half the price. While still giving good XP for our level range. Not the best XP I could be doing at this level range, but still pretty decent. So yeah, that should be fine. Like, every wall plant we get will be used for something. It's not like we would never use a 46% just because a 52 exists. The way that we'd pretty much use potions is we'd use the lowest tier 1s until we only have higher tier 1s. And then go from there. And then we just keep making the high tier 1s. But all the low tier 1s have a purpose. Even when bosses come out, like, I highly doubt a 46 compared to like a 50 or something percent is going to matter that much. A few percent is nice, but it's a very small difference. Same as these boost potions in that sense. Like, anything 80 plus is pretty much the same potion. Like, yes, the 100 is better than the 80, but it's not that much better. Like, it's better enough that if bossing ever did come into the game, you'd only use the plus 100. But all the other ones are still great for trash mobs like these, if nothing else. Like, anything below a 90. And then you would just save the 95s and 100s for, you know, actual content. Whenever they finally add actual content to the game. A little asterisk on that. When they finally add actual content. But, you know, you'd save it for stuff like that. Bossing, any encounter that lasts for like over a minute, stuff like that. Which I am curious what the kill time is going to be on the average boss. Because let's say hypothetically something like Old School RuneScape. Average boss kill times in that game is anywhere from about like 20 seconds to like 10 minutes. Depending on the boss. With the 10-minute being all the way at the end of like Corporeal Beast and Nightmare. You know, depending on how you're going about it and what your gear is and everything. Whereas shorter ones are like the Cow boss they're adding next week, or the I'm trying to think of another one that's pretty quick. Amoxicillin that they added a couple years ago. It has like a weird negative flat armor, so everything you do to it does more damage. And I think the combat achievement's 30 seconds. An average mid-game gear, your average kill is closer to 40 seconds, though. I had to cheese the 30-second thing with, I think, the Ruby crossbow spec. It's actually really annoying to get. If you use, like, end-game gear, you can get it, like, under 20, though. But it's really annoying to do in mid-game gear. With the way that Brighter Shore scales, I'm pretty sure most content you would be able to do with any tier gear, though. Mostly because of how the healing potion mechanic works. Unless they do a little bit like how they did it with the that one quest. That one quest that was in Chapter 3. You actually took a static amount of damage for this, not Zabar Beast, the maintenance crew. But for the maintenance crew, you took a static amount of damage every single time. So your level and everything else didn't even matter. Because you couldn't heal during it, and you always took a static amount of damage. So I'm able to do more bosses like that. The only problem with that is your level literally has no effect on a boss like that. It's a cool concept to do for a quest boss, and honestly, it's a really good design to do for a quest boss. But for an actual, like, infinitely repeatable boss, it might not be a good idea. Because you can't ever gain more power on the boss in that regard. Because everything that you were doing in that fight was all flat value. So it didn't matter if you were, like, level 1 or level, you know, maxed. You would be having the same amount of HP, the same amount of damage, the same amount of total effectiveness. Which is great for a quest boss, but probably really bad for a infinitely repeatable boss if you never gain more power at any point. You'd literally be at the same flat line the entire time. So great for quest bosses that you only ever have to do once, but not so much for, you know, an infinitely repeatable one. But a really great concept for quests, if nothing else. Which hopefully we'll see more quests like that soon. They currently don't have any quests announced for the next 2 weeks, but they did have 3 on the message board thingy. Which I think we somewhat showed, but didn't, like, show. Let me actually go show it right now while we go to this. We'll go to the feather real quick. If I go down over here... let me go show it real quick. I forgot to mention it when we were mentioning a leak. But we do know about a couple quests that are coming out in the near future. The very first of which should be the 7-star one, which we've known about for a while. It's also the first ever 7-star quest in the game. I assume they're going to eventually go up to 10. But this is the 7-star Fractured Reality quest. It is very likely to be the next quest coming out, though based on their schedule, it's probably not coming out till late April or sometime in early-ish May. But this is likely the next quest to be released, and it is the first 7-star quest ever. And not sure what the requirement's going to be for that, but probably like 80 all in that category, in that chapter, if not even higher. As we've never seen what a requirement for a 7-star is, but with enough 6 stars, yeah, it seems like it's like 80 all within a chapter roughly. Could be 90 all, could be 100 all, which is Milestone 2 if you do 100 all in the current state of game. And then after that, they did announce 2 other ones, though they're probably not coming for a little while. We got the 4-star of the Hematic Treasure in Chapter 4. I mean, in Chapter 2, it's a 4-star quest. And in Chapter actually 4 of a 4-star quest, we're getting Rags to Riches. What is the reward system for either of these two? We have no clue. Actually, even for this one, we don't really know much. But, yeah, this one should probably come out in late April or May. And the other two, who knows? They'll probably throw it in at some point. But neither of them are on the weekly leak as far as them happening soon. So, yeah, probably not happening until late April at the earliest, unfortunately. But yeah, that was that. I forgot to mention that earlier when we were going over the leak stuff. Also, I do actually want to bank these. Well, obviously we want to do that for all of these kind of thingies. But this is actually for a potion that we could technically AFK. It's for the boost potion +7. Which isn't as good as what boost potions were before the update. But it's still nice to be able to boost slightly into whatever your next activity is. And given that this is not horrible XP, I actually am going to process every feather we have. We also get to AFK some potentially later if we want to too. As we do get another AFK that goes with it at level 15 to get Moth Wings. However, we might just buy the Moth Wings outright, I'm not sure. But I do have from the other day, like probably like 12 sets of feathers, somewhere around there. Whatever we had at the beginning of the stream. Like however many that was is about how many we have. As boost potions are still really, really, really good. They're just not as good as when you were skipping from, you know, pre-200 to post-200. But they're still really good in the sense that if there's a really specific activity that's great within a given skill, you can get to it a bit earlier. One of the more noteworthy ones that we could use that on for Forger, for example, for using them in the really immediate time, is Scrap Metal, where we don't necessarily want like maggots just for fishing or anything like that, or beetles that are, I think, also for fishing. I can't remember, but like we don't want fishing supplies. So instead of doing the AFK fishing supply, we could use a boost potion and do the scrap metal instead, which is likely going to be our goal around that range, because then we can convert it into smithing XP. And what's even perfect about that is this very specific scrap metal is literally my current smithing AFK. My current smithing AFK is to do scrap metal recycling. And that's the exact tier we need, tier 6 scrap metal, which we get from doing the forger thing here. So this is a really good example of when you would want to go and boost in the current state of the game for a passive activity, because I don't want fishing supplies. So if we could use a boost potion at around that point to skip to scrap metal, not only would we be getting better XP, but we'd be getting a material that would immediately help us for another skill to feed into something we actually want, which is higher smithing, rather than just some fishing bait that we're never going to use and just sell out ultimately, probably. So stuff like that is what boost potions would primarily be used for in the current state of the game. As right now, you don't really get like a huge XP bump. You still get some, but not like a crazy amount. But the main thing you would use it for is not the XP bump necessarily, but for the getting actual resource you need rather than a resource you're just taking because you need XP. So any kind of time that you could do that is the main time where boost potions are really good. Alright, we almost got another double knowledge dump to go put into Forager. We're getting very close to level 15, which is what we need to be able to actually go back to our next method that we want to go do. As we will be wide banking shells on the beach. And kelp. I need those kelps for these healing pots. And oddly enough, I have like almost no tier 5 kelp at the moment. That is something that in theory we should always have more of wall plant on. But it's going to be one of the few rare situations where I'm actually going to have more wall plant than kelp. Today's going to be a little bit weird in that regard. Normally it's going to be the other way around. But because you get the wall plants first, there will be some instances where that actually does happen. Because realistically, we don't start getting kelp. Even though you can start getting kelp at level 7, you don't really start grabbing it until 15. Because that's when you can do it with the good shell. So there's a good chance at the beginning of a lot of skills that we just do a lot of bond. Basically, how we're going to be going about getting, now that we're banking everything, how we're basically going to be going about banking everything. First things first, we would do pondweed and bell plant until we feel like we have enough AFK pots to go get a few levels off of alchemy or whatever we end up needing there. That is how every single one's going to start, so that one basically goes, you know, based on this natural thing. Then we do something a little bit weird, where, no, we have to do what I just said all the way till wall plant at 7. So we do some amount of pondweed for a couple levels, then bell plant for a couple levels, ignore kelp, and then go all the way to wall plant. At wall plant, you would then do combat into these, or just camp these 6 over and over again. They'll probably combine it with combat if we can at any given level range. Because even though we're doing them actively now, eventually we'll be able to AFK them. So we'll have that benefit as well at some point. But beyond that, we would try doing these with wall plant. Then, once you do wall plant to 15, we would then go and shell kelp all the way till 50. No. Honestly, that is almost true. But we would then go and wall plant for a not wall plant. We would then shell kelp for a very long duration. Skipping over this goat horn, skipping over this nettle, skipping over the rack. Though maybe we'll grab some amount of racks. Only mostly for the first time bonuses. The potion itself's not that good. We'd get like 1 inventory or 2 inventories while we're there just to go with our eventual nettles that we'll get. Then you would do stone monument. I'll probably just target farm stone monument. I don't really want to wide farm it. There is something we could do with water lily, but that means I can't do stone monument until 30 instead of 25. Then basically we go and still do the beach until we can end up getting shell and kelp all the way till 32. We can then start wide cycling this and getting the water lily, the starfish, the potato, everything else banked. We then keep doing that loop until we have access to jade monument. I would then probably wide farm jade so we can get hogberries, limpets, and monument jades rather than just target farming jade. We'd target farming stone, but we wouldn't target farm jade probably. And then near the end, we would just grab a little bit of stone, of bones just so we can have them at level 47. And that would pretty much be our game plan through all of it, which spends a lot of time on shell kelp. Pretty much more than half a forager is shell kelp. It's just such good XP. And nothing really ever ends up beating it out. Which is kind of crazy. But it is the case. It's mostly because shell gets boosted by tool. And it's near so many other ones that are already pretty high yield XP. It's also next to a lot of 3 resources instead of 4s. Because that's a pretty big factor too. Because there's a ton of 4 resources that get quite a bit of diminishing return. Yet almost every single thing on that cycle that you actually would end up taking is a 3 resource, not a 4. So every node that you touch is better XP. Because anything that's ever more nodes, you get less XP for. It's the same reason why if I go look at mining right over here, this granite is going to be worth more XP than this adatherol. Because there's only 6 spawns rather than 10. So this, even though it's a weaker activity, says 11,413. But this will say a number lower than that. It's like 2,000 lower. But it's because this has 10 spawns and the other one only has 6. So anytime that you can get synergy on things that have less spawns tend to be really strong. It's not something you can do in most chapters, but it's really relevant for chapter 1. As there are a ton of resources that are either, you know, sets of 3-3 or sets of 4-4. And the sets of 3-3 are almost always better than grabbing the 4-4s. As anytime there's more resources like that, they give less XP for some reason. Just because there's more there. It's really weird. It makes sense for some chapters, like chapter 3, because of how gathering resources works for that chapter. But it doesn't make as much sense for many other chapters, like chapter 1, for example. There's no reason why the 8 resources should be giving less in chapter 1. In chapter 3, it makes sense. Like, there are chapters where it does make sense. But chapter 1 is not one of them. But for that reason, since it is set up like that, yeah, the 3-3s are always better than the 4-4s. It's why we almost never take bones when we're doing the big circle, unless we just absolutely have to. Like when we're doing the big circle around like this area, for example. It's because there's 8 bone spawns, whereas everything else is 6. You know, like a 3-3 water lily, 3-3 pond lead, 3-3 potato, 3-3 shell, 3-3 kelp, though one of those is too far away to grab. But that's the reason why that beach is so good. Is ignoring that one shell that's on the path, everything is a 3-3. Or Nikisa Pondweed literally sticks all in one tile, or one room. But the problem with that is it has a movement delay because of movement speed in water. But otherwise, everything except that one bone is a 3-3. Which is really good. It's why you take such wide paths on a lot of forager stuff. There is one instance where you can kind of do it in mining. It's Flint Basalt. Flint Basalt is the only thing in mining where you can kind of get away with that. Is they're kind of close enough together where you can go for 6 Flint, 6 Basalt, 6 Flint, 6 Basalt, bank, repeat. And there's a really good level range for doing that, of course, right around there. It's the only thing in all of mining that can kind of utilize that. Whereas in Forager, you can do it for almost every gameplay loop. Unfortunately, woodcutting in Botanist doesn't really have any system like that they can end up utilizing. Because they both function quite a bit differently. Oh, we got a new player over here. And he chose the correct class as well of Cryo Knight. I'm curious to see what all the class differences are going to be once they finally add skill tree and special attacks and all that. Some of it we kind of see based on the themes of the weapons and everything. But until it's actually implemented, you know, we're not going to know every specific exact difference. I was thinking fucking to drink the luck potions. I wanted to try to consume them all today if we could. I have 110 charges left. And I'm pretty much out in the bank other than ones I made like one time for one-time bonus. I meant to grab that, not what I wanted. I forgot you can't grab it while you're queuing up an attack. Yeah, Forager is not moving up that quick. That is the only problem with doing this method. We're not even gaining 1 Forager level an hour. But of course we're gaining like a combat level an hour, so it kind of makes up for it. Like roughly 1 level of combat an hour. I'm pretty sure we're pretty close to that because we're getting like 200 something % per kill. So how many kills is that per thingy? I'm pretty sure we're pretty close to it. Because we're getting... Oh yeah, it doesn't show EXP on the card anymore. I'm not sure why they moved it ever since this update the other day. But we're getting 250k per kill. And we need... how much XP again? 250, 500... Wait, I did math wrong. Wait, is it 50 or 500? It's 50. Yeah, it's 50, not 500. I was gonna say, there's no way we need 500 kills for one level. We only need 50 kills for one level, and we can kill them in under a minute. So this is over a combat level a minute. I mean, per hour, I mean. It's like 1.3 to 1.5 combat levels an hour, roughly around there. At least at this level range with this gear and this everything. And that's while gathering all these wall plants. So in combination, we're getting like 2.5 levels an hour. Or at least 2. Between how much we're getting through combat and how much we're getting into Forager. As far as the spread between the two. Also, where's all the high rarity stuff? I know I didn't have the luck potion open for some of that. Oh no! We finally overfilled! This was the moment earlier that I said maybe we'll stop at this point then. Or no, you know, not stop, but you know, stop current grind. Oh no, I kind of want to do one more set though. Alright, let's go back to sell all this. Which is the only problem. There isn't really a quick sell option currently. It'd be great if we eventually had it. Like auto sell all tier 1, auto sell all tier 2. Obviously you wouldn't ever want to click that probably for tier 3, 4, or 5, but at least for tier 1 and 2. I would love if there was like a button that you just click and it sells every single tier 1 and 2 in your entire bank. Alright, let me sell everything we have. And grab everything else from storage. At least it's easy to tell what I need to click on. Anything with a green or blue border, just click on it. Okay, there's no quick way to do this at the moment. Something that you should probably look into eventually. Is unfortunately I gotta manually do each one. Something that'll likely eventually get quality of life in there. Alright, sell all this. Boom, boom, boom. Sell that. Storage rift again. Alright, let's see. Grab all this. And then we still have one more category then. And then we should be good to go. One more time. Gosh, we need more storage. We did do the quest for even more storage, but even that's not enough. Oh yeah, here's our level 4 boot, by the way. Which got upgraded to a level 50 boot during that one update. That is now a level 1 boot, technically. Or, you know, Milestone 1. This boot was the only thing that survived the rollback on day 1. And I've been keeping it in memory ever since. That's one of those like guard boots that you can only get like pre-level 50 or whatever it is, or before you pick a class or whatever it is. It's the only thing that survived the rollback on day 1. So we keep it in memory of day 1 launch day. I'm gonna keep that boot forever. It's gonna be like 5 years from now and that boot's still gonna be in my bank. And of course on our way back we'll grab these 3 since we gotta pass them anyways. I really wish these were closer though. Like if these 3 were over here and these 2 buildings like move spots. It would also make cooking bounties a little bit easier if you didn't have to go all the way to the east. And it wouldn't interfere with them either if you had to go all the way to the east. Like basically those 2 buildings need to switch. Oh wait, they can't though, I forgot. That's beside the fishing building, never mind. I thought that was just an empty building for a second. Never mind, they can't switch them. It would be really convenient for the wall plant spawn though. Alright, anyways, I'll go kill this. I guess we're just doing this till 15 Forager, honestly. Because our method over there is going to be way less if we don't have 15 Forager, I mean. At this point, I think we just have to do 4 knowledge points into it. Which might sound like a lot, but we are getting, you know, combat into this knowledge. Which we should be getting over 4 an hour just from that. Between how quick we kill the crow and these 3 wall plants whenever we take them. Unfortunately, I don't think wall plant has extra knowledge, does it? Oh, longsword! I actually need this. I need to remember to keep this. I'm not sure how I'm going to remember because I might accidentally sell everything. But I need this as our backup weapon potentially for thieves. When we go kill them at some level range. Because I can't use my big blue sword on them because they're immune to blue. So I need a good physical weapon and that might have to be my makeshift physical weapon for the grind. I mostly just want to do it until we get an HP potion drop just to see what they drop. Because if they drop a 14% hope port, Yeah, we gotta farm them some. If they don't, then we can kind of ignore them. But if we're getting like a single or even multiple 14%, we gotta go kill them. As a 3% upgrade over 11% is kind of worth it. Whereas if it was only like 1 or 2% better, probably not as worth it. Definitely not the 1%. 2% would be, though. But 3%, 100%, we'd actually go out of our way to go do it. Because we're only using them for knowledge points, is ultimately what they would be used for. But yeah, honestly, overall pacing for the new leveling system, it does feel a lot better. We still haven't hit like the mega wall at like tier 7, 8, or 9 yet. And combat is scaled differently, so it's not really running on the same system. But overall, I don't know, it's felt a lot smoother going through all of our leveling system. Oh! Finally! This is our first 4-star equipment drop. Because this one was handcrafted from the AFK enemies, and this was handcrafted from all the other enemies we were killing. But it is our first ever tier 4 in a new system. And guess what? We got it for us! The luck potion. Plus the fact that these have 15% extra. Nice. Now I can sell this for like 1.2 gold. If you combine it with anything handcrafted, it tanks in value like crazy. But since this was all drops, it's worth 1.2 gold. Which is not bad. It is a sizable amount of gold. Even with our current gold stack, 1.2 is actually still a lot. Which means we can also sell the boots that we just got for 1.2 later. Or maybe even 1.3. So once those get out of value, we get another drop like that. So in a sense, we kind of got 2.6 gold right there, so... Or like 2.5. Between the fact that I could sell 1 boot now and 1 boot later. That's not bad. Yeah, it's about 2.5 gold. 2.5, 3, somewhere... I mean, 2.5, 2.6, somewhere around there. Yeah, not bad at all. Come on, luck potion, keep giving us loot. It's insane how much your profit per hour can just spike with combat. It definitely has the highest variableness of any money-making method in the game at the moment. Where if you were to take your average per hour counting everything, like counting all the potions and everything you're spending, you're probably making like, what, 500 silver to 1 gold? But then when you account for 3-star and 4-star drops, if you get a lucky hour, that like 500 to 1 gold per hour, or 500 silver to 1 gold per hour, shoots up to like 2 to 3 gold per hour if you get lucky enough. Like if you pull like 2 plus 3 stars or even just 1 single 4-star. As well as just a really high concentration of 2 stars. Because those don't shoot up that much, but I think we're getting like 100 something silver each. So if we got like a lot of them in a given hour, that would still increase profit by almost like almost a gold piece. And of course while gaining combat level the whole time. As well as all the supplies you get from it. Because these things still drop shells even if we weren't picking up, like the wall plant. As well as quite a few other things drop other secondary supplies that aren't just, their main core profit thing. Which also saves you money. The main reason why Mines of Matubin is so bad in that regard, though, is those supply drops are so common that they're taken away from other potential drops. And while that does happen in other chapters, it doesn't happen nearly as much in other chapters. Like, the shell rate on this thing is really, really, really low. Like, we'll be lucky if per set we even get 1 shell drop. Yet if you were to do something on Mines of Matubin in the same amount of time, you'd have like 5 resource drops. Because the chance of them dropping is substantially higher. So there's one other thing that's slightly bad about getting the tooth pulled the other day. Aside from all like the fatigue and everything the day of, which is why we weren't able to stream yesterday. But I am like so hungry right now, but can't like properly eat until like another day or two. It was pretty much like fasting for like a day and a half. And the only thing I had all morning is like a fruit cup. Should be able to eat properly by like later tomorrow or Friday though. I still want to do it while the thing is still like an open wound. Like, you still technically could eat right now, but, you know, I don't want to get anything into it. Don't want to, like, infect it or anything. Keep it nice and clean. Just water and, like, a small amount of fruit. Speaking of shell drop. But we'll grab that on our way back. The main reason we don't want to grab it now is because of the wall plants. The wall plants give us XP. Grabbing it off the ground does not give us XP, and we're going to have to wait for the spawn anyways. But after we come back, we'll go grab those, of course. Then we grab triple wall plant, pick up whatever this is, pick up whatever that is, and we should be good to go. Then we'll be back in cycle. Also got to remember to drink a luck potion here. I keep forgetting to re-up it, which is really important because these things drop really good rate. We want to get that extra rate on top of the extra rate, so we get a lot more common high rarity stuff. So hopefully we can pour another 4-star. That's actually good. 4-star weapon would be great right about this area too. Alright, let me grab the wall plant, wall plant, wall plant, pick that up. I can't queue it because it's a stack. If you end up clicking on it, it ruins your thing. Something they might need to change at some point. You can queue up single items, but stacks you can't because of the menu it brings up. But any single or one object on the ground, you can. But if there's even a second object on top of it, it won't let you queue it. This brings up a different menu that ends up breaking the queue menu. It's something they'll likely fix at some point, but gonna probably have to wait half a year. Like, obviously at some point that will work, but it's gonna be in a quality of a life update anywhere from like 2 months from now to like half a year from now, if not multiple years from now. Like, it's a matter of time before they fix it. It's just, you know, it's very low priority probably. Alright, next double knowledge is almost here. The double knowledge after this double knowledge should 100% get us to where we need to be. Oh, that's still interesting. This is for making our own 4-star equipment. And I think I have one for Hammer Mage. Yeah. Wait, do I have a 3-star on me? Ooh, I would need a better 3-star armor than this, though, I think. But if I can get a 3-star Cryonite armor piece, we can go make it into a 4-star level 19-something. It'll be like low 19-something. But I want a higher Cryonite piece than this. So basically, I need this crow to drop me literally any piece of Cryonite armor. And then that Cryonite armor... Oh, hopefully not boots. But that Cryonite armor would then become a 4-star. As long as it's not boots. It needs to be literally anything but boots. But everything else would be an upgrade. Except shield. Shield's kind of underwhelming. But everything but boots and shield, I guess. So we got like a 66% chance. If we get a 3-star Cryonite gear, that we'll be able to go immediately go and upgrade it to a 4-star. That'll be a huge upgrade. Because not only would the 3-star be better than what we're wielding now, but we'd also be able to immediately upgrade it to a 4-star at level like 1902 or 1903. So mega upgrade if we can get one of those drops. Unfortunately, it's pure luck. And since there's no armor making skill, there's nothing we could do to adjust it. However, since there's no armor making skill, we do get the benefit of keeping the full value. So when we sell them back, the handcrafted stuff, they still sell for a lot, like 1.2, 1.3. But yeah, I really badly need a 3-star Cryonite armor drop from them now. Body, helm, or leg would be the most ideal. It's glove too, technically. Because while that glove is strong, it's getting closer to being outdated. Just anything but boot. There's no boot, no shield. Shield's doing nothing for us, and boots we already got. Yeah, I just love how quickly you can get upgrades now on these things. I know it's not like super mega quick, but compared to the previous day of the game, the kind of speed that you have while using a luck potion with 50% modifier is so much. I'm not sure if it's going additive or multiplicit, but even if it's just additive and is giving 150% instead of 200%, that's still a lot of extra bonus. Like 150% higher chance of getting, you know, 2-star higher gear over just, you know, base chance. Or in the case of some, even negative chance. Like this thief, for example, that has minus 25%. Or this guy that has minus 50%. I forgot to boost potion here. I guess it's not too late. I didn't really want to do that on the before the first hit of the battle, or, you know, after you range poke them. I don't know, a little bit late's still fine. As long as they're not, like, half dead, at which point it's probably just better just use a heal potion if you need it. Though at this point, I'm not sure if we really need a heal potion. We're actually getting pretty close if we can get that armor upgrade we were just talking about. I think we're at the point where I could start AFKing them later if I wanted to. Which I guess is one nice byproduct of what we're doing on stream today. Is later tonight, I might actually be able to AFK Death Crows with, you know, with, Wealth Potion, not Wealth, the, Luck Potion plus Enrage. I might actually be able to do that off stream later tonight. And probably grab some more wall plants during it as well. Because even if we don't need wall plants for good XP, like let's say we're already, you know, like another 10, 20 forager levels from now, we still want wall plants for healing potions. As healing potions are still worth a healing potion. Even if the XP isn't like, you know, amazing. Because I believe the strongest potion you can buy right now from the shop is like a 25 or 30%. I can't remember which. But of course you can make up to 52%. And we'd be making up to 46% for half the cost of a 52. While also gaining okay alchemy XP for our level range. Oddly enough, this isn't the best potion we could be doing for XP right now. It'd be either this or the things we already have banked from Chapter 4. The Tier 5 Chronopolis potion. But now counting those two, this is the next best thing we could be doing for it right now. I actually will take this helm. Main reason I'm doing this helm change is they mostly use def damage and it's a slightly better def defense. We'll have a better helm before we're up against anything else. Most likely. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. But since this has 2 better def, that's the only stat that really matters to us right now. Since these things are almost exclusively hitting def damage. Actually, do they even do physical at all? I think they are literally exclusively def damage. 2 defense is not a lot, but you know, it adds up. Also, I believe this is a drink 11% angle. We're going to need one more double knowledge point after this. And that should, fingers crossed, get us to 15 Forager. One more double knowledge, combined with all the wall plants we grab here. If it's not, then we're just going to have to go target Forager until we get the level. But yeah, at this point, we just got to keep doing this until one more double knowledge point. And one more double should be 15 then. And then there, we could just go to all-in Forager and stop doing combat mix. Off-stream, I'll probably still be doing this some, but as far as doing it on-stream, second we hit 15 Foragers when we would end up stopping this for now. And then we can move on to, you know, Forager only. And then we're going to need to move into a little bit of alchemy there. What I'm going to double check is how many kelp we get relative to how much we need. Like, take the current amount of wall plants we have right now and figure out how many kelps we need. And then the goal would be to go then process all of those. And then we'd also have this healing pots if we want to use them for anything. If we want to take up a stronger enemy. Because 46% is pretty solid. Like, 6% more than a 40% is quite a lot. Like, every 2% is pretty minimal, but, you know, when you start stacking multiple of those 2%, it starts to add up. Which would allow us to kill enemies earlier than we otherwise would be able to. But the main thing that's coming up that's pretty noteworthy in that regard is if we want to manually fight these level 25 goblins with the really good drop rate, or if we just want a more chill carnivorous plant, because you can always backstep and then take the bigger heal. So you can basically heal without wasting any time during that fight. As long as you walk back at the right time. Because you want to walk back where you just got your hit of your hit, but it does it on a tick where they can't get theirs off. And if you do that, it's just pure healing. But it will allow getting into these two a lot earlier than we otherwise would be. Like with 46%, honestly, we could take this out at level 15 instead of 25. As long as we're using a boost potion for blue, like whatever the best one we have, combined with whatever our best healing potion would be, which would be 46%. I think we could take these 10 levels below. Especially if I get this 4-star next upgrade. Because all I need now is any 3-star Cryonite piece in any slot. Or mostly these 3 or these 4. Like any of these on these left column, basically. And then we'll have a 4-star there. And that total tankiness should already be enough for it. That combined with like whatever small upgrade we get from maybe Thief or Goblin. Though these two we're mostly skipping. Only reason I would do any Thief is because I want their XP pot. But they're really hard for us to kill in this class. And Goblin is just really dead content. I don't think we'd ever really bother with Goblin. Unless you're a Hammer Mage, I don't think you're ever killing that Goblin. Its distribution is just so bad. It gives you good XP, but it gives bad knowledge and like negative loot. So it's really bad to kill. Unless your Hammer Mage is just trying to power level to Goblin Chief. That's literally the only instance you would kill normal Goblin other than for first time bonus. Is if you're Hammer Mage. Anything that isn't Hammer Mage literally just does that for 1 kill just to get first time bonus. The only other thing you would get from killing them, I guess, is potatoes. But I feel like we're going to get enough from Forager. But if you really wanted more tier 9 potato, Goblin does give it, the Goblin Soldier. Whereas the Goblin Chief gives you the untradeable one. And by untradeable, I mean the one that you can't buy from a shop. So even in that regard, the Goblin Chief's drop table is better. Not only is it literally better by 50%, or technically 100% in a sense, since the other one has negative 50. But even the secondary drop, it has it better. As a secondary drop, you cannot buy from shops, whereas Goblin Soldier gives you a secondary drop that you can buy from shops. It's kind of expensive to buy from shops, but you could. Plus, it's already on a Forager path that's easy to do. It's not that hard to grab like 6 potato on a route if you really wanted to go for it. Like if you wanted to bank 6 potato, it is very convenient to bank 6 potato. Even 7 if you end up doubling it. Whereas you can't really do the same thing with the nettle that the Goblin Chief drops. And you can't ever get more of it in a sense that, you know, it's not buyable from a shop. Up, combat level coming in. That's the second one this stream. Which, yeah, we're getting over a combat level an hour. It's like 1.3 to 1.5 combat levels at this exact distribution. With a solid weapon and decent armor. And only using 1 boost potion at a mid-range. That's not bad at all. While still getting Forager, of course. Yeah, we gotta start doing this for wall plants going forward. Not just for the mixed XP, but because this is the only real viable way of getting healing potions ever. So we might as well utilize it while we're in this area. We could technically utilize it on tier 9 as well near the end. While we wouldn't get any XP from the wall plants, you know, you would still save the money from the wall plants, so it'd still kind of be worth it. Just while killing the Death Crows while they're at a good level range. Because let's say hypothetically we have max level Forager, which we will in the next, you know, upcoming weeks. But obviously we haven't finished out all combat in this zone. Every time that Death Crow is worth killing, I can still grab just max tier wall things and just bank them. I just wouldn't be getting XP for it. But each one we grab is effectively a 52% healing pot. Or at least half of it. We'd have to go put in the other 12 point something, but, you know, you'd easily make that from whatever you're killing. Like that kill, we just got like 15 silver. So if you ever wanted to make healing pots, we still could. As long as we still have combats left for this region, which we do. I almost wish I didn't waste that 1 point at the beginning and put it into like chapter 2 instead or something. Because in doing so, we made it so... Because you could only do 9 in the first chapter. But in me putting the first point into here, we made it so we could technically only do 8. I really should have put that into Hope Forest instead of here. Because doing combat in this area actually is better than Hope Forest from what I could tell. Oh, so I'm not using the double right now deliberately, by the way. Because if I do it now, the other one will go on the ground for later. If I do it on the last one. Whereas if I did it at any other time, we'd basically end up wasting it. Also, I gotta drink a luck potion again. I keep forgetting to re-up this. I've been really bad today about re-upping the luck. Oh no, I didn't want to attack that. Okay, well, I guess we're killing this now. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot, the new auto thing makes it so if you just click on them, you'll attack them. It's fine, though. Doesn't take that long to kill. If nothing else, the wall plant should be regrown by the time we get there. Yeah, I wish this was the room that had the other 3 wall plants. Unfortunately, it's not. There's more Death Crows of the overflow room. You know what this room would be good for, though? If you were doing pure AFK Death Crows, this might be better since it's one tile from a storage rift. Or, you know, you could do it, like, right there. So if you didn't care about the wall plant at all, that's a really good Death Crow AFK room. But we kind of do care about the wall plant, so unfortunately, we can't do that. But if you wanted to, like, mega AFK and Rage Potion that area, it would be better to do it in the other room rather than this one. Not only is this room normally more crowded, though I say that as there's, like, no one here today, but also, the other one's, like, literally on top of a storage rift. Whereas you actually have to walk a little bit to get to a storage rift from here. But it's worth it to bank the wall plants. Because obviously we're not just dropping them on the ground. If you're bothering to ever take wall plants, you definitely want to bank them all. Same as Periwinkle. Like, the reason you're taking them is not for XP. You're taking them because you actually need the resource. Because they are horrible, horrible XP. Assuming you're doing, like, just them. Like, doing just 6 wall plant or just 6 Periwinkle is really bad. Because the best you could do with Periwinkle is Periwinkle plus Eel. And the best you could do is wall plant is what I'm doing now. Where you do 3 of these, kill a thing, do 3 of these, you know, so on and so forth. And just do it at a combat range where it's worthwhile. Which we are currently in, of course. Even more so if you're a Cryo Knight and can use blue weapons. Or even if you can't, it's still worth it. Like, obviously it's more worth it for us since we're Cryo Knight, but even if you're not Cryo Knight, this would still be applicable. I know one of the people we were talking about, talking with quite a bit near the beginning of the game, though they actually have stopped for about almost a year now. But they're actually still really high. But Miles ES, I believe, ended up using the same method. And they weren't even a class that has access to a blue weapon. They were still doing exactly this. Because they're Hammer Mage, so they don't have any blue melee weapon. But they were doing, oh, where's the Iron Man one? But right there, they were doing this exact method. Of course, it's a pretty well-known one, but it's one of those, like, efficient things that anyone who's trying to, like, mega min-max would end up utilizing. But it's definitely worth the Death Crow plus wall plant combo, even if you don't have any blue weapons on your class. Because they did it with Hammer Mage and was still worth it. Obviously, it's less worth doing it on Hammer Mage compared to Cryo Knight or even Guardian. Guardian doesn't get, like, really good blue weapons, but it does have a blue melee weapon. Or obviously benefit Cryo Knight the most. So So even if your class doesn't end up necessarily working for a given strategy, it's, you know, it still works. It's just slightly slower. But there is like a different way that every single class would kind of go through their combat in each zone. Like for Chapter 1, the biggest difference with how you would go about it as a Hammer Mage is you have this double Goblin right here, which you can use to speed up your XP near the middle, and then really farm out these Goblin Chiefs. It's a little bit unfortunate that they're both on top of each other. And Guardians, the main benefit is you get to kill Thieves for XP pots. I'm not sure if they're going to drop 14%. We'll find out soon. But these are like the one thing that's really bad for me because they're immune to blue and weak to the only thing I don't have a melee weapon for. But Guardians are kind of the opposite in that regard since they have the best green weapons in the game. So they would end up farming that guy like crazy for the XP pots, something we can't really realistically do that well. And they would also go and kill, I think it's Hairpiece? I forget what the other one was. No, it's Ghouls. Oh, they got a really good spread as well. So if they were to do like really long grind, we did that for the very first set, I think. But you can do Stone plus Ghoul and grab 4 stone and kill a Ghoul, then grab 4 stone and kill a Ghoul. And do that for all of your stone pieces for the monument. And Guardians get to do that really well, since this thing is weak to green. Whereas we just hit it with normal damage. So the way that you go through it's slightly different based on, you know, the weapons that you have that are better in each class. This might change some with skill tree and if we can actually go use all class profession equipment eventually. But as it currently stands, you kind of got to try to build your path around whatever your class does better. Which of course the main 2 things our class does better is this Death Crow plus Wall Plant. We have the best rate of Death Crow Wall Plant in the game. And we also get to do Carnivorous Plant Potato pretty well. As well as just long loops that end up using Carnivorous Plant, as there's a lot of circle loops with Forager, where if you wanted to, you can get 1 Carnivorous Plant kill, and it allows the beach to respawn. Like, let's say we were doing Shell Kelp. If we had the combat level for it, which we won't at this level range, but let's say hypothetically we did, we'd be able to go and do the entire beach of all the relevant supplies, kill Carnivorous Plant, then just do it all the way back. And we do like a, you know, like a C-shape, U-shape kind of cycle. Instead of doing a full circle, we can do like a half circle, do a kill, do the half circle back the way we came in and bank. And what I mean by that is, you know, you start here, you grab your kelp, you grab everything here, you grab everything here, you get 1 plant kill, and you do all this, you grab everything here, you grab everything here, you grab everything here, storage rift, repeat. Obviously every class could do that, but Cryo Knight gets the best damage on it since it's weak to blue. Whereas Guardians, oh, we got it! We got it! To upgrade time! Upgrade time, upgrade time. Is it, oh wait, let me grab my wall plants first. This is the exact thing we've been wanting. And it's in one of the slots that's actually good. Oh, this is huge. We haven't actually handcrafted one of these on stream in a while. The 2 that I did earlier were off stream. Well, this one was a drop, but the other one I had here earlier was off stream. But yeah, let's go craft one of these. We haven't done one of these on stream in a very long time. Since most of these I was AFK keying off stream when I got them in the past. I didn't bother saving it for the time because I wanted the immediate upgrade. But yeah, this is the first time that we've gotten to do this in a... Oh yeah, I forgot. You don't do this in this chapter anymore. Where am I going? I keep forgetting. Whoops, wait. 1 second. I forgot. Actually, while I'm here, let me just storage rift, I guess. I forgot. You got to do it in chapter 3. I almost just walked to the obelisk to go upgrade. I forgot. That's not how it works anymore. Let me go to chapter 3 and go do that real quick. Deposit all, chapter 3. Hey, you do this in this room. Hey, Yusuf's here. We're about the same level now, too. He's really caught up. I could have sworn he was like thousands of levels below us at one point. No, it's basically our exact level because we haven't been playing as much the last like half a year. Oh yeah, I need the actual equipment. That might help. Quartermaster. So, even though Armor Maker doesn't exist, the gear still drops occasionally. So I can go and also, let me grab all this other junk since I'm about to go sell out. Because there's a shop right over there. I can sell that as well. Anything else we need? Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, actually, no, I do need that. Do hold on to that one. In case I don't get a better weapon for the guards, I want to go use that on it. It's not ideal, but it should be good enough if we just heal a little bit. All right, so what I want to go do now is infuse these together. So we go and put a hammer mage thing here. We go put the gloves here, and then boom, we have a 1904 helm. And it's the nicer looking one as well. They also added a new feature that you can go and modify the number to any number lower. You can't do it higher, of course. Like if I try doing this, it won't go higher because even though this is my level range, it still only does it up to what it is. But yeah, if you need a specific level, like let's say we're a lower combat level, we're only 19, yeah, you can go make it whatever you need. But of course we want to just make it the highest level it can be, which is 4. So yeah, let's go infuse it. And it should be pretty strong. She'll go and combine them all together. Should be quite an upgrade over this helm. And this will also allow us to start taking thieves a little bit earlier than we otherwise may have in our cycle. But there we go. Look at those improvements all across the board. Alright, and that will last us a while, same as our boots. Yeah, we're looking decently stacked right now, ignoring our shield that we're not using. Oh, sorry, discolored pants are looking a little weird. I should probably go recolor everything. But since we're doing so much combat lately, it doesn't really matter since we're going to keep replacing it. Well, a lot of new people, or a lot of people in here from the update today. Nice, get that 1 gold from the past 4-star. And there we go. Alright. Anyways, while we're here, there was an update today that made them add a bunch of things. Should I go one-time bonus all of them? The problem is, most of them I don't have banked. Am I going to go on a whole adventure right now just to go grab one of every single resource so we can get the first-time bonus for it? Luckily, I already did this for these, so thank you. Wow, okay, good thing I did the beans earlier. That's one less I'll have to do now. Let me grab one of every bean. But I'm going to need to do this for every other resource in Chapter 3. So I guess we might be going on a little bit of adventure right now since I need the knowledge point into Forager anyways, since we're in a weird in-between. But yeah, we're going to go on an adventure where we do the one-time bonus of everything they just added today. Because there's now a one-time production bonus for every single ore that you make into a bar and into a bone and, you know, all those things. So, yeah, let's start doing them. Luckily, these were already banked earlier. Good thing I kept them. I just kept them as placeholders, but, yeah, I guess it worked out since we also got to utilize them for, the first-time bonuses today. Unfortunately, I won't have the placeholders anymore, but that's fine. It saves us so much time of having to grab them right now. But I am going to have to grab it for every other node. So notice we got a first-time bonus. That wasn't a thing before. But now you get a first-time bonus for the first time you process any specific thing. When it comes to the bars and all the ores and, you know, everything else. Like all the bars, all the etched stone, all of the dunked bones. You now get a first-time bonus for. And I guess we'll take a little bit of distraction, since this is technically an update today, to go and do all these real quick. The main reason I want to do this is I need more knowledge points anyways. So even though this doesn't look like we're training Forager, we technically are. As soon as that thing's at like 200% meter, we'll probably just go back there real quick and just grab our 11% while grabbing some node. Use both of those 2 knowledge points on the Forager, and then boom, we're good to go. But yeah, let's go do it with a one-time bonus for everything here. Obviously, it's not great XP, but this is just to get out of the way so we don't have to worry about it later. And it's technically new content today. Obviously, it's old content, but now there's the cards for it. They just love to keep adding cards that we need to go do. Like every single week, it's like, oh, here's more completionist things you need to go do, even though you might have already done them in the past. Because all these we've already done. It's just the update hit today, so anything done prior to today doesn't count towards it. Alright, one more to go, and that's 1 ore done. And then I guess I'll just start going around, grabbing one of every single node, as I know for sure I do not have 1 spare of every other node in the game. The only reason I have this one is because I was collecting it when we were trying it, since it was a new resource. But every other resource in the game, I 100% do not have 1 of each just laying around. Oh, I can't even do this tier 7 yet. What? Alright. I don't have the smithing level for that one. We'll do it later. Got the mining level for it, but not the smithing. Alright, so, yeah, let's go do this for every resource in the chapter. I don't need to go to the east because we already did the Durabine. But let's go do every other node in the game. Unfortunately, since we need so many, I'm going to have to, like, 2-tier some of them. Though I should already have tier 7 of this one, but I don't know, I'll grab it just in case. No, I can't even... No, yes, I can. Well, I should already have it banked, but I'll still grab one just in case. Shouldn't take that long to go get a spare. So we'll double the one that's useful. But now it's going to be a little awkward because I got to pass milestone every single one of these. Pass milestone you to 6. Pass milestone you to 7. I mean to 5. Wrong direction. Oh yeah, I need to get tier 0 too, so I actually would need a second cycle anyways. So never mind, it doesn't matter. Because I forgot tier 0 is also one we would have to do. Alright, tier 3. I keep forgetting to count tier 0. Like, sometimes I just keep counting, you know, from 1 to whatever the number is. I keep forgetting that most resources, not all, but most have a tier 0 version. Alright, so here we grab tier 1. And then tier 0. And I was just going to do this for every resource. We'll do it for iron next. Then we'll bank everything. One nice thing about iron, though, is it spawns 10, so we'll be able to get this all in one go. Alright, there's all the Adithro. Actually, I'm not even going to bother those two. The 8 in this room should be enough. Alright, let me grab it at tier 7. Tier 6. Oh, did they make it so it automatically goes to your highest milestone? That's a change that they just made, I think, the other day. I didn't even notice that in the patch notes. But it seems like it goes to whatever your highest milestone is. It's not before where you had to like keep downgrading them. It will auto go to whatever your highest is. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, grab that, grab that, grab that. Literally exact number, perfect. Grab that, and a tier 0. Alright, that's another 2 down. Now we can go do granite plus basalt. And then we should probably teleport over to the other side. Though there's one in between that we might need to go, so maybe I'll just go walk over there. There's currently not a good way to teleport there. Even though there's a good bank there, there's still not a good way to teleport there, unfortunately. But let's go do these 2. Then I'll probably do the 2 that are in between. Alright, tier 7. Pretty sure I already have a billion of these, but just in case, grab tier 7. Grab tier 6. Tier 5. And then we'll need to come back to grab another 3, and then we'll go do all the basalts in the north, then come all the way south to, whatever the other thing was called. Actually, no, it's probably just better to teleport. I forgot, there's no, like, bridge or anything to get across there. So we're actually not closer to it right now compared to a teleport. So after basalt, we probably just tele over. And we grab all this, then we come back over here. And grab these 2 when they respawn at level 1 and 0. Level 1. And then 0. Alright. And now we just go do the same thing for basalt. And then we bank. And then we tele. So we'll do this at the highest tier and double it. Yeah, it looks like it auto goes to your next resource. Oh, that's so nice. They did this either yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure which. But it seems like all resources go to the highest one that you can currently do. It doesn't just make all of them go to the same. I think they changed this on Monday, I'm pretty sure. I just really haven't noticed it because I was already doing stuff that I could do. Because all the things I was doing yesterday were already stuff that wouldn't be like that. But yeah, I think they did this with yesterday's update, not today's update. Something was mentioned in the patch notes and I kind of overlooked it, but I didn't realize that specifically is what they meant. So basically, whenever you go to a node now, as of yesterday, it'll always be the highest tier you can currently do. So if you are at like tier 8 for something, like right now, but the best you could do is tier 7, it'll default to tier 7. You don't have to like manually switch it like before. That's really nice. Alright, now we need to go bank all these and then tele. Or I might just use the bank that's over there, honestly. So we got to go to southwest, as that north one is still too far away. That's still the only bad thing with this catapult or whatever it's called. Whatever this one, Carbonice. This one is still really annoying to get to. While they have fixed the banking situation, the walking there situation, still not ideal. I believe it's the furthest ore in the game, or even stone or ore in the game, as far as walk distance to get to it. Once we're there, there's like a storage rift that's like 0 time over to the east room. So it's not that bad. It's just getting there is still kind of a long walk. Before you had to do this for like every banking cycle. This is what banking Cabernet was before. Luckily there's a storage rift very close now. Alright, let me go bank these just so we don't over encumber. Then we'll bank again so we can grab the other thing. So store away all this junk. And then we just grab everything we need. Luckily there's a lot of spawns of them. So we'll grab that, downgrade it 1. I'll grab the rest from the other room. There's 2 on the sides too, but we shouldn't need them. What tier are we on? 5. Need to go down to 4. Go down to 3. Luckily, you normally wouldn't need to be doing this, like constantly downgrading like this. The only reason we're doing this is they had a billion one-time bonuses for all this today. So for completionist sake, we do gotta go touch them all. And since we need some knowledge points right now for Forager, it works out perfectly. Since our Forager method doesn't become good again until 1 more Forager level. So we're not really at any disadvantage doing something else at the moment. And if we still need some XP after, we'll just do wall plant. And just wall plant the rest like we were earlier. Alright, next, we should have Flatinium plus Granite. And then we'll bank at the Granite Bank. And then we'll go double the granite. I'm not going to bother doing the flatinium double here. Though this material is really good. This is currently the most annoying one to bank. Now with all the banking changes that has happened to all the ores. So it's the most annoying ore to bank, but it gives you the best cryonite gear. And what makes our really big blue sword. So it's really good for cryonites to mine this stuff. So we can get, like, you know, this sword made, the broadsword. Oh yeah, don't you just use granite now? I almost forgot about that. They made the two-handed weapon for Hammer Mage a lot easier to make. Because it doesn't use Death Stone anymore. I think it uses granite now. Since Death Stone's only for the shield. Alright, we need tier 6. Tier 5. And after this, I think we only have 2 left. The green ore and, because we already did the beans. We just have the green ore and, green ore plus, Deathstone. So I am going to have to buy some dynamite. And if we're missing any bones, I'm just going to buy from the bone shop. I'll check my storage rift and just buy a bunch of the low tier bones. There's no point in going to collect them all from Forager. It would just take too long. And give, like, no XP. Which I guess technically we could have been doing this for all these as well, but oh well. Now that I'm thinking about this, I could have just done that from the shops too. Oh yeah, I could have just stayed over there too. I forgot. This spawn is connected to those spawns. Oh, well, I'll use the other bank near the ore of the other area. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's not another rock over there. Grab 0. Yeah, we could have done that way better, but oh well. We'll go down here instead of taking the teleport. As we should only need 7 here anyways. So I guess I might double 1. Gotta resist the temptation. Because otherwise we have exact inventory for this. Grab tier 7, don't double it. Don't double any of them. Take tier 6, and it should be exact inventory, and then we just bank right there. And there should be exactly... Oh no, there's 8 in here. Not 7. Wait, is it? I forget. No, it's 8. It's 8. It's the Cabernice that's the 7 spawn. This is an 8 room, but it's divided weirdly, where it's like 2, 6, 2. It's still 8 in one room. Alright, perfect inventory. Planned. That's one thing that's really good about our level range for this. Wait, never mind, not exact inventory. I forgot about 0. No, not... Wait, hold up. No! I forgot 0. Oh, whoops. Okay, now let's go to the Deathstone. Deathstone's gonna be a little bit awkward just because I need to buy dynamite for whatever we still need. So let me grab 1 of every dynamite we have and then buy 1 of every dynamite we don't have. Tier 7 should be the highest we could do, though I should already have that banked. So let's grab everything we do have and then buy everything we don't. So I have 5, 6, and 7. 8's not needed at the moment. Oh yeah, didn't they lower all these stacks? No! All of my dynamite! It's gone! Anyways, let's see. From that rebalance they did today. So what do I have again? It was 5, 6, and 7. So I need everything below. So I need 1 of you, 1 of you, 1 of you, and I still wanted 1 of you. Alright, that should be everything we need. And then we go grab over Deathstone here. And that should be every resource. The only thing we need to go do then is go to Bone Bank and check. So I guess we'll do bones first, and then we'll go do every other category. Oh! I do gotta get all the shark bones, though. Let me go get 1 of each shark bone, because you can't buy that from the shop. Same as how we can't buy this Deathstone from the shop. That's one of the main reasons I'm even doing all this. But there were a couple of resources that we actually can't buy from a shop that we do have to gather ourselves. This being one of them. Okay, so we'll start with tier 7. Should already have tier 7, but we'll still drop one here. Then pass action this to 6, though I think I have to wait until that explodes before I can touch it. Pass action 6. And then pass action 5 and just keep working our way down. Really wish you could set multiple dynamites at once. The fact you can't set all 3 is kind of annoying. Especially since this system is somewhat copied from old school RuneScape. Yeah, the only thing they didn't copy is the fact that you set multiple at the same time. Like otherwise, the only 2 things they didn't copy, one is just good, one is bad. The thing that's bad that they didn't copy is the fact that you can't set 3 at a time. But the thing that's good that they didn't copy is you actually get a good resource from this. Whereas in old school RuneScape, you get nothing. Like, there's literally 0 unique drops from blast mining. Like, it's good XP and it's good profit and everything, but you don't get any unique ore or anything. Like, nothing you get is a unique drop at all. Whereas this is actually worth it for the fact that you're getting, you know, the only way to get Deathstone since you can't buy it from a shop. So there's actually a reason to do it. I don't think this thing has tier 0, so tier 1 would be the lowest tier. Alright, and then we just grab everything off the ground. And we should be good to go. Also, interesting, Deathstone spawns with the old system. They don't all respawn at the same time. That's really weird. They're using the old respawn system rather than the new one. Alright, that should be pretty much everything. All I gotta do now is grab the bones. So let me go to Hopeport. So I can grab one of each shark bone. Of which we should have several already. I think we have it up to tier 4. I might still grab a tier 4 just in case. So I should have up to tier 4 plus up to my level range. The only one I won't be able to do right now is tier 7 and 8, but we'll grab those naturally later down the line. As I don't have the forger to grab them yet. As tier 6 is the highest one we could forge from this one right here. And I should have 4 to 5 already banked, so I just need 0 to 4 or 1 to 4 because I don't think tier 0 exists for this resource. And while we're here, since we do need Forager XP, let's go do a little bit of a... Well, let's grab a couple nodes while we're here. We'll grab some nettle. Yeah, let me go grab double shark at the level range that we're at right now and get the first time bonus. And I'll grab every other shark draw we need. Unless I grabbed these in the past, but we'll grab them now just in case we didn't. So let's go to tier 0, which should be tier 1. Yep, just double checking. And then we'll just work up every tier. I'll still get one of each, I guess, just in case. I'm pretty sure I already have tier 4 and 5 from our Forge or Endeavors earlier. But since we're already here, just so we don't have to come back, I will grab one of each. Some of those I might even want to get more than one of for the other first time bonuses of making the shields, but that's a later issue. For now, we're just worrying about processing each one. Alright, that should be everything. I don't know, should I get some spears? I feel like I should get some spears of tier 3 and everything. I feel like I did this in the past already, though. I could have sworn I already banked a couple of each of them, knowing that I would need some. Let me grab a couple more tier 2s and 1s just in case, I guess. I'm pretty sure I already grabbed some in the past for this exact reason. Because I was like, oh, I'm going to need the first time bonus on all the shields. Let me go grab 9 of each. I'm pretty sure we did that already, but just in case. Let me grab like another tier 2, a couple 2 here, and a couple of 1s here. And that combined with what we already did in the past should be good to go. Alright, and then throw that into this. Alright, one other thing I want to go do while we're in this area. Since we're about to go dump a double knowledge, I want to go and wide farm this area. Since we're already here. And just do like one gameplay loop circle. Grab a bunch of bones or whatever we're grabbing right here. And use the 11% while we're in the chapter. Because I don't want to waste the 11% bonus of, you know, Hopeport. So since we're here already, before we go dunk all these bones and dunk all the ores and dunk all the, you know, everything. Let me go and do one single loop at 11% right here. And just do a nice little circle over here, get a few more bones and go from there. Alright, I might need to go upgrade the resource, but that's fine when we get there. Also, hopefully this brings us to 15. Not sure if it does. I'll have to find out. But hopefully it's 15. So we're just going to make a quick circle. Grab the bones, I guess, at our current level ranges to get better XP. And by that, I mean the shark one that we downgraded there. Alright, we got another knowledge point ready to go. It's going to be a little bit short of 15, but we'll find the rest of the XP later. Alright, let's finish the circle, grab this one. I believe we skipped that one bone over there, I'm pretty sure. With the set that we're doing right now. I do got to remember to upgrade it, though. Alright, we'll ignore that bone. Then I think we grab everything here except the 2 corner ones, and we grab the 3 from the other room. And I think that's full inventory, I don't remember. If not, it's not that big a deal. I'm just trying to use up the 11% pot while we're here. Alright, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that. I think that's everything because the other 2 are too far away. Then we grab the 3 from the other room, grab the bone spike, and we should be good to go. I think the only reason it's not going to be full inventory is there's another bone spike you grab in that room that we're not going to be cycling right now. That otherwise would fill up more inventory. And then we get 3 from there. Yeah, it still feels like I'm missing a node that I should have grabbed somewheres. There's 3 from there, we'll move it there. Oh, I think it's because you double would end up filling it up. That and the fact that we skipped the first bone spike since we didn't bother grabbing it on cycle. And then we'll double this, grab 2 bone spikes, bank, and head back to chapter 2, and we should have all the bones. And whatever we don't have banked, I'm just going to buy 1 of each. Because when it comes to bone spike and everything else, I'm not going to bother grabbing 1 of all those right now. There's no point. I always bank what we have. And let's go teleport over, and yeah, let's go do all the 1 times. There's everything, right? Did I forget something? I don't feel like I forgot something. Let's go to Mine Southwest, let's go do all the stone, let's go do all the smithing, and then go do all of the bone. And then go do all the other smithing, because I need the other smithing location. Let's do all the stone first, since we're already here. We'll do half the smithing, then do all the bone, then go do all the smithing on the other end. Alright, first things first. I would like 1 of everything, please. This should have been all the stuff that we just grabbed earlier. Yep, give me 1 of each of these. 1 of those, 1 of these, 1 of that thing. 1 of those. Sure, 2 of these, why not? Give me 2 of those. Give me 2 of those. And give me, sure, all of them. Alright, let's go process this real quick. Unfortunately, it does use 1 gas every time. Even if we're only doing 1. It will always use 1 full gas every time you cycle it. Even if you're only putting 1 in there. That's fine. But let's do however many we have of them. And it should give us a first time bonus each time. And then we just do this for every other resource we have. Then we do the same thing for half the ores. Then we'll go do the same thing for every bone. And then we'll do the same thing for the other half of the ore. That has to be done in the goblin location. Or the dwarf location, I mean. Whatever the top right is called. This one's the goblin location. Or the one north of us. The one in top east is the dwarf, or whatever it's called. I forget if it has a specific name. I just call it bottom and top locations. Bottom is where you do iron, the new bean, and aditherol. Not aditherol, whatever the other one's called. The blue one. The, why do I forget what the blue one's called? The Flatniums. And then the other location is where you do the aditherol and Cabernet, and that's it. So they're going to add a 3rd one there eventually. So I use the goblin one a lot more often than now. Since there's now 3 instead of 2-2. It's now 3-2. Not to mention, I guess it depends where to put smithing bounties. I'm not sure if we currently know where smithing bounties are going to be. Stonemason bounties, I'm pretty sure we're already confirmed to be in, you know, the stonemasonry room. I'm not sure if we've gotten confirmation what room the smithing bounties are in. If it's going to be on goblin side or dwarf side. Because if it's on goblin side, you're going to use dwarf side so little. But I'm not sure if they've confirmed what room smithing bounties are in when they're coming out in like 3 weeks from now. Oh, so hello, Jets. Welcome, welcome. As well as everyone else lurking around. Hope you've been having a wonderful week. Alright, 2 more times, and that'll be all the first time bonuses on these. Then we'll go do the last few stones we gotta still go do. And then after those stones, we do half the smithing, all the bones. And then the rest of smithing, and then we go back to chapter 1, and hopefully by then we have enough knowledge points to have forager level. And if we don't, then, you know, it's not going to take that long. We're like 1/5 of level away, not even. Oh yeah, I don't even have the level to process this yet. So we'll put all these away. Alright, next. What's next on our thing here? So, 1 completed. Alright, next. Let's go do all the basalts up to tier... I can't do the final tier, so I can do it up to tier 6. Yeah, we can do every single one up to 6. So let me grab everything here that is 7 or 6 or below. Any number lower than 7. So we grab you, we grab you, we grab you, we grab 2 of you. We grab you, grab you, grab 5 of you. Oh no, I can't do tier 7 yet. And then that's everything. What if so low of tier 7? Was that like a new one or something? I feel like I should have way more than 5 tier 7. Especially since we just grabbed 2 during this cycle. There had to have been like a new version of it or something. There's just no way we could have consumed it. Even in the previous format, we wouldn't have, you know, had them. So it must be a new one or something. We have a really big hole there. Like, once I can start using basalt stuff, it's not worth me mining it. But I also have 0 banked, which is going to be such a dead hole in stonemason. Hopefully the stonemason bounties come in and help us. Or this sculpting thing. Because, yeah, I'm going to have a really dead area through tier 7 stonemason. It seems like a lot of my supplies get converted into 8. Not all of them, but a couple of them. Yeah, it's going to be kind of rough. There's a really big level range on our way to Milestone 8 that we just don't have that many supplies for, given that our mining levels out-leveled it, but some of the supplies didn't convert accordingly. Same issue we kind of have with smithing as well. Like, tier 7 to 8 of both smithing and stonemason is going to be harder than 8 to 9. Not because it's actually harder, but because of the supplies I have left in my mining level currently. But the next milestone for both is going to be really rough. To the point where when I'm starting to do like AFK combat a little bit more often, once we finish the forager grind, a lot of that XP is going into smithing and blacksmith. The only good thing though is both of them are getting bounties soon. And those are pretty much like the notoriously like hardest 2 to get up. As far as like any skill in the game. So hopefully those bounties in the next upcoming month will help them a lot. There's fishing bounties next Monday, then 2 Mondays, or 3 weeks from now is smithing bounties, and then 5 weeks from then is stonemason bounties. So hopefully that'll be what we need to go and push them up. Even if we have to buy some supplies from the shop, we have the money. We got a little money to spend if we wanted to. Not like too crazy, but you know, if we had to spend like 10, 20, 30 something gold, it is not really going to dent the stacks that much. What are we doing now? Deathstone? Pretty sure this is Deathstone angle of all the Deathstone we just got right now. We should be able to do up to tier 6. Once again, not be able to do tier 7. But everything else here should be doable. So I have really low remaining amount of Deathstone. Some of them I already have processed though, which is nice. But yeah, you can tell right here, 5 and 7 seem to be those 2 that were like kind of newly added. Or particularly 5. Like, notice how I have no 5s banked? Is because they didn't exist in the previous format of the game. That's why there's no 5s down here. Because I was keeping some amount of every single one of them. But then there's a gap because we don't have any 5 other than the 2 we're about to go make. Because that's a new resource that got added technically. With the update they made with milestones. So if we ever need them for whatever reason, for a shield upgrade later. Yeah, I'm kind of out of luck. Because you have to go and gather them, and it'd be really inefficient to go gather them. So hopefully I don't need a shield upgrade around that level. Worst comes to worst, you could always use a higher tier one and just downgrade it. That's one thing they did several months ago, like 3-4 months ago, one of the changes they made. Where you can downgrade when you infuse something. So we're probably just going to have to do that. Just grab whatever a high Deathstone is, use it for levelage, but then downgrade it into whatever we're actually making and just have the Stonemason one be really high. Just so the other 2 don't have to be that high. Which is realistically what we'll do. There's just no point in going to get... Actually, there's no point in us going out of our way for tier 5 Deathstone. The only exception to that is if you were actually a hammer mage using the 2 and 3 star equipment from a shield like that. So a hammer mage might still need to go back for it at a certain level range, but yeah, we shouldn't need to bother. We just use the highest tier and then use that to upgrade it. And then just downgrade when we infuse it. Which is a really nice quality of life from a couple months ago. There's one really small patch, but it's really good for making 4-star equipment. Since you have a lot more customization as to what level you make it at. As you can use stuff that's actually good EXP rate, but then just downgrade it. The only exception to this is 2 and 3-star stuff. Or I guess technically 1, but you wouldn't bother making only a 1-star. But 2 and 3-star stuff, if you're making it for your class, you still have to make it at your level range. Because you can't infuse it to a lower level like you can with everything else. Like 3 stars. So if you're just making like a basic quick weapon, you would still need to, or quick armor in that case, if you were doing armor later down the line. If you're doing it specifically for your class at tier 2 or so, you would need to still do it at that level range. As long as you're doing tier 3, you could always downgrade it. Ironically. Even though you're upgrading in rarity, you're downgrading it in level so you can actually use it. While still getting good XP for whatever you're doing. Alright, that's all of the Death Stone. I think we have 2 stones left, granite and whatever the other one was that we haven't done yet. I think it's flint. So we should have flint and granite, and that should be every stone. These 2 are just AFK stuff, so we don't need to do those. Alright, flint. All the way to tier 6. Actually, can I use tier 7? I should be able to do tier 7. Yeah, this is the only one I can do tier 7 on. As we're right at the point where we can do flint. Which means if I want stonemason XP right now, I should go get flint. Even though it's not the best thing I could be doing for mining, not even close. But from a banking smithing XP perspective, I mean stonemason, especially if we with those bounties that are coming soon, might want to stock up on a little amount of flint there. 50 is not going to cover it. Oh, no, do I have more bank down here? Oh, I have 1,000. Oh, huge, 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 huge. We have a big gap in 5 and 6 because of the update. But we have 1,071 tier 7. Ooh, that's a lot. Oh, so I'm only going to grab 5 here. I don't want to like do a billion of them. I mean 6, I mean. Otherwise we'd have to do it a whole another 2 times. I'm just mostly here for first time bonus, not to get stonemason XP. We'll save those other ones for later. Who knows, maybe there's a task to go and actually make them as well. I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's only finalized tools is the only thing you have to do bounties for. I highly doubt they're going to do a bounty that says, like, go etch, like, 10 flint tier 7 or something. I don't think that's going to be a bounty for smithing or for stonemason. Based on how they're set up, it seems like all stonemason bounties are bring piece of equipment to a certain location. And most smithing bounties are the same, but they also have some kind of minigame thing you got to do if you want to take them on. But both of them are both most primarily just make certain thing, bring it to certain area, get reward, repeat. Almost like cooking bounties, but you're doing it with stone and smithing stuff in a sense. Though it does seem like the smithing bounties might get turned into the same location. Whereas stonemason seems like it has multiple different locations you'd have to turn it into. Whereas smithing might always be turned into the same location, potentially. That's just going to be a bunch of kobolds all over the place. But there hasn't really been signs that that would be the case. There's been signs that there's going to be like a billion stone eaters all over the place throughout the map that you have to go deliver to for stonemason. But the same signs aren't really for smithing. It seems like you just bring them to the kobold arena every time. Wherever that is. Also, I really hope they're not 1 hour long bounties. That's one thing I'm slightly concerned on now that they're starting to add more bounties. If there's going to be starting to be like almost like an hourly system in the game. Because I know RuneScape 3 got really, really bad for that. Where you start having like hourlies, dailies, weeklies, monthlies, seasonalies, or whatever else you'd even call it. I hope Brighter Shores doesn't go that heavy into it. It's fine to have like a few here and there. But I'm really hoping they don't go too crazy with it. There's just like a whole checklist of things you got to do every hour, then every day, then every week, then every month. That's just a little overkill. Especially if they're like best in slot XP and or resources for something. Where you're basically forced to have to do them rather than it's like, oh, just like a occasional thing that's here if you want it. I think the only thing we have left now is granite. And then that should be all stone completed. I can only do up to tier 6, but we'll do the other one later. Once again, we have a big gap here, unfortunately. We have a lot of tier 4, but nothing really above it at all. It's such a weird distribution. Alright, let me grab one of you. Grab one of you, and then stone is completed. After we go process all these. Granite. One of these, 6 of these, since we have so many for some reason. 2 of these. 2 of these, and I can't do tier 7 yet. And after this inventory is done, that is 1 out of 3 completed. And then we'll go do half of smithing, all of bone right. Though I do need to go figure out what I need to go grab. I'll probably figure it out all at once so we don't have to go to the shop multiple times. I just want to get one big buy trip in and we should be good. Obviously all the bones for the shark draw we should have because they're not buyable at a shop, so I made sure to get them preemptively. But everything else, we're going to have a lot of holes in them as far as what bones we're missing. Alright, 4 more to go. And then smithing, I should only have 2 to do because we already did all the beans. So I should only have to do iron plus, I keep forgetting what the blue one is called. The platiniums. So we should only have to do iron plus platinum here. Then we're going to have to do like 1 billion bones at bone. And then the final thing we do at the other furnace should be pretty quick since we should also only need to add a throw plus cabernet. I just realized they visually changed what these things look like. They keep like upgrading as we go. I've been kind of noticing that as we go through these. Not only did they visually change it, but they're making it so like progresses more as you're changing them. Like, they have a lot more visual distinctness compared to before. As you like keep moving up. As well as just the difference between each like tier of them. That was, I believe, added during the Milestones update. I haven't really been messing with this kind of stuff much, so I haven't really noticed. Hey, look at how much smoother that one is. Like, so much less gritty than the previous tier. Alright, we're good to go. Alright, 1 out of 3 completed. We got all the supplies banked, so it's a matter of just grabbing them all real quick. Alright, next. Let's go do all of iron and then all of platinum. If I'm not mistaken, I think I still have a bit of an iron stack that I didn't do at tier 6 or 7 or 8, whatever it's at. Well, I guess I'll do these first since they're right at the top. Oh wait, never mind, this isn't the right area. This is also not the right area. Durabine we already did. Okay, here's the platinum. Okay, so we'll do platinum then iron. Grab you. Looks like we mostly have 1 of each. But if we do have more, we'll process it since we got to go through the whole thing anyways. It's not that much longer to put 1 extra one in there. And tier 7, I don't think I could do at the moment. No, that's smithing level. Alright, so let's do all these real quick. Then we gotta go do iron. And then I gotta go buy all the bones. That's the only thing we don't have banked at the moment. Just for our sanity, I might just buy 1 of every bone, even if we think we already have it. I should have every tier 4, 5, and... Oh, no, not 6, no. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy 1 of each. Just for my sanity. Even though I'm pretty sure we already have 4 and 5. Like, we're gonna waste, like, 50 silver at most. Maybe 100 silver. Just for convenience, this could be way better to do it that way. So yeah, I'll buy 1 of every bone. Even if we know 100% we already have, like, the tier 5 of every bone, for example. But just to make sure. Also, the other reason I need to do it is my bone rate level. My bone rate level is too high for me to even collect some of them for. Obviously, we'll be able to with our forger grind that we're doing over the next few weeks. But it doesn't help us now. So for all tier 7 bones and all tier 8 bones, I gotta buy them anyways. Other than shark draw, which is not buyable, unfortunately. But that's a hole we'll just fix later. It's not that big a deal. Alright, 2 more to go. Then we just got iron. But yeah, at some point we'll collect every card in the game. We're getting there slowly. And with all the gold refunds they've been doing lately, it's honestly almost getting viable to buy all capes. Like, buying all capes is actually a realistic thing we could probably do. I might even buy every cape up to the point that we're at soon. Because we actually get a really cool combat cape soon. And next milestone, we get the golden... or is this the full golden? No, the full golden isn't until a little bit higher. But we get the full golden at 242 more levels. Which isn't that far away. Given that one of my next goals is Ave Keen combat. Like, don't get me wrong, 242 levels is a while. But it is our next grind after Forger. Is to start pushing combat up a little. Mostly through AFK methods. But also because I need it for supplies. Because one of the reasons I'm doing that is I need alchemy supplies for 500 alchemy. And I want to go get it from Mines of Batubin. And tier 7, can we process 7 yet? No. But we got a lot of stuff when we can, though. Because this, I'm pretty sure, was mined. This was the stack I was referring to before the update. Notice how I have like 1,625 of these? It's that 5-6 gap that's on every resource because they end up adding them. So I have like no tier 5s, no tier 6s. Because they didn't exist in the previous system. Which is why there's such a big gap between 4 and 7. Because before there was only like 6 of them. This one, or 7 of them. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then the final tier. But now there's 2 tiers in between here and 1 extra tier over here. So there's like 3 extra tiers that weren't here before. 2 right between here, and one of them I believe between like 8 and 9 or something. Somewhere around there. That weren't there in the previous format. Which is how we have tier 7 bars, even though we can't smith tier 7 bars. Alright, 2 more times, and then we move on to the bones. And hopefully I can fit them all in one inventory. I might have to make 2 banking trips real quick. That or we could just deliberately skip tier 4 and 5. There's no way I don't have all of them. Like, I definitely grabbed all of them when we were doing it earlier, right? I think so. Because what forager level did we start at? We started a little bit past that, but we grabbed them. Those goat horns. Did I ever bother banking the goat horn? Oh, no, I was going to grab them all. I know, we have, like, near infinite money. I think we could afford to waste, like, a couple 100 silver. The only problem is I also have to bank an extra time if I do it, is my main issue. Oh, no, it doesn't take that long. It took us, like, 1 extra minute. Alright, there we go. That's everything we could do here. I already did the beans earlier. Alright, next, let's buy every last bone we need. We already collected all of the other bone, the one that isn't in the shop. But for the rest of them, it is just quicker to go buy them real quick. And there's like a shop right over there that we can go deposit them all in. If we really wanted to be inefficient, we could even go grab the double iron ore. Probably not going to bother since we're just focusing on the bones right now, though. There's also some gameplay loops that you could do with iron and wide farming here, where you actually just buy some bones as well and slowly get them up. Alright, so I think I'm just going to go through each tier and buy one of each. It's going to be a little pricey, but yeah, we're doing it. So I bought tier 1, actually, what's the easiest way to check this? Yeah, do it by the tier. Tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, even though we already have it banked. Tier 6, tier 7, and we'll just keep doing this for each one. Tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 6, right? 6, and 7, and then I'll do it on goat, and then I'll just do ram last, because I don't think I have enough inventory to do one more set. And then we do, goat, tier 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, is it gonna be a problem? There's an extra tier I can't do right now. 6, 7. Alright, there's one issue here. I can't do 8, but I can just remember on our last set I need to go get a tier 8 goat horn. Let's go one time all these. And then we'll buy the rest that we need and do the sharks with them as well. Gosh, there's so many things. Normally you don't ever say that many different things when you open a menu like that. Because when would you ever be doing this different ones? Because obviously when you're normally doing this, you'd be doing 24 the same. So normally when you bring up this menu, it doesn't have like a billion things here. Luckily, we don't need to go bank any at all. That's one nice thing about buying it from the shop. We don't actually have to engage that interface there than to go get our shark jaws in a bit. All we gotta do is just make sure we do all these once. Which should be pretty easy to tell because it'll say if it's boiled or not. So it's kind of hard to miss one. I could be clicking in any order we want and it'd still be impossible to really miss it. Like I could just click one in the middle of nowhere and it wouldn't really matter. Because, it's going to tell us if it's been brewed or not. So we basically just keep doing this until it doesn't let me do anything anymore. And then we'll know for sure that we've hit the end. Regardless of which one we end up clicking. And after this, I got to remember to buy tier 8 goat. All of whatever the last one is. And then get the rest of the shark draws from the bank. This doesn't mean there's 2 shark draws we won't be able to use, but obviously Forager we'll get it later. Because I can currently process tier 7 and tier 8, but since they're not buyable from a shop, we need quite a bit higher Forager level, but we'll get that in the upcoming weeks. Obviously not in a rush to get this down. I just figured since it came out today, might as well do it today. Just so we don't have as much to do later. But there will still be a few gaps that we haven't done throughout it all. Mostly this one. We'll have access to it in like a week or 2. Probably closer to 2. Well, honestly, leveling hasn't been feeling that much slower yet. Maybe at tier 7, 8, and 9 it'll feel a little slower. But tier 6 honestly has not felt much slower than any other tier. The only thing that's made it feel slow is, you know, everything I had to do with the dentist earlier. That because of the last few days we haven't really been able to grind. But if we were able to grind like the same amount of time, I feel like it wouldn't be that much slower. I guess we'll find out for real like the next few days because we're actually going to be power grinding. Because other than today, the next 4 days leading up to, you know, Monday. Mondays are still going to be shorter streams. But every other day going forward should still be, you know, like the normal, like several hour, however long we go for. Basically until hungry. Though I do have to say I'm pretty hungry, but that's mostly because of the, I couldn't eat all of yesterday. And living off of water. But our main goal for today is still the same one that we established earlier. My main goal for today, even though none of this probably looks like we've been doing that, though I assure you almost everything has been leading to this stream. But we are trying to make Hope Port 11%, because I'm basically running out. I have 16 left. And I'll run out tomorrow if I don't make more by today, or sometime tomorrow. So we gotta go make them today then. Otherwise we're gonna run out midway through the stream tomorrow. So our main goal today is basically to get to strong Hope Port 11% there. And we got a bunch of the healing supplies from the wall. As soon as we get level 15 Forager, I'll be able to go get Kelp plus Shell. The Shell I don't need, but it's really good XP. But the Kelp that we haven't actually banked any yet. Get like a couple hundred of those. Get like at least to level 20 Forager probably from that. And then use all those supplies to go boost up Alchemy to 2.5 more levels. Might even put some knowledge into it after that. Because I believe all my knowledge points for the rest of the stream after we get 15 Forager is going on Alchemy. I normally wouldn't do this during this grind, but I do have to do it today just to make sure we can regain 11% Hope Port potions. And then from there, we're good to go. And then we can just go all in on Forager again with an infinite supply of 11%. Because whatever I don't make on stream today, we'll just make off stream. And that should be hundreds of 11%, which if we only use them for doing knowledge points, like double knowledge points, a couple hundred of them should last forever. Like for this entire grind, if we're only using them for double knowledge. So by the end of today, with how many we gather from everything, we should have infinite of them. I just gotta buy the periwinkle, but they're only like 6 silver each. 6 silver each for infinite 11% is pretty reasonable. Given that something like a 6% costs like what, over 6 silver or something? Somewhere around there. Plus we'll obviously be getting alchemy XP for it as well. Not the best we could be doing at this level range, even though it's our highest potion, but it's still pretty good. Like, it's definitely not bad XP. And we can make like 200 something of them an hour. which means 2 hours of them and you're already capped out, basically, for, like, forever. Assuming we're only using them on double knowledge points, which I'm pretty sure is the way that we would still proceed to keep using them. I am eventually going to run out of 8% and other similar low ones. I'm probably going to have to switch to 5% after that. I always feel it's like a waste to drink a 5%. But, yeah, we're going to have to use 5% near the end of the grind, which is kind of unfortunate. Because we will run out of everything that's lower than a 10% soon. Like, these 8% will last us for, like, a good week or two, as well as anything else we still have in the bank. But, by the final week of the grind, 100%, we will not have any... We basically have to be using 5% and then just using the bigger ones for the, knowledge points. The only thing that would maybe change that is maybe we'd make a little bit more 11% if the thieves give us 14%. But the problem is, given that we're weak to thieves, since they're immune to blue, we're probably not killing that many, even if they drop 14%. It's probably just not worth it, so we'd probably just stick with the 11%. I don't know, we'll figure it out once we get there. But they are the most annoying thing for me to kill in Chapter 1. So we kind of have to make our own potions rather than get it from them. It's also, oddly enough, the only enemy in the game that currently drops a potion. Everything else just drops supplies. Alright, now we gotta go buy every last bone we still need. So we needed the final tier of goat, a little expensive, but we'll grab it. Or was it the final tier of ram? Wait, did I not do ram yet? Oh, no, this is, I gotta do all of ram. So let me go buy all ram. This was the one we had to go buy 8 from. And then we'll go buy, or not buy, but grab from bank every shark jaw we have remaining. And then all we gotta do is do the smithing ones all the way in top right then. And that would be every first time bonus they added today completed. Or at least relative to what we can currently accomplish. But otherwise it is fully completed on them. Alright, now we just grab one of every shark jaw. Maybe a few of whatever the highest tiers, just to have some spares. This also be a good idea to check if we have 9 of each. I believe I grabbed these earlier, I just want to double check. But I should have 9 of every shark jaw in here, if not more. Where's shark? There it is. Yep, I grabbed them all earlier. Perfect. Alright, so I'm just going to grab one of each and then I guess the max amount with the final one. Or at least 6 of them. Alright, so we'll grab one of you, one of you, one of you, one of you. Oh, so you could tell when we were somewhat farming them. I wonder at what level range I decided to bank shark jaws at. There's a small disparity between one of these numbers. Just a little bit. Alright, that should be every first time for bone rate completed. Other than the 2 shark jaws that we don't have access to until we get a forger level up a bit. Since they're not buyable at the shop. Tier 7 and 8 shark jaw we could technically process right now, but we can't buy it. That's one nice byproduct of doing Forager as well. Not like we care about it that much. But if we want a Guardian shield to upgrade our shield, we'll have access to the better supplies from it. That is like one of the least reasons why we're doing that grind. But it is a reason, I guess. All the bones for bone right. Tier 8 and 9 being particularly noteworthy. Since they're actually going to be good XP and really good equipment that we can customize down if we really had to. There's like so much stuff we got to do at tier 8 and 9 Forager. I really don't know how we're going to go about it. It's just all so good. I honestly feel like Forager has so many good things that it might be one of the few skills we actually train post 500. And Alchemy once it eventually reaches it, of course. But there's just so many good supplies all over the place in Forager. Especially since they added all the bones to it. Like all the bones we just bought we can get for free from Forager. And the reason I did this now is I didn't want to have to backtrack for low tier stuff. Well, this high tier stuff that we'll eventually get from it, you know, it's all could be free. You just pick it up off the ground. And we're almost at the bone rate level that we can just do the highest tier for everything too. Actually, what is the level where we can process the highest tier of everything? It's pretty deep. Yeah, you basically need to be 10 levels off of max before you can process absolutely everything. That doesn't mean we're not going to need that many femurs though. These were basically already maxed at that point, unless we want this equipment, which we don't need. Because the only thing we care about is making weapons and making shields. So there's only 2 bones we care about. Whatever one is easiest to bank, plus Shark Jaw. Shark Jaw we need for upgrading shield, and everything else is just upgrading our weapon. Until they add class proficiency and other stuff, we don't really care about any other category. Though if they were to add class proficiency, there is one specific thing we'd probably want, not counting special attacks in the future. It is the green weapon from Bone Spike, the quarterstaff. That is by far the thing we'd care about the most. As Cryonet currently doesn't have any green weapons. And that'd be the best green weapon in the game for most things. And by most things, I mean literally everything. Unless there's some kind of boss where you have to move a lot. But aside from that, if you're just like DPSing something, Quarterstaff would be our best green weapon when class proficiency stuff comes out, as well as everyone's best green weapon. So Bone Spikes probably matter the most. Bone Spikes and Sharkjaw. Sharkjaw because you can't buy it. Bone Spike because if you ever can use other classes' gear, it makes the best green weapon in the game. Currently. Which is really good on a class that has no green weapons. Kinda needed. Though we'll probably eventually get like green weapon boss drops if nothing else. Way down the line. That like every class could end up using. Because I would assume that there's eventually going to be equipment that's just like universal regardless. Or it's not like class locked. Or it might be a little bit worse than running like a class specific weapon as far as its percents and everything. But obviously it would still be worth using. Especially if you had like a mid-range number like 50 to 79. Because there's a very specific hole in the percents right now that feels like it's going to be used for general gear. There's no confirmation on it, but there's a very deliberate hole between the two. Because right now, anything that's not your primary element is 30 to 49%. Anything that is your primary element jumps all the way from 70 to 89%. So there are two big holes. The most notable is every number in between those, which is level 50 to 70. Which I feel like is what would be used for universal gear that you'd be able to use on any class. Like that 70 to, or that 50 to 70 area. Where it's not better than class equipment, but it's still, like, good. Like that kind of area. The other one that they are likely to do is obviously above 89%. There's still 90 to 100%. Or maybe 90 to 95 if they don't want to do all the way to 100. But 90 to 100% equipment if they do go all the way. That's the other big hole. So 50 to 70 and 90 to 100 are the two big holes. Where 50 to 70 would likely be general use equipment that any class could use. And 90 to 100 would probably be like, you know, 5-star perfect class weapons or something. Or whatever they end up doing for it. Like the stuff that like every class is recognizable for. That will probably eventually be really iconic as far as visual in the game. But those are the two really deliberate holes that are in the percents right now. The mid-range likely for general gear and the final 10% for 100% for like mega best in slot stuff. Oh, I can't do tier 7, can I? Put this back. Alright, let me go do all these. I should have enough gas, right? How much gas do we have? Oh yeah, we have plenty. Just making sure. Alright, let's get to the final one-time bonuses. We're almost there. We just got these, and then I gotta go do the Flatniums, which I probably should have brought with me, but I guess we're doing them one at a time. So we'll do all these Flatniums, we'll do all the Crabbernies, and we are done with today's update. Then we gotta go back to what we want to go do, which is go get our Forager up, go get our Alchemy up, and go get access to level 11% of potions again. I haven't been able to make one of these for like 7 months. Because ever since they did the Botanist update back in June, July, somewhere around there, we have not been able to make 11% anymore. So this will be our first time in about 6, 7, 8 months that we can make 11% potion. And we need to because we have 16 left. About to run out tomorrow. So perfect timing. We did a bunch of guesstimation math, but it actually kind of worked out perfectly. That pretty much exactly when we can start making 11% again is when our stack of 11% hits 0. We're kind of planning for that, but we didn't do exact math, but approximate math came up close enough. Where we're going to have like single digit by the time we can go and start making them infinitely again. So it works out perfectly. That's today's goal. It's not really as much of a Forager focus, I guess, for once, though it is still going to be a lot of Forager once we get one more level. Because then we can start doing the beach method again. But I will be putting all the rest of the knowledge points for the rest of the stream, not counting this next one potentially, into alchemy. Just so we'd have to do less alchemy on stream today. Because we're already going to have to do at least an hour of just making healing pots. Yeah, that number needs to be 13 by the end of this stream. So basically, we're just going to get a ton of forager supplies now as soon as we finish this. And then get alchemy pushed once we're within, like, knowledge range rate. And then, because the main thing I want to go do this cycle for, too, is we're banking kelp, which is what the second ingredient we need for this potion. It uses kelp and the wall plants we got a billion of earlier. So basically, we want to go gather today or forage today at bare minimum until we have an equal number of kelp and wall plant. Then we process all those into healing potions. And doing such should, ideally, when combined with knowledge points, should get us 13. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. I didn't do the math on it at all. I'm just hoping it does. No math has gone into that specifically. I'm just hoping that that does happen. That our total wall plant right now would equal the smithing XP we need. And just dump all the knowledge that we're going to be getting aside from this next point into alchemy for the rest of the stream then. Alright, last thing we got to go do. All the platinums. And that is basically everything done with this update today. As far as things they added, changed. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I'm looking at the wrong one. I need Cabernet. I was going to say, where is it? It's Cabernet I needed here. But yeah, the grinds that we want to do today is still going to take like 5 to 6 more hours, I think. It's still actually pretty long. Even though we would have finished all the today update stuff. And the final tier I shouldn't be able to use. Tier 6 should be the final one. Tier 7 we'll do later. Alright. And this should be everything with a new update as soon as we finish these then. And then we'll go back to chapter 1. And go get our XP pots unlocked already. So I think my game plan at this point is go use an 8%, throw that into Forager, and that should be at a level. And just start basically doing the cycle, but the knowledge point will get us there. I guess I could technically use an 11%, but once again, we're running kind of low. I don't know, maybe we'll use it though. We're going to have infinite of them soon. Oh yeah, I do need to buy the periwinkles when we do that. I think I only have 6 bank just for the one-time bonus. I was just going to buy them. They're pretty cheap though. They're under 6 silver each. 6 silver for 11% XP pot is very much worth it. Plus for okay alchemy XP. As long as we don't have to buy both, it's fine. If we're just buying the one, which we should only ever have to buy the one. Because you get so many shells on your way through the forager grind just because they're such good XP. So having the shells for the XP pots is never going to be an issue. They're always going to be bottlenecked on periwinkle. I wouldn't even be surprised if in selling economy that they sell for less than their sell price to shop. Just because of how easy it is to get shell. Like, let's say tier 9 shell sells to shop for, I'm not sure what it is, but let's say it's 5 silver. I'm pretty sure in the buying economy, you would be able to buy them for 4 silver each. When accounting for the time of selling them back to the shop taking so long. That you would actually bulk sell them for only 4 silver each. Yet the periwinkle would be almost the opposite. Even though the periwinkle buys at the shop for like 12 or 13 silver, it's probably worth like 15 silver each to buy them. Just because the supply and demand is so weird on periwinkle compared to shell. Where everyone's going to have a billion shells, but no one's going to have any periwinkles unless you buy them from the shop. Although I'm not sure what trading economies currently do it, but I assume that would be somewhere around where it is. If they are pretty even, then go sell all your shells and buy periwinkle. But no, if I had to guess, max tier shells are like 4 to 5 silver each. If even that. And the periwinkles are probably like 15 silver each, even though they only buy for like 12. As you're paying for the banking time. But I'm not sure because I have no account with trading enabled. I wonder if this game ever will get like a almost grand exchange like system eventually just for general supplies. Like I understand why they don't want to do it for gear. With what they likely have planned for chapter 6 and everything. But how many differences there'll be between all the gears. So you probably want to trade that person to person or have an auction house system for it. But they definitely got to add some kind of general way for doing supplies if nothing else. Like for all the tier 0 to 9 supplies and stuff like that. It makes sense why they would never want to do it for gear though and make it so it's always person-to-person trades or auction for gear. But at least general supplies they got to go add. Alright, let's go and start the cycle and I guess using 11%. 11% is a little overkill here. I just want to ensure we get the level though. Actually, I could just grab these resources while I'm heading there too. Because that might be the knowledge point I need. I'm just going to grab everything and then use the potion, I think. So we're going to do one weird cycle where we're grabbing all the previous supplies. Just because we're walking over there. So grab this, we'll grab that, we'll grab the other limpet. Which I might just take potato route. I was going to grab the double shell, but I was going to grab this and go down the potato. And then we'll go start our real cycle once we start at the beginning there. Yep, no worries, knowledge point. We'll use you in a second. So let me get back to the beginning of the cycle. Grab all this. Feels weird grabbing the shell. Honestly, maybe I should just ignore the shell, actually. It's about to upgrade any second now. We're gonna ignore it. Alright, this should be max tier kelp, so we definitely want to grab these. Actually, did I even grab them for first time bonus yet? I don't think I have. I'm not gonna bother potting up just for that, though. I know I did. At some point. Not sure when, but at some point, apparently I did grab them already. Alright, and now we go over here and just start the cycle. And then figure out what on earth we're doing for a cycle here. But honestly, I'm considering the C shape we were talking about earlier. Alright, deposit all that. And let it begin. Alright, use the really big potion. This should be our level up. Perfect. There we go. And with that level, we unlock the best XP rate in all Forager. The beach shell. As well as that AFK for the XP pot. Actually, I think that's for boost pot, actually. There we go. Oh, one thing I didn't put into consideration, though. This thing hasn't respawned yet. There we go. It's perfect timing. Planned. But yeah, I kind of want to do C-shape when we go do this now. Because if we do C-shape, we can do, Oh, but I can't. I forgot. Our combat level's not high enough. Never mind. Wow, 10,000 XP with 11% bot? What is their XP with no bonus at all? That must still be so high, like almost 8,000. Why are these things so good? They're 8,349 with no XP bot at all. I don't understand why they made Shell so good for XP. Like at every level range ever. But yeah, here's where we would normally do the one combat. We're not at a level range where we can, so I'm not sure what my route is. I might just do wide circle and grab potato, I guess? Because the thing is, I'm not sure how I want to do this. Because ideally, we'd want to wait out the timer in the room that we're currently in right now. I guess I could do mini circle and go back. And then circle back. It's a little bit worse, but it gets us some material that we weren't able to do at other level ranges that we might still want a few pots of occasionally. Mostly the yellow pots, as it gives us all the supplies for them. So maybe I'll just do mini circle back, since I can't do one combat. Otherwise, one combat here would be really good. But we're not at a level range where I could do one combat, so we're just going to grab 3 potato, 3 hogberry, 3 limpet, bank it all. And that gets us 3 of the yellow potion. The only problem is this is tier 5, so we care about it a little bit less. But at tier 6 and above, this would start mattering a bit more. Which kind of makes me want to combat synergy this. Especially since one of the main reasons we're doing this is for the kelp, and I'm only getting 5 kelp per cycle here. So yeah, I think we're just going to have to do some kind of weird loop where we wait out the room. As we really don't need these yellow potions right now. In future tiers, I'd want to do this, but this is like the last tier where doing this is not worth. Every tier after this would be worth, though. But this is the final tier where this is kind of not needed since our alchemy level. So I'll find some kind of other loop to do then. And then you would start this back up over at potato. Only taking the 1 potato and then looping back. But I'll find something to stall the timer. Just gotta figure out how we want to route this. Because we basically want to be taking all these shells on spawn, but also still keep taking kelp. And the main room we have to wait on is this room right here, which is why you would normally do one combat. I guess I could grab double starfish or even grab triple potato and hope that's enough time. And see what that ends up doing for the set. Gotta wait till after because we started this set at a weird angle though. Well, we'll start it back from square one and kind of see how it goes after we finish this set. I even go grab those flounders just so we can fully reset the cycle. Because right now we're in a weird in-between. Because I want to start the cycle at the bank. Whereas we started it this time like midway through the beach. Because there's two things we care about taking. There's literally only two. It is kelp and this shell right now. Because they're both really, really, really good XP. Particularly the shell. But the kelp's actually not too bad either. And I need a bank like 300 to 400 kelp. Actually, let me go check. That's something we can go do right now. What is the exact tally on how much kelp we need? Also, normally I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to grab the really far kelp this time. Just so we can use up the potion, I guess, a little. And also to reset the cycle because I need to wait out the timer. What I want to go check right now is our wall plant to kelp ratio. Because apparently I did grab some wall plants earlier. I didn't even some kelp earlier. So let me check how many wall plants I have, check how many kelps I have, see how many how many kelps I need to equal my wall plant. And then we basically got to do that until those numbers are the same. Until my kelp number is my wall plant number. Alright, so first things first. Let's check the wall plant, which is under alchemy supplies. Wall plant. So we need to get 508. How many kelps do we have? Okay, I have 119. So we got to get like 400 kelp. Which means we got to do this loop like 80-ish times, somewhere around there. Like 80-ish. Alright, now we know. Alright, kelp, can you respawn? Spawn, kelp, spawn. Any second now. There we go. Alright, now we got to figure out a cycle that we do that doubles back onto beach. Just so we could prioritize shell plus kelp. Also double check what our numbers are by then. Technically, the best thing we could be fishing right now are the bass over in the same room. I wonder if we go for the bass distraction. Or if we just walk back to the other room. Because I can be doubling this bass whenever we want and bank it. Now that we have it at the, tier 6 now. Which I won't need for chef for quite a bit, but, we'll eventually need it. Alright, let's see what the number is after we take every node in this room. Because ideally, we'd want it to be exactly half. But the only way we can make it exactly half is if the only thing I do in this room is grab shell. Which maybe that's what we do. The problem is we're going to have a weird timer on our way back. We're also grabbing 2 less kelp, which means we'd have to grab only 2 shell in this room. So maybe I don't take the furthest shell, which actually might be that one, oddly enough, or this one or the other. Because now I think I cycle back, but don't take the 2 kelp in the first room. So now I take every node in this room. Did I miscount somewheres? Oh, wait, I didn't account for the doubling. So I might have to take that shell occasionally based on what cycle we're on. So it's basically an optional shell. And then we'd go to the other room, bank everything, double kelp, good to go. Oh no, but because we didn't take the other thing, we're going to be lower as well. Okay, so I can definitely grab every shell from that room is the bottom line. But then we're going to have a weird delay in this room is the problem. So yes, I can grab that shell. But the problem is that's going to be started from the first node we take in that room. And if I grab these 2 kelps right now, that is not going to reset my timer. Because I'm pretty sure that room still hasn't respawned yet. I don't know, we'll check right now. But there's a good chance when I walk next to that shell, it's not respawned. If it is, that's perfect. Because then we can just grab everything in the other room then and not need to worry about it. And whatever we bank at that point, we just bank. Even if it's not a full inventory, it's fine. Okay, it does. Okay, never mind, this works. Alright, we found our gameplay loop. We found it. So we take those 2 kelps, take everything in this room, take everything in the other room, come back to this room, take everything, bank everything, grab, and then just repeat then. So it'd be double kelp, then everything in this room, everything in the above room, everything in this room again, bank, and repeat. And that should be all we have to do for this gameplay loop then. The only downside is we don't always come in with a full inventory. I guess I could grab double bass. We'll check where our numbers are. There might be enough room to grab double bass every time. So we can start getting a little bit of fishing XP. As well as cooking for later. But I believe there's enough room for a double bass. Because we're not doubling everything and there's going to be a little bit of a hole. So I will grab one double bass every route, which we should be able to. By the time we full do a cycle, we should have, you know, gotten the cooldown on double net. Hopefully. Because if so, we're going to start incorporating double bass again for this level range. It's one of the reasons why we even pushed for 15 Fisher at one point. So we would have it for this. Also, we have some interesting mana ray routing we can start doing soon too if we really want to. The problem with mana rays is they're really inconsistent to take because they keep walking so far away. But yeah, it looks like we could double bass here. I should probably do that in the first set where it's not as many tiles though. But it does look like we can get away with one double bass per cycle. Though I probably should have waited till next cycle because now I'm not going to be able to do it next cycle. So let me just not do it at all next cycle so we can do the bass at the beginning. Because the problem with what I just did right now is it definitely won't be on cooldown by the time we do next set. So I'm going to skip it next set and see where it is for the bigger set then. Where we should be able to do it once per trip. But because I did that one so late, it's not going to make it in time for the next one. So next set, we're going to not net at all. And then we will always have a full inventory. Or pretty close, depending on where the double of the other thing is. But we either have a full inventory or one hole. Perfect. Alright, now we just do that infinitely. Except this time we don't grab the net, but next time we grab net every time. I just gotta make sure it's... because I need net to be ready when we go there now for this set. Because I'm pretty sure when we're going through this initially is when we waste the least amount of tiles grabbing bass. Put this in the mall for now, just to have it out of the way. Might even do that AFK tonight, honestly, because that makes the boost potions, and I already grabbed a bunch of the other one last night. Because the least amount of tiles we can use for this is to grab it right here, I believe. Because if we do it the other way around, we grab them in a way where taking bass is slower. But right here, we shouldn't waste as many tiles if we do it now. Where we go here, grab that, grab that, grab that, move to next room. So hey, we finally got the double bass in again. Oh yeah, I forgot, we don't need it this set though. Because we're deliberately not trying to do the double. But every other set we can grab it. This one we're skipping it just so we can be on cycle again. And now the timer should always work when we do it on future trips. As long as I just don't grab it this set. Otherwise we're going to have like a really janky timer that won't align. And that's pretty much the game plan then. So our next set will be the one that we do every single time then. Which is basically everything we just did except we'd actually double the fish. And it should be off cooldown every time we double the fish. So we can get some free fishing XP during all this. So that we can hopefully get to mana ray, or at least closer to mana ray than we already are. And then we got to do this like 80 times to be able to have enough supplies. Not sure how many times we could do this per hour, but we got to do it 80 times, whatever that comes out to. That's how many kelp we need. As it might not look like this, we're doing this almost entirely because of kelp. Because we're already going to have infinite shells, so those don't really matter. Though those are what make our 11%, oddly enough. But the main thing we care about right now is our kelp number. Which we need to get to 518. Which is about 70-something more trips of this. So basically our game plan at this point is to do whatever 70-something trips we got to go do with this. Then we go do alchemy until that number says... Also, I'll be putting all my knowledge points for the rest of the stream into alchemy now. One of the few times we're not going to be putting into forager during this grind. We're not going to need to do that again because once we get that alchemy level, we're good to go. But today's the one day where the rest of our knowledge points for the rest of the stream has to go into alchemy. So that we can re-unlock a 11% boost potion. Before we hit 0. Which we are dangerously close to doing. So yeah, do this until we have about 500 kelp. Make all the healing pots. Throw all knowledge throughout the whole grind into alchemy. And we should be good to go. I might even take a little bit of an alchemy break in between all the gathering we got to go do. So maybe we'll do like 40 trips now. Go do a bunch of alchemy, see what level we're at, and then do like whatever trips we still need to go finish out alchemy. Because we technically don't need to get all the kelp now, necessarily. At least in the sense of, we're going to have way more kelp than wall plant. Regardless what strategy we do, even if I do more combat on the crows over there, we are still always going to be at a point where in the long term we're going to have more kelp than wall plant. The only exception to this is tier 9. Where due to all the weird routing, I'm probably going to have less kelp. But because all combat gives you free shells. Oh, no, man. That's for shells, though. Well, I guess just from combat in general, though. Because out of any combat synergy, let's say hypothetically we have 500 Forager already. Which we will in a few weeks. And we were training combat in Chapter 1. The supplies that we would get the most of from doing that are shells because of Death Crow. Wall plant because of Death Crow. Not because it drops it, because it's in the same room. Goblin Chief would give Nettle because it drops it. Carnivorous Plant would give us 2 things. Potato because it's in the same room with Potato. But Hogberry because it's also in the same room as Hogberry if you're doing it that way, but also because it drops Hogberries. Hair Beast would give you Water Lily, which is used for a really good combat potion. Because it's in the same room as Water Lily. As well as Pondweed, because that's one of its drop table items. Hair Beast, I already said Hair Beast. And then the only other one would be Ghoul, which gives you stone pieces, which means nothing. But it does give you fish, I guess. So from a forager supply perspective, yeah, that's the only ones we'd be getting. We'd be getting the XP pot and the HP pot. So XP and HP. So Death Crows are amazing in that regard. Those are 2 amazing potions. XP pot for the chapter and healing potions. Goblin Chief would be giving us the fire potion that we don't care that much about, but you can't buy it from shop, so I guess this is free in case they're ever useful. Carnivorous Plant would then give us potatoes plus it would give us alchemy supplies. Why? It would just give us the yellow potion. It would give us half the supply for the yellow boost potion. Hair Beast would give us blue boost potion, which we care about the most. As well as fear potion. Anti-fear, the enrage potion. Half of both. And then Ghoul would give you nothing. Because it's just fish and stones. Neither of which are relevant for alchemy. Yeah, it should be most of the breakdown then. Like post 500. And obviously, if we ever won the Wide Forager, we could still Wide Forager for whatever we needed. Because even if we're not getting any XP, it might still be worth gathering some of the supplies ourselves. And we need to break it down what it comes out to per hour. But there are some resources that are probably worth gathering. Like these starfish rather than having to buy them. If we somehow run out of shells, doing the shells so we don't have to buy them. But that's something else. That's something we'll have to figure out later. Like after all of our 500 forager supplies hit 0. Because eventually they will hit 0. Eventually we'll run out of every supply that we've gotten from 500 forager once we get 500 forager. And when that time comes is when we'll have to figure that out. But that's a later issue. That's a while away. For one, it's weeks away before we even get 500. And then it's like months upon months away before we actually use all the supplies from 500 Forager. Like to the point where we hit 0 on them. And by that I mean actually drinking all the potions, not just making them. Because making them wouldn't really take that long if we actually had the level for it. Like getting the level's the harder part. Actually making them, you could do that in like a few days if we really had to. If that's all we did for a few days. It's just getting the level to use them is the problem. But actually using them is pretty quick. The 2 longest points are getting to level that we could use them, as well as actually consuming them. There's a good handful of them you don't really consume that many of per hour. Like XP pots, even if you're chugging them, you never need more than 30 an hour. Combat pots vary, but you only use like 80-ish an hour. Healing pots also vary, but you only use like 10 to 80 per hour. Which means, yeah, the combat pots you actually consume at the highest rate of any potion then. Because the XP pots are, due to the fact they're 2 minutes long, basically are hard capped at 30 minutes, even if you're chugging them constantly. You can never use more than 30 in an hour. Whereas you could definitely use more than 30 healing pots or 30 boost pots in an hour. But yeah, this is one thing I am hoping for the future of Forager when we do it on all the accounts. I'm really hoping the world event and other thing for Forager is worth it. Because the only one really bad thing about Forager, I would say, in the current state of the game is just how long you have to be on this exact beach. I know it's the symbol of the skill, but due to the variety that you have within the skill, if you're not specifically banking something because you need it for a potion, like 80% of all of Forager is this beach cycle. Or some version of it, depending on, you know, what's at your level range. Like the amount of time that kelp plus shell into whatever else you want to route into is the meta is basically the entirety of Forager. Like there's never not a single time where it's not your best XP rate, basically. So hopefully world events plus dungeons plus bounties would fix that a little. As if you didn't care about the supplies and all you cared about was XP, I don't think there's ever a single level range where shell is not your best option. Like some version of a shell cycle, where you'd probably just drop everything since you don't need the, you know, the money from it, or the banking of it, or the supplies of it. But if the only thing you cared about was XP, I don't think there's a single level range where shell is not your best in slot. Or if there is, it's like very small holes where some kind of shell loop is not your best. Mostly really at the, like, very far in the beginning of the skill. Like, there might be some places where bell plant and pondweed, I think, are, like, ever so slightly better. Assuming you're dropping and not banking. Oh, I keep forgetting to grab this fish. I actually do want this fish. I notice, like, almost no one grabs this fish. I will grab it every time. Is it worth it? I feel like it is. We haven't done the math on if it's worth, but it feels worth. Grabbing one double fish every set for 16,000 XP for a skill that's basically the same thing as Forager. Because you basically, now that we're at the same level, we basically have to consider them the same. So 16k XP when the best thing we're getting for Forager is like 9k XP, which is still insane here. Like this thing dropping 9k, 9.9. When you put it that way, given that they're both the same level effectively right now, because I'd still be doing this at level, you know, 19 Forager right now. Since they're both the same level, and you're comparing it that way, it is kind of very worth grabbing that fish. There is a small delay of you having to walk over there and, you know, go into the water and all that. But a 16k drop compared to a 9k drop is not that bad. Given that every time you'd grab it is a double, whereas not every time you grab a shell is double. I guess if you put that into a consideration, the shell is worth like 10 point something k XP. Because we're grabbing it for double once every 6, basically. Whereas we're grabbing the fish for double every time for 100% rate. So if we were to do the in-between of that, that means we're technically grabbing about 10 point something k XP from every shell. Whereas every single fish, we're always grabbing it for 16k. Even though it has a little bit of a delay before you can grab it because you have to go in the water and everything. I still feel like that's worth, though, personally. So I will keep doing it. Obviously, it's taken away from our Forager XP, but it feels worth. Gotta get the fishing XP somehow. And getting it for free while basically just doing Forager seems fine. It's the main thing that makes the double tool kind of interesting. Because if you weren't getting double, that would 100% not be worth it. The only reason it's worth it is because it's doubling each time. which opens up a lot of pathing that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. It's probably the most interesting thing that the double mechanic gets to do, because most of the time, double mechanic doesn't really do anything that much. Like, you would just spam it the second you can. But it allows routing stuff that would never be worth it otherwise. Like this cod right here, or this bass right here, that is 100% never worth it without the double. But if we double every time, it just magically becomes actually good. It's like the main thing from the double mechanic that I like. It allows routing in weird ways. That would be impossible without the double. Since you basically gain a benefit from every time that you can utilize your doubles across your grind. Like, the more doubles you can get, the better. The only problem is you can't really double more than, like, 3. I haven't really seen any gameplay loop where you can realistically, without wasting XP, grab, like, more than 3. There's a handful of them that you can do 3 on cooldown. This one's obviously only doing 2. I haven't seen any that can do 4 or more without going out of your way and just wasting XP. We'll probably eventually get a loop like that. I have a feeling Chapter 5 will not be bringing it in. So it would have to be Chapter 1 changes to ever have it. Chapter 2 technically could, because of all the different trees that there are. I don't think you ever could get away with it, because even though there's a lot of different trees, every, like, general area has kind of similar trees. So at most, you might be able to get, like, double tool from tree, but then double tool for whatever you're currently gathering. That's, like, the best you're probably going to ever get. Like, if the one singular thing that you're gathering is a double tool, but then you do 2 different trees nearby, that is, I think, the closest you can ever get to a full tool cooldown, but still only on 3 resources. The only reason it's 4 is because you use 2 different tools for the same plant. Not because you're actually doing 4 different resources. So it's technically still 3, even though you are going on full cooldown. But it's because you're using 2 different cooldowns for the same plant. But still ultimately only 3 resources. But I don't know, we'll figure that out when we get to Hope Forest. I'm trying to ignore Hope Forest for the most part for now. Honestly, until Hope Forest starts getting bounties and dungeons and anything else, I am probably ignoring Hope Forest even existing. Most of our grind is in like Chapter 1 and 3 in the near future. And Chapter 4 before Chapter 5 comes out. But most of my grind is planned for 1, 3, or combat. Which are also mostly going to be in 1 and 3 at the moment. As I'm saving all my Chapter 2 combat for later. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Chapter 2 combat. It is a lot of multi-skilling where you're always going to be able to get free woodcutting XP. There's only 2 enemies in all of Chapter 2 that do not give you free woodcutting XP. They are the Bramblelif and the Goblin. Bramblelif because they're in the middle of nowhere, and Goblin because they're in the Attunement Tower, which doesn't really do anything anymore. That room used to be good for combat, but now it's good for nothing. But I think they do drop thistles, so whatever thistle is used for, I guess we get that resource. But, yeah, those are only 2. Everything else you can get woodcutting synergy on. So whenever we do combat there, we're going to get so much free woodcutting. It's going to be like the wall plant that we were doing with the bird at the beginning of the stream. The main difference is, instead of foraging XP, we'd be getting woodcutting XP. I'm still not sure how I want to tackle botanists, though. It's likely just all in dungeon and world events. And bounties, whenever they bounties eventually come. I'm pretty much ignoring it until then. It just doesn't get enough benefit without it. Whereas in the very short term, our grind is going to be 500 Forager. Then it's going to be a mix of combat plus the bounties that are coming out for Chapter 3. Where we're getting Stonemason bounties plus smithing bounties. Which means maybe we'll start pushing those to max. The only problem is, prior to Chapter 5, you only need Tier 8 for all of these. But if nothing else, that'd be a good excuse to go get 50 levels for both. I need 52 smithing levels and 42 stonemason levels. So that's probably our next grind after Forager, honestly. Given that those are the upcoming updates in the near future. And I kind of need them anyways for the max combat grind. Is our next grind after Monument is AFK combat while getting smithing and stonemason up through the bounty system. So that's probably going to be our streaming schedule then for the near future for that. Where we're going to go crazy on Forager right now until it's maxed. Then we're going to be a little bit more AFK-ish, where we might not be streaming as much, just kind of AFK-ing combat up a bit. Then, as the bounties come out for stonemason and smithing, we start going crazy on those. As I believe we can max out Forager before the smithing bounties come in. I think smithing bounties were coming out, what, 3 weeks from now? So we basically have 3 weeks to get max forager, basically, is the bottom line. I don't know, do we think we could do that? I think we could do that. That would be within 1 month. We basically have to go max forager before 20 days from now. Which means, given that today is day 8, I think, or day 9? Is today day 9? That means we'd have 20 days to finish this grind. Is that doable? I do not know. But yeah, we'd have to finish it within 20 days if we want to go into smithing bounties after. There actually wouldn't be any combat in between. But it would allow us to start focusing on, like, smithing bounties for a whole week. That way we could dedicate a week to going from tier 7 to tier 8, as it probably just AFK to other 2 levels off of the supplies we're going to get soon. Because I'm going to get tier 7 smithing off of the current AFK. Because the current AFK is to do the new recycling system. And do you know what we get at the end of this tier right here? Whenever we go and finish out Jade, which should be in like 2 streams from now, 1 stream from now, not sure. Depends how much we power grind. But whenever we finish Jade, I will then go off stream, or you know, we'll hit like level 45 and then we AFK this. And then that would go for like 12 hours. And us doing that for 12 hours should, hopefully, fingers crossed, be most, if not all, the smithing XP we need to go get to tier 7. And it was do tier 7 plus stuff from there. That'd be the game plan. It'll work out perfectly. And then we're set up from that to go be able to do our smithing grind for later. And then we go from tier 7 on both of those to tier 8 as they get their bounties. And that would work out pretty much perfectly then. And I'm pretty sure that we should be able to get 50 smithing levels in a week. That'd be weird if we don't. I'm gonna have to do some mining during that. But I'm hoping that we can do most of it just off of bounties. It really comes down to, can you spam the bounties? Because we don't know how spammable they're going to be. Is it going to be a 2-minute cycle? Is it going to be 5-minute? Or are they going to make it an hour and ruin the entire game? We'll find out. Is that's going to be a little annoying if we have to check every hour on the hour. For cooking and for smithing and then for stonemason and for whatever else they added to. I'm really hoping it's like a 2-minute or 5-minute refresh. So you don't have to check it every hour on the hour. I guess that would be bad. Both from a trying to train with bounties perspective, but also from a hourly bloat perspective. This game doesn't really have that much hourly bloat at the moment. It's just cooking bounties. But you know, if they start adding like 10 different things you gotta go check, that's it's gonna start adding up. Also, I just realized I just drank at 8% when I drank at 11. Oh no. Do we cancel it or do we do it midway? I'm not sure what to do in this situation. Do we waste the knowledge points? I don't know, I might just dump one down. I am putting this into alchemy though. We're not putting this into forager anymore. The rest of the stream, every knowledge point is going to alchemy. I think I'm just going to spend 1 point and just put it into alchemy then. I can technically do that right now. We're going to waste 3%, but it's not too big a deal. But yeah, we'll do this for about another hour or two, however long it ends up coming out to. And then we'll start pivoting over to alchemy, see how far we can get with the supplies we have. Most notably just the healing pots for now. I do have other supplies, but I just want to do the healing pots for now. Since these are the things that we source throughout the entire stream. It just feels more fitting. Because we got the wall plants, which we need for healing pot. We got the kelp that we needed for healing pots during the stream. And then we're going to combine them together during the stream. Just kind of makes sense. Alright, this goes to alchemy, as well as every other knowledge point we get the rest of the stream. As the main thing, bottlenecking, our main goal for today is getting 13 alchemy. Everything else we're just doing for the knowledge points, or just because we need it, like Forager XP, obviously. As we're trying to do a Forager monument grind. That does mean we're not getting Stone Piece done today, but that does mean tomorrow is Stone Piece, and then... what is that, Friday? I'm losing track of days. And then Friday will be Jade Piece. So tomorrow Stone, Friday Jade. And then weekend we gotta go get all the XP curve in between. As well as potentially get our combat levels so we can start doing plant cycles if we want to. Honestly, do we really need the plant? It's mostly the Death Crow that we really care about, honestly. Like, all this other stuff you can synergize with it. I just don't feel like we need to. Like, all three of these, really good synergy. Carnivorous plant, you could do with potato and hogberry. Hair beast, you could do with stone. Ghoul, or sorry, ghoul you could do with stone. Hair beast, you could do with wall plant or that one shell if you want to. Or the bone, I mean. More so the water lily. That's the one we really need from that. But I don't know, we kind of don't need most of these. It's mostly the Death Crow that fills an area that actually has a gap. Everything else is mostly just doing it because we want combat XP while getting a little bit of Forager. But they're actually not really needed for the level ranges that they're at. It's mostly just the Crow we kind of care about. So maybe we'll keep our combat level low. And by the next time we come to Crow, then we would upgrade beyond it. Because honestly, that's probably the way I'm going to go. And then we just can AFK the under-leveled Crow for the higher level ranges when applicable. As we have to keep in mind, we do have to go through this whole cycle 3 more full times. Tier 7, 8, and 9. It's not like this is like the last time or something. So we always have to consider that with our combat level. Because we're going to be cycling so many more times, so we don't really have to go that far out of our way if there's already something we're going to synergize anyways. So I might just keep my combat really low. Maybe focus a little bit more on alchemy or just off-stream forager. Because, yeah, I'm going to keep this combat level, I think, low for next set. So that we're still doing Death Crow by the time we're at tier 7. Because you need that resource pretty early on. You need that as low as 7. So at 7-7, we'd need to do it again. You know, the Death Crow thing we were doing earlier today. So maybe I'll do like a very small amount extra of it today. But then save the rest of it for our next grind. And then at tier 7 Forager is when we'd have to push our combat level up. As a tier 7 Forager, I would have to, after we go and finish depleting the birds as we need them, we would need to push our combat up to be able to kill carnivorous plant. And to be able to do that, we need like at least level 25, realistically. Maybe a little bit lower, but probably at least 25. Otherwise, we're probably going to be pretty outclassed. Like 25, we're still going to be weak compared to it, but we should be strong enough to consistently take it every time we need to do a cycle. We'd only drinking 1 healing potion. Technically, we could take it literally right now if we want to. Even though we're like 30 levels below or something. Or like 20 something. But we'd have to chug like 3 healing pots or something. It's not worth doing it this early. Like, you do them early, it's just, if you do them too early, you're just wasting supplies. But technically, I could kill this ghoul right now. We shouldn't, but we could. We'd have to chug like 10 healing pots. And whatever our best boost pot is, but it would die. Like, that's something if special attacks and skill tree was in the game, we would 100% be able to do. I am pretty sure with both special attacks and skill tree, I could realistically kill this plant without any issue if we had both. Even though it's like a 20-something level gap. But without them, it's just not worth how many potions we'd have to use. We still don't have enough power without the extra power, basically. So I gotta remember when not only to drink the 11% at the right time, but I gotta remember we gotta put it into alchemy today instead of forager. Today is probably the last day during this grind where I'm gonna be putting knowledge into something that isn't forager. Because on one of the days I ended up off stream putting into fisher so we can get 15 for this grinds we wanted to do, just to speed it up a little bit so I didn't have to grind as much off stream. We've been doing a little bit of alchemy the last day or two, including today where we're dumping it all into it, just so that we can get back to these 11% potions so we can get an infinite supply once again. But after today, this should be the final day in the max monument grind where we put any knowledge points into not forager. Going forward, every point until we have a fully built monument should be forager. And at that point, the rest would just be from gathering stuff. Since we'll have like max tier everything by that point. But yeah, today's the last day up until monument completion where any amount of knowledge points are going into not forager. So in theory, it should start speeding up a little. Even though it's still going to start slowing down, XP-wise. But at least in the sense that every last knowledge point we have going forward is forager only now. After 13 alchemy here. At least until the monument's completion. Then, honestly, all points are probably going on smithing. Until it's tier 8. and then Stonemason until it's tier 8. But I'm waiting until their bounties to go with it. I'm not going to do it yet. And then after we get those to tier 8, I'm not sure what we focus on. Like, while I'm doing combat, I'm not sure what I've dumped knowledge into. I guess I would still be smithing or stonemason, but it depends how good the bounties are. If it's, like, so good, we'd actually want to start training them normally. I just don't see a situation where we wouldn't still want to keep knowledging them, though. I guess the other thing that's pretty relevant then would be alchemy. Would maybe be our main knowledge target. Yeah, I think that would be the case. I think after we finish Monument, in which case all of our XP is going into Forger, and then after we use the new bounty systems that are coming out in the next upcoming weeks for smithing and stonemason, I think the pivot for knowledge points is alchemy then. As I'd probably still be doing combat in chapter 1 just to get it completely finished. Just so we don't have to worry about the chapter in the future, or leave maybe like one tier in case we want it later. We'd finish basically all the way to like tier 8 out of 9 for chapter 1. But that's a lot of combat levels that we don't currently have. That's like 300 combat levels, 400 combat levels, whatever it is. It's like 300 something. Because that's probably the next pivot. Is while we're doing that 300 something combat levels, all the knowledge points that we get from it, which might be a little low since I'll be using the AFK potion, which gives 1/3 of knowledge. But any knowledge that I do get during it would go to alchemy. And what's nice about that is even though we're going to have max level Forger, we would be getting high tier supplies for really good stuff. Like 14% XP pots for the chapter, the best in slot blue potions, as well as the yellow potions, but we don't care about those as much. The two biggest things we'd care about it from are the XP pots that we'd get from Death Crows, the health potions that we'd get from Death Crows indirectly, and the water lilies that we'd get from harvesting the... Oh yeah, we'd also get Enrage. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, that's really nice. So we'd get 4 potions we really care about, even though we're getting slightly more than that in total. The 4 potions we really care about that we would be getting while doing combat, while dumping knowledge into alchemy, would be healing potions from Death Crow. Why am I forgetting all of a sudden? XP potions from Death Crow for Hopeport, obviously. AFK potions from Pond Beasts. I mean, from Here Beasts, which are at the Pond Water Lilies. And then getting all the Water Lilies while doing the Here Beasts. Those would be the 4 things we care about. Unfortunately, only one of those 2 is weak to blue. Though in all fairness, no one is has advantage on the Here Beast. Though we have the most disadvantage because it uses yellow damage, which we're weak to. But yeah, those are the 2 main enemies we really care about. Here Beast plus Crow. The only problem is we definitely got to kill more than that. But there is basically a combat path we could do through chapter 1 as a Cryonite. We're at this level range. We basically have to do sparring guards just to get geared for Death Crow. Until we have the ability to actively do Death Crow. Then we get to the point where we can AFK Death Crow. At which point we could either actively do Goblin Chief for gear or keep AFKing Death Crow. Then after doing that grind, we basically start actively doing Carnivorous Plant until we have the gear to actively do Here Beast. Then we eventually get to the point where we can kill Here Beasts consistently. And then get to the point where we can AFK Here Beasts. And I think that's the whole loop, and just ignore ghouls then. Unless we really need a gear upgrade or something. It's basically actively do Death Crow until you can AFK Death Crow. Until you can gear up off of Goblin Chief. Which you then do to gear up off of Carnivorous Plant. Which you then use to be able to actively do Here Beast. Until you can AFK Here Beast, and then the cycle repeats. That's like the Cryonite's path through Chapter 1. Obviously that's different for every class. Or at least slightly different. But yeah, that'd be ours. Actively do Death Crow, then AFK Death Crow, then gear off a Goblin Sheep so you can gear for Carnivorous Plant so you can gear for Here Beast, then actively do Here Beast until you can AFK Here Beast, and then the cycle repeats. You full skip basically Sparring Guard, unless you really need a gear upgrade, but you full skip basically Sparring Guard, Thief, Goblin Soldier, and Ghoul. Unless you really want another gear upgrade. But the stuff from Here Beast... Like, if you're at the point where you can do Here Beast, you're probably fine. The only reason you would go to Ghoul from Here Beast is if you wanted to AFK the Here Beast earlier than you otherwise would be able to. But if you're actively doing them, it's not a big deal. It's just if you wanted to AFK them earlier, you'd go to goal. Just so you can get like 1 or 2 upgrades real quick. The problem with gold though, it doesn't have like negative or barely any up. Yeah, it has minus. Whereas Hair Beast is plus 50. Crow is plus 50. One of the reasons you would gear off the other thing in between is it's also plus 50. The Goblin Chief. Carnivorous Plant is even, but it's weak to blue, so we care about it a little. Most other classes probably wouldn't care about Carnivorous Plant as much. They would just gear off a Goblin Chief. The reason we care about Plant is it's weak to blue. Not because its drops are actually good. But it's weak to blue, so we kind of care about it. Alright, both of these are going to Alchemy, as we explained earlier. The last and final day during the entire Forager grind that we will likely use a single knowledge point on not Forager. Which means Forager XP is going to be pretty slow today. In total, this entire stream, I think we're averaging like 1 level an hour. But it's because we're multi-skilling so many things and we're doing so many other things earlier. But this might actually be one of the longest streams we did during this grind. Relative to how few Forager levels we're ultimately going to gain. It's because we've kind of been all over the place. Because we started at, what, 13-ish Forager today, I think? Which means I've gained 3 levels in 3 hours. We're averaging like 1 level an hour compared to like the 2+ that we would normally do. Like we're at like half the levelage that you would normally do on an average day. But it's mostly because we're focusing on a lot of other things and dumping all knowledge into alchemy. As well as doing the patch today that came out of doing all the one-time bonuses and everything. As I just realized, for the support ticket I need to send earlier, I wonder if I sold any oysters. I don't think I did. I don't think I mass sold them. I think it was mostly the grapes I need to get refunded when I go send the message later. I'm not sure if they're going to, but so much gold I kind of need to go send a support ticket just in case. I'll need to do the exact math and tell them, but I believe it was anywhere from 30 to 60 gold we lost. Normally I wouldn't care in the past because it's just like a few gold. But 30 to 60 is kind of a lot. So I do want to see if they can fix that then. And if not, it's not that big a deal. But we sold like 20-something thousand grapes because we thought they were just useless because it was the wrong tier. So I was like, oh, I might as well sell them since they're doing nothing anyways. But in doing so, we lost anywhere from like 30 to 60 gold the other day. That we should have gotten refunded on Monday that we didn't get refunded. So I'll send a support ticket just in case. There's been a couple times that's happened, but it's only been a few gold. So I was like, oh, I don't really care. But it's like the one time where it's like so much where it's like, oh, I kind of have to, even if they say no. Like, I gotta at least try. Because 50 gold is a lot. Like, however much we'd get refunded from it, we'd have over 400 gold right now. If they were actually to go and do the support ticket and fix it. Well, no, we'll give it a shot and see. Because that's not a small amount. I know we're like infinite gold right now, basically, for our needs, but that's still a lot of time. Like, if we were to grind that in the current state of the game, that's like 15 to 20 hours of grinding. Gold. With, like, the current methods you'd bother using at the moment. That's not a small amount. Like, 15, 20 hours just being evaporated. Well, I'll write that up later today. After I grab a bite to eat. Which, at this point, I think I'm just going to make up some potatoes. Put some, like, sour cream and chives on it, because I can't really eat normally right now. I'm trying not to eat anything that's going to be, like, too messy so that the tooth can heal properly. Because even though I'm not bleeding anymore from the tooth the other day, you know, it's still healing. So I don't want anything to get in the wound that's still there. Some of the things I can eat right now are very limited. Basically, any soft thing that isn't chunky that can, like, get in the wound, basically. But that should be fixed in the next few days. I'm definitely not anywhere near as lightheaded and everything from yesterday. Well, that was mostly from the bleeding. But the problem now is I still can't eat normally for another few days. And I don't have that much at the house that's, like, healthy that is also, like soft, like mega soft. I think all I have is, like, fruit cups, pudding cups, and making up potatoes with a bunch of stuff. Like mashed potatoes, obviously. Like, that's it. That's like all the soft things I have in the whole house right now. So not much of a diet these next few days. Not particularly healthy, but what the fruit is. But that should be fixed by this Saturday, though. But my energy levels are definitely going to be low for the next few days. They were so low yesterday, I just couldn't stream. Like, I would literally have, like, a heat kind of thing in my head if I did. I wouldn't say a heat stroke, but, you know, like when you get, like, kind of dizzy from that. From being both, like, lightheaded, but also the heat from it all. That's why I didn't end up streaming yesterday. We're fine with that now, though. But still a bit fatigued the next few days until it's, like, fully healed. But now we should be, like, fully back to normal. As far as streams, we should be back to normal now, though. Because obviously this doesn't take much energy. Though I do need to go back for morning walks and everything again soon, though. Something I definitely don't have the energy for right now with how I am, but, you know, by Saturday I should be able to start doing it again. Hopefully the weather's better by then, too. It's been so cold lately. It feels weird, because this area is normally, like, perpetual summer with, like, maybe 1 month where it feels like spring. But, yeah, we've actually been having a winter this year, which is kind of annoying. Because we actually got snow for the first time in several years. And now there's ice. Because I don't like walking in really cold weather. I don't mind, like, really early morning cold. But, like, below freezing cold's kind of annoying to walk in. Oh, speaking of which, I got so much water here I should probably be drinking. Good old water. I need to pick up more water soon. Aren't you almost out? I think I went through like 10 bottles yesterday. Because I couldn't eat, so I was filling up the stomach just with water. So whenever I was hungry, it's like I was going to drink more water. I'm just so distracted by the grind that I'm not even hungry or thirsty right now. Alright, grab all that. Drink the water while we're waiting. And at this point, I think halfway through this level, I'll go check the bank. As by that point, we should have enough kelp to start pushing alchemy pretty hard. Like, bare minimum, we can hit a level right now. Well, not counting the knowledge point that's going to get the level, but you know. We can go from 11 to 12. And I think at halfway through this bar forger, we will go check to see how much we can end up doing. As I think we could push all the way to 13. Accounting for all the knowledge points that we dump into alchemy. Because we're going to have like an hour and a half of healing potions to go make. And after doing that hour and a half that we should have banked by the time we get halfway through this bar, by that point, I think we should be good to go. As the rest that we don't get from the potion should be covered by knowledge point, hopefully. And we'll find out when we do it. But that's going to be the game plan then. So we're going to go to half of an alchemy bar right now. I mean, a half of a forager bar. Then we're going to process every last healing potion we have. Dumping knowledge point the entire time into alchemy for both activities. And then see how much more we need for 13. And then from there, we grab some periwinkle and go make a couple of potions. I'm not going to make all the other potions on stream, though. I'm going to save that mostly as an off-stream activity. Because the main goal is to get to 11%. It's not to go make like 511% to stream. We're already going to have to spend enough time making healing potions to stream. Or we're going to have to do that for like an hour and a half to 2 hours probably in a little bit. But I will make some of the 11%, but mostly 11% grind I'm going to do off-stream. Because we're going to have like 3 hours of 11%. I'm probably going to need to go process or something. Technically infinite. Because we're going to have like so many spear shells. So however many shells I have at a given time is how many, you know, XP pots we can go make. I don't want to overkill it too much, but we do need some. It's just I'm pretty sure if I make 500, that's enough for the rest of the grind. Assuming I'm only using these on double knowledge points and the occasional single knowledge point. I'm pretty sure 500 is infinite for this current grind. Not for everything we need to do in Hopeport, but for our Forager Monument grind, it should be infinite. Which is the main thing we care about at the moment. So off stream today, we basically never need to worry about XP pots for the rest of this grind. The only slight downside is our 8% are going to downgrade to 5% soon, as I'm very close to running out of every 10% and below potion that we have in our bank that we made in the past. And once we reach 0, 10% or lower, I got to start running 5%, unfortunately. Which is still technically better than none, but is not great. But it's better than nothing, so we're still going to run them. Yeah, it's not great. And I'm not going to be able to go make more other healing potions, or XP potions. Otherwise, we'd run out too quickly, using 30 an hour. Because we have to keep in mind, after 500 Forager, we do have other grinds in the chapter that we need XP pots for. Like, it's not like this is the only one. We're going to need it for the rest of the alchemy grind. We'll need it for fishing grind, but only when we take the ventures. Alright, what do I need here? I'm dropping an 8% here. Also, hello, Chad! Welcome, hello, Clip Bomb. Hope you're having a wonderful week so far. We're still on the shoreline of the brighter shores. Not so bright with all the rain, though. But, yeah, we're still stuck in this grind for another 3 weeks. But then after that, the longest grind in the game is basically completed. Technically, there's longer, like, max combat and stuff like that, but out of every long grind in the game that's, like, actually gives you something specifically for completing it, this is the longest one currently in the game. The monument completion. I'm not sure what the total time is going to come out to by the end of this, but I think even in the new format, it's like 300 to 400 hours to max Forager. It's actually still really high. Like, it is quicker after the updates they made, but not much by the end of it all. The resource distribution's a lot better. You get a lot more tier 8 and tier 9 supplies than you otherwise would have. The stuff that actually matters at the end. They also made it a lot more smoother for the skill to level up the skill that's related to. In this case, both cooking and alchemy, most notably alchemy. There's one other byproduct of this thing. You do get a lot of supplies for bone right, and a lot of supplies for cooking. That's not the reason we're doing this, but it's a nice byproduct of what we're doing. Where we nearly get to bank max bone right, as well as banking some cooking, not max, but any bit that we can do to not need other stuff would be nice, because there's so many supplies you need for it. Chef and alchemy are really similar in that regard, and that they just require so many ingredients from other skills. Cooking a bit less so than alchemy, but still uses a lot. It just heavily goes from fishing, so you don't use as many. Whereas, I guess alchemy is kind of similar. If you did all Forager and all of the botanist grinds, you really wouldn't need much else for alchemy. Like maybe a little bit of combat in Chapter 3 and a little bit of venture in Chapter 4, you'd be fine. But just doing Forager and botanist to max in the current state of the game is pretty much max alchemy. You're going to have a little bit of a hole near the end, but it's really small. And worst comes to worst, you just buy them from the shop or get them through other means. Except the Chapter 5 potion that you can't do at the moment. Like, you make the potion, but you can't get it through any other mean other than buying it from the shop. But it's a really small hole if you were to do that. The only hole you would have are the final 3 levels. 2 of which have a way of getting their supplies. One of them would be do combat in Chapter 3. The other one is do ventures in Chapter 4. Then you would only have a hole at the end, but in all fairness, everything has a hole at the end. Where you would just do the Chronopolis potion instead. Since there's no way to source Chapter 5 stuff yet. But no, we're skipping botanist, so we do have a little bit of a hole that we're going to have to figure out. But I think my game plan for figuring out is just do combat in Chapter 1. Because you get to double dip the potions still. Because when you get combat XP, it's based on what chapter you're in. Or, sorry, you can use the XP pot for any chapter, but, you know, it's corresponding to whatever chapter you're in. So if you use the Chapter 1 while in Chapter 1, you know, it boosted up. But similarly, that also determines what you end up putting your knowledge points into. Which is the reason why, when we do combat in Chapter 1, our target would, of course, be alchemy. Or why we would even want to do combat in Chapter 1 other than all the extra supplies we'd get. Is because we'd be putting into alchemy. It's the same reason while when we go do some of our combat grind in Chapter 3. One of the reasons I'm doing that, other than to get alchemy supplies, the other reason why we're doing that isn't alchemy supplies, is I'm dumping all my knowledge into smithing and stonemason. Because we're at the point where we need to go get both of those 50 more levels between the bounties and knowledge points. And what better way to also get combat done while doing alchemy supplies? So it ends up working out perfectly. Which seems to be how a lot of the alignment is kind of working out now. It's a lot smoother compared to before. Where now you can route things a lot better. Because there's not like a billion gaps between everything. Also, lower activities don't punish you as much as before. They're still not as worth doing, like even close. Like I was doing like 3 different tiers of enrage potions earlier, a little bit off stream. And there's definitely like a huge difference between them. Like yeah, you could do 1 tier lower still, but it's not that great. But it's far less punished than it was before, where you hit like a mega wall on a lot of them. You don't really ever hit that point on most skilling activities now. Where doing 1 tier below is like absurdly bad. Like it's bad, but it's not. It never reaches a point where if you had to do it, it would be awful. Whereas before you could, or one resource might stop at like level 200 something, and you're at like level 300 or 400, and it's like, okay, why would I ever touch that resource ever again? But now with a new milestone system, you never really hit a wall like that. You hit areas where it's not as worth doing, but you never hit a wall where it's like completely pointless. That Valerie's around. What is she's working on these days? Isn't she pretty much maxed and everything in this chapter now? Because I know she rushed Max Fisher. I'm pretty sure she finished Monument, or if not, she must be doing that now. I guess maybe she hasn't done Chef yet, I don't think. And maybe Botanist. I mean, Alchemy. Because I could have sworn she was already pretty much at max, chapter 1. I know she did fishing first. Let me go check. I could have sworn she was already maxed, though. Or pretty close to it. Valerie, is that your spell name? Yeah, she's max Hopeport. Why is she in Hopeport? This is what I thought. I'm confused. Why is she in Hopeport? Unless she's just doing, one of the ventures, I guess, just for the sake of it. Yeah, that's what I thought. She's maxed Hopeport. I guess she just loves Hopeport. Because her level's actually pretty low otherwise. Like she's pretty much only Hopeport. She's like a Hopeport pure for some reason. It reminds me of the distribution like Jimmy is a bot had pretty early on. Where it was like a Hopeport pure, but he never actually finished it. But he literally did like nothing that wasn't combat or Hopeport. And Valerie for some reason is like really similar, except she's not really doing combat much. Like it's literally just Hopeport. Her devil distribution kind of just confuses me. Especially since she kind of makes content on the game. Like, she basically just lives in chapter 1. Her level distribution is actually pretty low otherwise. Like, aside from her combat, her distribution is pretty much where my alt accounts are right now that have just been AFKing the whole time. Like, pretty much like almost milestone 2 in every skill. Though their combat is way lower. My combats on my ults are only like tier 4. She's at 12 right now. The main reason I'm keeping them so low is I want to do them all for raid dens. So they're getting all of their stuff from raid dens. Because raid dens have been nerfed into the ground, but there is one time that they are worth doing. If you are basically no combat levels at all, like milestone 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. If you're at that level range, but go all in on detective, is the only time raid dens are not completely trolling in the current state of the game. You basically have to do your first 500 combat levels, which is also kind of bad, because before, if you would have done it, you would have gotten like level 800, 900, or 1000 combat with that one conversion they did. But in the current state of the game, you'd only get to like 500 something, if even that. But the meta for combat is still, for the very, very, very early levels, basically get 500 detective and 500 combat, or however far it would bring you, at the same time. It's a couple hundred levels less than what it would have given you in the past. But it's still the best overall value you can do for combat initially when you first start on account. It's basically rush detective to 500. Basically rush to of chapter 4. I would say final chapter, but obviously not at the moment. It's, or, you know, it is at the moment, but won't be forever. But it's basically rush chapter 4, get 500 detective while doing combat, while doing raid dens all the way. Then from there, you do merchant to 500. Having all the shortcuts that you unlocked by level 233. The sane version of that is only do raid dens till 233, by the way. But the really mega macro option would be do it all the way to 500. And then after that, do all the way to 500 merchant for money. And then from there, you have a lot of flexibility as far as what you want to prioritize. That still seems to be the road for efficiency. Is unlock every shortcut in chapter 4. Which is level 233. If you enjoy that grind, do it all the way to max. Otherwise, just do it to 233. And then you do merchant to max, then use that money to do whatever you actually want to do. Because the flexibility from there really comes down to what you want to prioritize. But I would probably say 500 foragers to grind after that, realistically. Use the money you made from merchant to get every tool to at least level 25, if not higher. And at some point on all that, you would have to get the fishing level started so you can start doing the venture. Which doesn't take that long. Because you could just do that while doing all the quests. Because at some point you would also route all quests into there. But we kind of need more quests to be able to get better level distributions. Which would come after time. But yeah, what level can you start doing lobster or oyster? You can start rolling them technically at level 50. And there's a quest that you need like 60 something for, so it would kind of work out. As you would already get that XP boost. And then by milestone 2 you can do both oyster and lobster. Because obviously you'd want to get to the point where you can get 2 ventures running pretty early on in an account. And the easiest way to do that is go all in on Fisher. There's currently 2 fishing quests, maybe even a 3rd at some point, that can help get you to lobster and then to oyster. The one that gets you to lobster, or helps get you closer to lobster, is, which one was it? It was Lost Shipment. Lost Shipment gets you to lobster, I'm pretty sure, or pretty close to it. And then Missing Fisherman doesn't get you all the way to oyster, but it makes the grind shorter. But those are the main 2 until they add like a 3rd, and as well as any future fishing quests. And I do eventually want to make a macro fishing guide for this game. Are we ever going to actually play an account through like that? I'm probably sure I won't, unless they allowed multi-boxing, because I would still want to be able to get progress on our main. But as long as multi-boxing is not in the game, I probably would never actually make it. But I do kind of want to make a macro fishing guide eventually. By the time we're at like chapter 5 or 6. Like the most efficient way you could start an account. I would only do it if they allow multi-boxing though. Because there's no way I'm going to play that account over the main. But if they ever did start allowing multi-boxing again, I would do that. It was allowed for like the first few weeks of the game and then they kind of cracked down on it. The only problem is the really efficient route, even at the basic end. I think it's still like a several 100-hour grind before we can get to the point where you can kind of do whatever. Because the efficient route would route several things. It would route 233 detective pretty early because you need that to be able to do all the shortcuts for merchant. It would route 500 merchant because that basically gives you your starting money. It's the same reason why you go 99 thieving in old school RuneScape. Literally the same reason. It's just a different skill. And all quests. Those are like the main things you would route. Oh, that and double venture. And eventually the 500 forager for triple venture. Which is one of the reasons I kind of want to make it as like a text guide or something eventually and not actually do it. Because everything I just mentioned, even if it's just 233 detective, just those time of 500 merchant and 500 forager, that's too long just to do for an alt account. Like if we were to put that into total time, like look at how long it's going to take us to do forager now. And I was starting at level like 200 something. Like 500 forager and 500 merchant takes forever, but it is technically macro efficient to go for. It's the only two 500s you'd have to go for in the current state of the game, though. Like, the only ones that, like, really, really matter. At least currently, until that maybe changes in the future. Because weapon making with the new luck potions doesn't matter that much. Alchemy does, but you can get away with the lower tier potions. Honestly, at level 4 alchemy, or, you know, level 200, milestone 4, you're basically max level alchemy. Like, you do gain some benefits beyond that, but you can live with the potions that you have by level 200 alchemy. The numbers do get bigger beyond that, but most of the benefit that you gain from gaining levels is up to that point. Also, did I just put that into Forager instead of Alchemy? No! I just realized I was saying Forager and everything. I just double dumped that into Forager, which is fine. We do need Forager XP, but I need to go put this into Alchemy to stream. Well, I did say at the halfway point. Now that we did that, we're technically at halfway. So I guess we'll go try to change charging Alchemy directly then right now. And then we'll go and see where we are then. These accidentally put those into Forager, but yeah, let's go do the Alchemy grind now then. So when we go put the points in it, we'll be, you know, level 11 by then and everything. Get a little bit more XP, not like it's that big of a difference there. And then just get the final 2 levels we need to go get the main goal of the stream, which is to go get the XP pots. And then within the next 2 hours, we should be able to go and start making them then. Hopefully, fingers crossed. As if I dump all knowledge points into Alchemy while training Alchemy, I think we can get an Alchemy level per hour at this level range. Which in all fairness, that feels like the case at most level ranges, unless you have like a really good potent potion already pre-banked. Like the Chronopolis one or something. But on average, even in this new format, it still feels like it's about an Alchemy level an hour. It just is a lot smoother going through it compared to before. But it still seems like it's about 1 per hour, give or take a little. Which is not great compared to some other skills. It's actually pretty slow. But of course, that's without any Alchemy bounties, or without dungeons, or without, you know, anything else. It's just training it normally with potion supplies. That's also assuming you already have everything banked, which makes it even slower if you don't have it banked. But yeah, we'll go store all this away. I need to grab whatever extra kelp since we're ending on this cycle. And then let's go and start making potions. Could have exactly enough room for 2 kelp. Oh, no, I don't. I have enough room for 1 kelp. Alright, let's store all this junk away. And then let's go to potion making. It should be the last time, not counting some combat synergy, where we really have to do anything that isn't Forager. Not counting doing a little bit of combat Forager. Alright. Interesting. She's actually selling all of her stone pieces. I was wondering what she was doing. Yeah, she's working on stone pieces. Alright. Let's see. Go to, Hope Park Garrison. Head over here. I don't think I have anything I need to sell to the armory right now. Also, we could check cooking bounties if we want. But they would ruin the images. I'm pretty sure we're here earlier, which makes them a little bit more confusing. Now you actually have to read what they are. Oh no, we're going to ignore that for now. Let's go and just go all in on alchemy. We could live without a couple cooking bounties. I still want to get 3.5 more levels across this getting 500 Forager, but at that point, 1 per tier, we can get 1 level. We'll be fine. Alright, so what am I doing right here? I am doing nothing that requires that storage. What I'm doing now is checking how many kelp I have. Oh wow, we actually got a lot more even than I thought we would. We're already at 320. That's not all the amount I need, but that's more than I thought we had. Because I need to get to 508, and we only have 320. I was expecting about half, and yeah, that's about half. Alright, what XP pot are we doing? Are we using 8% on these? I guess the answer is yes. If we do end up doing it, I should half process it though, and then do the big thing. Or just use it on the second step. Oh no, we'll still use it now, I guess. It's gonna be a little bit awkward doing it like this though. Because I think this step gains less XP, so I think I'm gonna process them all, do a double 12 drop, and then use the XP pot, just so we don't consume as many XP pots, I think. Because we're gonna have some time here where we're wasting bank time. So I think I'm just gonna use 8% when we go and do the final station, because the final station gives more XP than the first station. But I'm still gonna do a double set of 12 right here. And then do a drop and then do the full 24 with 1 potion used. Or 2 technically, but you know, I think for this first processing we're not gonna pile the potioning up. I think we'll be fine without it. I don't know, maybe we will, we'll see. We are wasting some XP potential, but it's not that much. And same as when we use the 8% over there, it's actually not going to last the full duration, but last most of it, it's fine. It's not like we have to be fully boosted the whole time. And then we grab kelp. And we grab, make sure it's final tier though. It's really important that we grab the highest tier. Grab kelp, grab wall plant, do it again. That was a lot of bank time. That's one of the reasons why the Chronopolis ones are so good. You get 100 stacks so you don't have to do it. The Mines of Matubin ones and the Chronopolis ones are really solid right now. Mines of Matubin because it's only one supply that you just get 24 of. And Chronopolis because they make the best XP pots in the game and you can store 100 of them in your inventory for really good value. So now we go process all these, pick up all these, use a potion, and then we can AFK for the whole time. This is why normally I want to do most of these off stream, but we do have to do a little bit of alchemy on stream, given that our goal is 13 level here. But normally for most rest of these going forward, we will be AFKing them off stream. This is one of the few days we're actually going to get a little bit of it during, though. It's because it's a pretty AFK activity, so it's, you know, similar to the reason why we wouldn't AFK combat on stream. Like, yeah, we might get a cool drop, but it's like 9-10 minute AFK once we reach those higher alchemy levels. Like, there's a lot of times where you could do literally nothing. Let's see. Use a potion here. Last I recall, this potion does not last the full duration. Oh yeah, one other thing I should go do is just so we don't have to bank them. I should unequip my other healing potions so I can just equip them. Because currently I have 40% equipped. Even though I plan to keep using the 40% and not these 46% at the moment, I do want to unequip them because if we just equip these, it's quicker than going to the bank. It's quicker to click equip on this and then go to this than it is to go there and then go here. So what we do is we move here, equip this in that downtime, and then go to this bank. Whereas otherwise we'd have to click deposit all on this and then click to get the supplies here. Which wastes more time than just putting it on your potion belt. And you can do that for up to 5 potions. You could do it on 1 healing potion, 1 combat potion, and any 3 other potion. Alright, how much XP are we getting per here? We are getting 7,000 plus the other XP is coming out to like 11,000 something. Actually, we can see right here. Yeah, so we're getting about 12,000 because of the XP potion and everything. We're getting about 12,000 per potion. It's not awful, but we already have a potion that we can make into Potent Maker that's already like almost 20,000. Especially because you can XP boost it the whole time. Also, hello, Tansen. Welcome, welcome. Actually, it's literally 20,000, not even counting any XP boosts. And that's a below average XP? Are you kidding me? You call that below average? It's like the best thing you can do for XP in the whole game. And you're calling that like 4% below average? Yet it being the highest XP rate of anything you could do out of all of alchemy. Like, that chart means nothing. It's negative 4% XP. It's the highest yielding XP potion for XP in the game. But the only exception being, I think this one's technically higher because it's at mid-range XP or something. Because this one's like right in the middle. So technically this one's the best XP at your level range at any given time. But the problem with this one is it doesn't use as convenient supplies. So when accounting for bank time, it's actually slower. Alright, the potion expired now, unfortunately. But our main goal for today is to get level 13 alchemy. Because our main goal is to go make the replenish our stack of 11%. I'm only going to get to the point where we end up getting there. But off stream, I am going to process like a couple hundred of these, if not several hundred. But the main goal of the on stream is get to the point where we can start making them again. As we're almost at the point where we're hitting 0 and we need to go fix that. So we're going to fix that today. Make the rest of them off stream by tomorrow. And then for the rest of the monument grind, we never need to make another XP pot again or do anything that isn't alchemy, basically. Other than a little bit of combat level throw here and there. But otherwise, we never need to get distracted with alchemy for the rest of this grind after this. That is the game plan. Alright, so one thing that will make this a little bit slower this time is I gotta unequip this, then equip this, and then bank this. But every other time, I'll just be able to go equip it. The first cycle will be a little bit slower. Alright, now let's go and grab kelp. Grab 12, grab the thing, grab 12. I'm actually gonna do something right here. Pretty sure this is slightly slower, but it will allow me to get better XP from our potion. So now I'm gonna grab 12 kelp again. It also allows us to be more focused on banking when we're banking, so we can go a little quicker on banking. Oh, now we have AFK 11%. I actually need those, oddly enough. I'll be doing that a little bit off stream. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I don't have the Forager level for it yet. I can make the boost potion because I have all that from Forager. I don't have the stuff for the strong other potion, though. Oh, no, my next knowledge point, I gotta go waste. I didn't put that into consideration during this. I gotta waste 1 knowledge point to stream for the AFK for the other potion. I won't be able to use it for a while, but I still gotta get it. I believe the supplies for that you get by level 30 Forager. Because you use the supply from 25 and 30, I believe. Whereas the one below is the one at 10 and 15, which I could technically get now later tonight. So I'll probably AFKing this later tonight, even if this one is doable. Even if I get 20 Forager, it's still worth doing this one because it makes a better AFK potion. Because they're both at double XP, so there's not that big of an XP difference between them. Because worms are just fishing bait, which we don't care about. While 11% AFK potion, or sorry, this is plus 7 boost. But plus 7 boost potion we actually care about quite a bit. Whereas worms are just pointless. I'm not at a fishing level where that would matter, and even if I was to, it's not worth doing. Overduce doing the venture instead. But yeah, we basically just do this, grab both of those so we can use the full bonus. Then we grab all these, use it over there, and we're good to go. And these are currently our highest healing potions we can make. The absolute best in slot is 6% higher. But compared to what we were using before, this is 6% higher than that. So the disparity between this and what we were using is the same difference between this and best in slot potion. So every 2% doesn't seem like much, but you know, when you start adding multiple 2% together, that's not bad. This has the same difference between what we're using now than compared to max. I'm not going to be using them quite yet, though. The only reason I'm having them on my belt is so we can store them quicker. I do plan to use 40% for any combat I do plan to do in the near future, as 40% is already overkill for most things. But yeah, it's pretty much our game plan the next hour. Make that number higher. Basically, I want to go process every single one of the kelps we have. Then we're going to go get more kelp because we're eventually going to run out. So we'll kind of alternate between the two. And then the 11%. Because I think the next best I could do is like an 8 or 10% or an 8%. In which case, yeah, not that much extra XP. We got to do this for the extra bonus. The only thing we still don't know yet is if the other combat guy drops 14%. But even if he does, thieves are just really slow for us to kill. So I'm not sure if the 3% is worth it there. Whereas it is worth going out of our way for like an hour or two to be able to make infinite 11%. Because even if I could kill thieves for 14% hypothetically, let's assume they drop them. The amount of time we'd have to grind them at less XP rate is not worth the extra 3% we'd be getting. Whereas doing that grind for alchemy would be worth it. As I need every XP drop we're getting, I need every potion we're getting across the way. Like, we're getting nothing dead. Whereas if I was to try to get them through combat, not only is that not an infinite supply, but it's also something I would actively kill way slower than other things I could be killing for even better XP rate. So that's pretty much our game plan then. Get our alchemy level and just use 11% for the rest of the grind. And replenish it before we hit 0, which we would have by tomorrow if we didn't do this. Which is why we got to do it today. And only like a third of our alchemy stream is going to be on stream. Because off stream, I'm going to make like 511% or something. I'm not sure how many, but you know, over time, we'll keep making them as we need them. Obviously, I don't need to make all 500 right now. But over the next like few days, we'll probably get it. Even though it can be done in like 2.5 hours. So maybe I will. Alright, we gained a 4 for a level so far, not counting any knowledge points. Unfortunately, next knowledge point, I won't be able to put it into anything. The only problem is it's hard to tell how long I've been doing alchemy for because I didn't check our starting time. But if I'm not mistaken, you make like 200 something of these per hour. I'll go actually check the wiki in a second. Because even though a lot of the wiki numbers aren't correct, what should be correct is how many of this potion you can make per hour. Whatever number it says should be pretty accurate. Because that hasn't really changed. Like, you can do it slightly more efficiently with how you, like, bank and everything. But I believe it's, like, low 200 something. And that would give us a good idea of about how many we'd have to do since we know the XP that we're gaining per each. Since it's really easy to check in the new state of game, not counting XP pot. Also, wow, these are minus 70% if you were to buy all this stuff. Though, of course, we're foraging it also. Plus, we're consuming it, so it's technically 0%. We're not losing any, but we're not gaining any. Even though it says 90% here, we're actually going to be using these to, you know, heal. So, also, I should have walked and then equipped. Or we're going to be using them to heal, so they're technically giving us 0% in a sense. So we'll do this, we'll do this. I will double drop this. And since we already know what we need to do for banking, we grab the other two. It's the main reason I'm doing it like this, by the way. Even though it might seem slower to go and drop them on the ground like that, there are two benefits to dropping them on the ground like that. One is we get to bank back to back, so we already know exactly where the supplies are, so we don't get flustered for a couple seconds, figuring out where on earth they are in our bank. Because we were doing a double back to back, so the second time should be pretty quick. Whereas the first time we could technically still get flustered, but the second time should never happen since we literally just did it seconds earlier. But the other reason is we get to use it for the full XP pot. If we don't, we're going to waste a lot of time banking in between, where we're just having the XP pot ticking down, doing literally nothing. So I personally find it worth spending the few seconds to not have to spend a few seconds otherwise and be able to get a nice clean double potion. And the only big downside of doing 24 and the other thing though is one potion does not last long enough. But if you were to do 12, one potion lasts too long. So I'd rather have it go a little bit too short than way too long, because then it makes the next cycle kind of weird. Which is why we do it like this. I personally find it's a little bit better. It's only relevant for things you'd have to do 12-12 for, though. Anything that's 24 or 100 wouldn't be done in this way. But most things are 12-12, so it would work for all of those. Because 12-12 is more so the common option. Everything else is more so an outlier. Like 90% of potions, or 85% or something, are all the 12-12 method. The only ones that aren't are Mind of Matubin Potion, which uses just one ingredient. Chronopolis Potions, which do use 2 ingredient, but they stack to 100. And I think that's it, actually, now that I think about it. Those are only 2 exceptions. Everything else is a double-double. Or, you know, use 2 different resources of 12-12. Yeah, there's only 2 exceptions, actually. Mind of Matubin and Chronopolis. Everything else is just made in 12-12 format. Which we do double 12-12 for 24. Alright, this next knowledge point is for the final knowledge point we end up needing that isn't going to XP. So we do this, put that into potion making. I'll be able to make that a level 30 forager. But for now, we drink this. And give us XP. Also, one thing I could do here, if I go grab a feather real quick, but it's probably not worth going out of our way for it. I mean, a moth wing. I could go get the first time bonus for the potion. The only problem is, since I haven't already done moth wing, it's probably not worth for the XP. If I already had this banked, I would do that real quick, just for the quick XP drop. But no, we don't. So I'll just have to first time bonus that later. It's not too big a deal. And this one we do once we hit level 30 forager. This one we could do now, but it's not worth going all the way to moth wing just to go do it. We'd waste way more value than we'd gain. I'll just wait till I do moth wing later tonight, and then at some point off stream later, we'll go and AFK this. It's not worth doing now, though. Anyways, how much XP are we getting per knowledge point? After the 11%, it's like 300,000. So about 600,000 when we need a little over 3 million. That is about 1/5 the total XP. A little bit less, around 1/5. I'm just trying to figure out how many double knowledges we need. It looks like we need 4 or 5. Probably 5 is what it's looking like right here. That means we'd have to do this for about an hour and a half, not counting having to forage again for the other resources. Because the actual activity that we're doing right now, making like 200 something. Oh yeah, I forgot to go check the wiki for the number. I guess I could do that right now. Where's the alchemy page? If we go to web browser, we go to alchemist, we click refresh because I think it's still showing the old info unless it auto refreshes to the correct info. But let me just refresh this in case. Alright, there's just one thing I'm looking for here. It's how many potions you can make per hour off the normal station. Is it not gonna say? Could have sworn it had the, here it is. Yeah, you can make about 227. I'd say 230 because I don't think this accounts, I think this counts buying it from the shop. So it's actually probably closer to 250. Potions made by standard, blah, 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 potion reagents. The hourly rates assume that for every inventory of 12 potions, 40 seconds is spent buying new reagents. Okay, so this is from buying speed. So what would that come out to? Almost 300? I think we can do almost 300 an hour then. It's like high 200 something rather than low 200 something. Because the number on the wiki assumes you're buying it from the shop every time. So we're saving 40 seconds per inventory not doing that. Well, technically 80 if we're counting the doubles that we're doing. Plus doing the doubles, I still feel like it's like a second or two quicker than doing them 12 at a time. I personally prefer it, even if they're slightly slower though. You just get to AFK longer. But, yeah, with that being said, we can kind of figure out how much XP we're getting. We're getting about 300, we're getting about 3 mil an hour from making healing pots. As each one is giving us 11,000 something. With XP pots being used, it's almost 12. And we're making about 280-ish of those per hour, roughly. I should probably figure out what the exact number is since we have a lot of these that we're going to need to make with Forager in the future. I believe it's somewhere around 280 then. Since the wiki number assumes banking. Or, you know, buying from shop. Which we would almost never be doing. What am I doing? I'm grabbing... I should know this one. I literally said earlier because we're doing it twice in a row. We'll know exactly where it is. Nope, not this time we didn't. But yeah, based on doing about 280 per hour at about 12,000 XP per thing, counting 8%, we are getting roughly 3 million XP an hour, which means we're getting about 1 level per hour, not even counting knowledge. And counting knowledge, we're getting like 1.2 levels an hour, which is why I said we need about an hour and a half of this. We're gaining about 1.2 levels an hour, dumping knowledge into it while training with this method. This is not the best thing we'd be doing for XP right now, but it's definitely good. I need these healing pots eventually anyways. I believe Chronopolis potions would still end up beating it out. You can make about 120 plus of them per hour. Even 130, 140, 150. Wiki says like 108, but that's of course counting bank time. It's also accounting it for a normal potion, not the 100 double stack one, which has additional bank time. But this potion is like 21,000 each, but you can make half as many per hour, basically. So if we're making 280 with this, the other one's probably doing about 140 then. We can probably guesstimate. So if that is 240, then it's whatever this number is times 240. And it's not even counting the XP pot. So it's more like 21,000. 240 times 21,000. It's 5 mil an hour. Maybe I should be doing that. I have them banked. I don't have infinite bank though, since the grapes end up changing. It's the main thing we lost money on, and I want to go send the support ticket for later today. But as we end up selling a bunch, but not realizing that, you know, they'd spike up in price and everything. Because we didn't think they would retweak it or anything. But in doing so, we got a problem where, yeah, I only have a couple hundred of those grapes. I have enough to run it for like 2 hours, I think. Which is enough to get the grind done down. I don't know, maybe we should go switch to them. You know what? Maybe we go do that then. Just so we can go double into alchemy and just do a little bit less forager then. Just worry about forager later. Because tomorrow, our main goal, we do not end tomorrow's stream without finishing stone. Like, regardless what our forager level is by next stream, we are not ending stream button until stone. Unless we somehow disconnect again from losing electricity. But not counting that, stream tomorrow doesn't end until we do stone, and the stream after that doesn't end until we do emerald. But today, and I think once I run out of healing potions, we go do the Chronopolis one until we hit the level. I think we're just gonna do that. We're just gonna go all in on it. And then going into tomorrow, we have infinite 11% plus, you know, we can just go back to normal grind loop then. This should be the only alchemy distraction day we'll have then. Which we did mention would eventually come, but I guess it's today that it came. There's other things we could technically make, but they're nowhere near as important as this 11%. Like, this strong cryonate is cool, but, you know, we already have other ones that we can use in the bank. It's not that big a deal. It's potions that we'll just make later. But yeah, from my math, it looks like even though this potion is like 20, 30 levels higher than the Chronopolis one over here, Chronopolis is still over 1 million more XP per hour than it. Just because it's a potent potion. It's the same issue that the game had before in the Botanist rework. They actually made potent potions really, 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 really good for XP and knowledge points. Maybe not knowledge points, generally speaking, but compared to the normal method. But it's like 25 to 30% better than making any non-potent potion. Even if you're doing a high-level one. Like, even if we go to this Hopeport one, this Hopeport one would still be worse XP per hour than doing this Chronopolis one over here. And it's for multiple reasons. It's because potents are stronger. It's because they stack to 100. And those are the main two. Because your bank time is very, very, very short. A lot of times you don't even need a bank. Because you already have the 100 stack, you know, going for multiple inventories. And you don't need to buy them either, because you basically zero time them through ventures. Like, there is some time associated to doing ventures, but you already have to allocate that time to doing some venture. So I technically consider those zero time in a sense. Because even though the ventures themselves take time, you're going to have to spend that time on some venture in the game. So if you happen to be doing them on merchant venture, it's technically zero time, depending on how you look at it. Like, it's more than zero time, but it's something you would have to do every day regardless. So it's technically not zero time, but it also is zero time. It's really weird. But when I count them for alchemy, I technically count it as zero time, which makes Chronopolis potions even better. But, you know, if you do account that time, it's barely any. Like, if you were to account it, it takes 1 minute per... like, if you were to count the double venture, it takes at most 1 minute per 2 hours of making potion. So you'd have to make... how many is that? 60 times 2, 120. You basically have to do 120 hours of Chronopolis potion before the non-zero time equals 1 hour. So if you do want to count it, it is 120 hours for every 1 hour. So technically that's not zero time, but come on, that's pretty close to zero time. Especially since you were going to have to do a venture anyways. And that's assuming it takes you a minute. It's generally even quicker than a minute. But we're just being generous and saying that it takes a minute instead of like 30, 40, 50 seconds. And you get to skip all this banking that you otherwise would normally need to do. You do have to do it occasionally, but nowhere near as much. You do it like once every 5 inventories. Instead of every inventory twice. Which is so nice. But yeah, that's our game plan. We're going to make healing potions until we run out of kelp. Though we will get more kelp in the future, obviously, while doing our forager grind. But we'll do healing until we run out of kelp. And then after that, we just do Chronopolis until we hit the level. I don't have infinite grapes stored. I do have infinite cinnamon sticks, though. But I don't have infinite grapes, but the main benefit of it is we have enough time to do it that we'll hit the level we want. As I have about 2 hours of grapes left, an infinite cinnamon stick, but I only need like an hour of it, so we should be good. Might even be less than an hour, given how quick XP it is, and the fact that we're dumping all knowledge into alchemy, of course. But yeah, only a level and a half to go. We'll finish all the healing, then once we run out of healing in the next, like, probably 40-ish minutes, however long it is, we'll then just do Chronopolis till the end. As I don't have infinite banked, but we have enough to do with our current grind, and that's all that matters for now. Alright, do that, do that. And then every Forager stream after this should pretty much just be only Forager, not counting the little bit of combat we might throw in while doing Forager. Like when Death Crows come around and stuff like that. As well as Carnivorous Plant if we want to do it that way, and a few other instances like that. But otherwise, we should be all locked in for Forager until max now after this. We'll have our XP pots sorted. We'll have all of our other pots sorted. Other than luck, but I'm not doing that much combat. And worst comes to worst, this doesn't take that long to go make a couple luck potions. That's easily something I could do off stream in like an hour just to fix. Also, I do have the supplies to make the really weak one. It's almost no XP, but I kind of want to make them. I have the supplies banked, or half the supplies banked, to make the 7 charge one. Which should normally last through like a 7 or 8 minute enrage. Since 7 minute enrage is like the highest I can make for a while. Like this one right here, which I already made several of. I think I have a couple hundred. That should last me for AFK in combat through the rest of Forager, when applicable. When I need something more AFK than Forager. Because Forager is very non-AFK other than the passive, obviously. It's probably one of the least non-AFK skills in the game, honestly. As even if you click every node in a room, not counting the fish, it's still only like 40 seconds is like the best key scenario of how long you can AFK Forager. Which is not the lowest in the game, but it's among one of the lowest AFK time skills in the game. Especially with the routing that you gotta do. You actually gotta think while doing Forager a lot of times. It's not like a lot of other nodes where you just click everything in a room, maybe move to the next room, grab everything in the room, and just move on. You somewhat do that with Forager, but you have to think about routing for every level range. Especially if you want specific supplies. But it is one of the least AFK skills in the game. The highest ones are Alchemy, if you're doing exactly what we're doing right now. Chef if you're doing stews specifically. Egg somewhat as well. But mostly stews since it has a double step that is really easy. Just one of all one item. Carpenter's decently AFK. Not like crazy high, but it's decent. Honestly, all three of these aren't that good. You only get 30 seconds. 30 seconds not great. Detective has about a 2 or 3 minute AFK, but the XP for it's really bad. Leatherworker somewhat AFK, but I find it really annoying to AFK personally. Though some people do choose to AFK it. Per inventory, it's like 2 to 3 minute AFK, but per section, it's only like about a minute and something. And then you have a really weird non-AFK moment where you have to go bank and then go buy more, and it's just really awkward to try to AFK. But then there's combat that has 10 minute AFK. It's actually crazy how much a combat eclipses everything. Because let's say the basic case scenario for every skill. Combat is 10 minutes, which eclipses everything. Honestly, I think combat's AFK is higher than every other AFK combined in the game, I just now realized. That's kind of funny. I didn't think about that just now. But combat's best case scenario for AFK is higher than every other skill combined. Because Forager is like 40 seconds at best if you click every node in a room. Fisherman's about 30 seconds. Chef is about a minute, I think, somewhere around there. Alchemy is however long this is to do 24 potions. I want to say like a minute, minute and a half. Botanist is like 30 seconds, not even. Probably closer to 20, if even that. Wood cutting is about 30 seconds. Carpenter, if you're doing the 24 step, I believe it's around a minute and a half or so. If you count both, it's like 2.5, but you have to click again, so it's like closer to 1.5. Mining's like 30 seconds, if even that. And only if you're doing like a room that has 8 of an ore. Bonewright is 30 seconds. Blacksmith 30 seconds. Stonemason 30 seconds. Detective is about 2 minutes, but the XP rate for it's pretty bad. Leatherworker per inventory is about 3 point something minutes, but per step is only about 1 point something minutes. Merchant is not AFK at all, unless you're like trying to get your task, in which case I guess you can stand there for 2 minutes. But as far as actually doing Merchant is one of the least AFK skills in the game, even probably more so than Forager. And yeah, that's it. So counting those all together, I'm pretty sure that's almost less than the 10-minute combat AFK. Not quite. But the combat AFK is almost higher than every other AFK combined. Almost. It's pretty close. Though to be able to do that combat AFK does require a really high Forager level. But you still get other numbers that are still good before that. Like right now we have X's to 7 with our level. Which is not as high as 10, but it's still pretty long. It's actually, I believe, the only AFK activity in the game that you actually get to upgrade currently. There's no other AFK activity in the game that becomes longer when you upgrade it. Every other AFK in the game is actually consistent. Like how long you can AFK stews at, you know, level 1 or tier 1 is the same as you can at tier 9. But yeah, I didn't notice that. Combat with the alchemy synergy is the only one that technically upgrades over time. I guess raid dens somewhat do when you get a new raid den, but not by much. It moves what would otherwise be like an almost 2-minute AFK to an almost 3-minute AFK. But it only does that for like a short level range before it starts, you know, going back to the other number. So that one somewhat does, but it's in a weirder way. It's alchemy into combat's the only one that like definitively stays better. Where you get a better enrage potion and you get to AFK for longer consistently every time. There's like no variableness like detective. Where whenever you get a new raid den, your AFK number goes up like crazy. But, you know, it just goes right back down to the slower number eventually. And not like it stays at that higher number. But yeah, I'm actually surprised they didn't try tweaking raid dens more. They are so dead content if you're above level 5 combat milestone. If you're below that, you can probably go max detective right now and still get some good value from it. But anything above like milestone 5 is so bad to do raid dens for. I'm really surprised the milestone update didn't really change that more. You basically have to rush it early or just lose all the value. Which is not ideal. Because basically the main way you train detective now is literally just investigations. Especially now that you have the 2, 3, and 4 times bonus ones. Until we get world events and bounties and everything. Which technically they already have bounties. Until they end up adding world event and raids for it. I'm pretty sure the current meta is literally just do investigation only. Spotting thieves are fine for the first time bonus, and if you want something a little bit chill, a different pace than investigation. But raid den are just dead. You would do them for like the first time bonus and like never touch them again. So hopefully world events in particular end up fixing them. I think they said they were going to do some kind of jailbreak world event. So hopefully whenever that's going on is actually a good time to go do training for detective. Whenever there's a world event going on for that. Also, I'm curious how world events are going to work. Are they going to keep rotating like every hour what world event's going on? Or are we going to do some other system? Are they going to have a reward shop? Are they going to have any reward other than money and XP? Are they going to be the best money XP for the skill? Are they going to be the best XP for the skill? Are they going to be the best money for the skill only? Or, you know, one or the other? There's so much about it we don't know currently. I'm hoping that they're always active, though, because it could be annoying if it's like a 1 hour rotation thingy. If it just goes to like every skill through a 1 hour rotation or something. Or like every hour on the hour it like switches to a different world event or something. Or maybe like every week they'll end up making it a certain world event. I don't know. Kind of like how the Christmas one lasted for a couple weeks. But pretend that lasted only for 1 week and then the next week, you know, that was a Forger one and then the next week would be a different one and the next week would be a different one. But we don't currently know. It would be interesting if they were all active at the same time. But the only problem with if all of them were active at the same time, I'm pretty sure one of the reasons why they're trying to utilize world events is to try to get the whole community around at a given time to go do something. So it is very, very, very unlikely that, let's say we have 10 world events in the game. I highly doubt all 10 will be active at the same time ever. Because the whole point of them is to try to concentrate a large amount of people in one area. So if there's a world event going on in, you know, like Detective for Chapter 4, there would be an above average amount of people in that chapter. Or maybe they would do it per chapter. That would work too. Like, it's limited world events, but the world events only happen in one chapter. So all the world events in Hopeport, and then all the world events in Hope Forest, then Mines of Bitumen, then Chapter 4, then Chapter 5, you know, so on and so forth. The only thing that's weird about that is combat also has world events. And combat is not tied to any chapter specifically. So I'm not sure how that would work. It's the one thing that makes me wonder how it's going to work. Because if they were to divide it by chapter, how does combat work then? Because combat also has a world event, but it's not locked to any specific chapter. Which kind of makes me think they're not going to do it per chapter when there is world events. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. It makes me think they're going to do it one skill at a time or something. Which obviously as they rotate in, it'll probably be one skill at a time. But you know what I mean. Like when there's multiple in the game, it feels like there's only going to be one active at a time. Because their whole point is to concentrate people in one area. Kind of like how the Christmas event did last time, getting a lot of people into Hopeport around that area. It also didn't take place in the whole area. It only took place in a very specific area. Which concentrates people even more. To get everyone just like naturally going to an area at a given time. Which I'm pretty sure is like half the goal of the world events. Obviously it's also to be rewarding with whatever they will end up doing for the reward system. And to be a variety in gameplay. But I'm pretty sure their main goal is just to get a big chunk of the player base in one place at one time. So if a new player goes check out a world event once they get to that level range, it's like, oh yeah, there's 1 billion people here. Like it makes the game seem a lot more active even if there's like 100 people playing. Because half of that player base would be doing the world event at a given time, probably. Assuming they're good enough to bother with. So even if the player base is small, it'll seem not small during that world event area. Because even if there's only like 100 people, like, you know, half the player base is going to be there. Probably. Or at least a third. It's like every room you'll end up seeing someone. Because it's probably not going to take place in more than like 20, 30 rooms wherever they end up putting any given world event. So if there's like, you know, 50 people doing it, you're pretty much at least one person per room. It's like every time you move a room, you'll see someone new. Or, you know, you'll see someone. Whereas right now, where is everyone? I just realized, where is all the people doing alchemy right now? Did I just get the dead room or something? Because there's no way I'm the only person in all of Brighter Shores doing a alchemy right now. I assume there was a little bit of a small party and they overfilled the room and I'm just in the overflow room stuck with myself. Because I refuse to believe there's 0 people doing alchemy right now. I'm pretty sure if I walk back out and walk back in, we'll see people. I don't know, I kind of like the private instance though. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to drop all then do that. Whoops. Oops, I forgot to use the potion here. There's one of the whole points of doing this as well. It's fine though. Now we're getting somewhat close to our double. That'll almost get us our level. At this point, we're going to keep making these healing pots until we run out of kelp, which I think we have like 100-something kelp left. And then I'm just going to make Chronopolis potions until that level says 13, as that will be quicker than what we're doing now. But I still want to go process these right now, though. At least until we have 0. Or at least until we have a number where if I grab 12, it won't let me grab 12. So until we were like at that final double-digit range. And of course, all these healing pots we'll be able to use whenever we want for stuff. Quite a handful of them as well. Is in worst case scenario, I feel like we're only using like 50-ish healing pots an hour. Maybe 60. Depends what we're doing. But a lot of times you could do 0 depending on what you're doing, obviously. But even if we were chugging them, I don't think we would chug more than like 60, 70 in an hour. Which means you can make over 3 hours worth per hour of making them. It's not the best ratio, but it's not bad. Like 3 to 4 hours of healing potion per hour of making the potions. It's definitely not the best ratio that any potion has, but it's not that bad. It's one of the reasons we want to get to this XP pot today. Because the ratio on the XP pot is absurdly good. The absolute worst case scenario, though we'll probably be only sipping 2 an hour. But the absolute worst case scenario is you're drinking 30 an hour because they last 2 minutes. So, you know, 30 is the maximum you could ever drink in an hour, realistically. Unless you keep canceling them for some reason. But 30 is the max you could drink per hour. And we're making like 250-ish of them in an hour. 240, 250, somewhere around there, whatever it comes out to. So we're making at least 3 hours worth. Or sorry, not 3 hours worth. We're making 8 hours worth per hour, basically. Which is way better than these healing potions, which we're only making 3 hours worth per hour. So yeah, it comes out pretty nice. The only reason we're making these healing potions is because the ones from the shop are pretty wimpy. I'm pretty sure the best you could buy is 25 or 30%. I kind of want to go check after this, actually. But whatever it is substantially worse than any of the 40% plus ones. Like this 46 that we're doing. And whatever the lowest tier is just a little bit too low. I think it's 25% and 30, if I remember correctly. They've changed it a couple times, so I keep forgetting. But I'm pretty sure the lowest one is 25% and the next one is 30. But to use the 30, it's already costing like 6 something silver. Whereas these, if we get one of the supplies ourselves, aka the kelp that we're going to get 1 billion of, these cost like 5 point something right now if I was to buy the other supply. Like, let's say hypothetically I buy all the wall plants because we don't want to go kill crows while doing it. It is 5 point something silver per potion here, which is cheaper than how much he sells the 30% for. We can go make our own 46%. Of course, the main difference there is you can just infinite buy from him. Like, we can get literal thousands in minutes. Whereas, you know, we're only getting like 240, 250 from this per hour. That's the main disparity there. But right now, if we got one of the supplies and didn't get the other, which is really realistic, we would normally have a lot of kelp but not any wall plants or not enough wall plants normally. This would be one of the few times where we're actually low on kelp. But it's not worth buying because we're eventually going to bottleneck. Or, you know, we're eventually going to bottleneck by having too much kelp and not enough wall plant. So if we were to buy either, it'd be wall plant, of course. But even if we were to just buy one of the supplies at max level, it's only 12 silver each or so. Like 12, 13. It's not bad for best in slot healing. And at this level range is pretty nice because we're spending half as much for only 6% worse. If we were to buy the wall plant, but get the kelp. Which isn't that bad at all. 6% less for half the price. And then at max level, getting the better one, but having the extra 6% for double the cost. Which still isn't too bad, but is quite a bit more pricey. Because if you were to break it down how many you're doing per hour, that's like a 2 point something gold loss per hour. But you would be crafting, you know, 200 something of the best healing potion in the game. So while it's a big downside on gold, it is a big upside on, you know, a ton of healing potions that you would be using for the rest of the time. So let me grab these before I forget. Oh, the good thing I did. I was almost running out of potion thingies. I didn't realize it was that low. I was grabbing some because I thought it was low. I didn't realize we're at 75 remaining. But yeah, the healing pot, if you were to buy it, costs 6.9. If I was to buy the secondary ingredient right now, it's only 5 point something. We can actually check when we go look at it real quick. Oops, equip this potion. If I go look at it at this thing, if I go to, not kelp, but the other one. So if I was to buy it from the shop, it's 6 point something. If I was to buy this from the shop, it is only 5.6, 5.7. So we'd save like 4 silver each, or not 4 silver, 400 bronze. Which isn't a lot, but you know, that starts adding up if you're making hundreds or thousands of them. Alright, where am I going? I need kelp. Kelp. Alright, looks like we can do several more sets of kelp. We have like about 100 left. Once we get down to like 50-ish, I'll probably stop and start doing the Mines of Matubin one. I mean, not the Mines of Matubin, I mean the Chronopolis one. As based on my quick math from earlier, we should be getting over 1 million more XP per hour doing Chronopolis over what we're doing now. So finish out these. Maybe go even just down to 100 because that should be enough for a while. And then we'll go do, especially if we want to go use these. I'm not sure if we will, but, you know, we might. But, yeah, we switch to Chronopolis, I think, once we hit 100 kelps. And just do Chronopolis until we have our level. And we have a double knowledge that's going on to alchemy soon as well. And in like 1 hour of processing the other thing, we should be good to go. And that'll be the game plan then. Oh wait, I just realized, did I do the math wrong earlier on the other thing? I think I did. Because it's actually not that big. I think I doubled one of the numbers for some reason. Because we're actually not getting 5 point something million. We're getting 3 point something. Because we're getting, let's break it down again. Because let's say we can make about 130 an hour. I think that's realistic. Given that we have no bank time. We're getting about 21,000 each when accounting for potion effect. So if we break that down, 21,000 times, let's say 130. Yeah, it's 2.7 million. So it's not that much better than the healing pots. Actually, wait, no, the healing pots actually are quicker then. Wait. I think I accidentally did it with the bigger number earlier rather than the half the number that you would be making otherwise at the thing. Because if that's 2.7, yeah, that's exactly what happened earlier. I accidentally did it with 240 instead of the actual number. I see it in my calculator right here. I accidentally did it with the non-potent number rather than the potent number. Which means, never mind, we actually are getting more XP from this. Barely, though. Like, very, very barely. But I just did the math wrong with the other number earlier. But no, this should actually be a few 100k better than what we're doing. Never mind, we're doing all the kelps then. Though we can still do Chronopolis to go back on it. Because counting Forager time, it actually still would be quicker to go to them. Rather than also have to do the foraging component at the moment. Which we would eventually, but not right now. Potentially. But, yeah, let me redo the math on this then. So this is 12,000. You know, counting XP pots and everything. So it's 12,000. We can make about 240 per hour. Times 240. Yeah, this is about 150,000, give or take a little bit in either direction. Well, then again, no, because this gives less knowledge per hour. So they're both basically the same is what it comes down to. This is technically about 100 to 200,000 quicker per hour, what we're doing right now. But we're getting less knowledge points than if we made Chronopolis Potion for 2 reasons. One is this potion has negative knowledge. We're actually getting 4% less. But the other reason is potions in general just give more. But on top of that, it's also 107%. I'm not sure if that's both stacking or if that's not. But potents naturally give more, even this was 100%, but also it's gaining the extra 7%. So they're both basically about the same. It's just whatever disparity they have, the other one is gaining in knowledge. So making healing pots right now and making Chronopolis potions at like 20, 30 levels lower are both effectively the same XP rate if I dump all knowledge into alchemy. Because what we're doing now gives way less knowledge per hour compared to doing the potent potion station. Both from its extra percent, but also because potent, even if they were at the same percent, would be still doing more. Is I believe by default, now counting any percents, I believe potent is about 3 or 0.5 more knowledge per hour or something. Somewhere's around there. Forget the exact number. But it's point something higher. And then you count that with any percent difference like these two have. It's probably like 0.5 higher or something compared to what we're doing now. Which doesn't sound like much, but 0.5 of a knowledge point is 100 and basically the whole difference of the XP gain. Like the 100 to 200,000 we were just talking about, that's what the 0.5 knowledge point would be. So what the other potion doesn't get in XP, it makes up for in knowledge. So long story short, me making this healing potion, assuming we have everything banked, me making this healing potion at level 610 and me making this Chronopolis potion at 543 is effectively about the exact same XP rate, assuming you're putting all knowledge points into alchemy while doing it. They're effectively the exact same XP rate, pretty much. You're just getting a different potion at the end. Alright, we equip this. We throw that in there. Grab our kelp. Yeah, we'll go until we have like a single digit number of kelp left. We'll go until we can't redraw 12. And then we'll probably just push Chronopolis until we do the rest. The other alternative would be to go foraging for a little bit if we want like a forager break. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, I can use the 11% this time as well. By the time we go in the making station, we should have midway through enough knowledge. So we'll process all these, process all those on the ground. And then we should just be able to use an 11% and then just double knowledge it. Both of which are going into alchemy. And both of which should almost be a level. It should be like 600, 700k or whatever it is. It'll be a little bit short of a level, but it's pretty close. By the time we finish this inventory, we should be at level 12. And then we just need to get one more. And then we have the 11% unlocked for the rest of the Forager grind. And then we can 100% focus on Forager. Or maybe 90%, because I'm probably still going to get distracted by some combat AFK some here and there. Just because how much more AFK it is than Forager. But not counting like a little bit of combat. After today, we can 100% focus on the rest of the Forager grind then. And just go all in until it's done. With minimal distractions of other skills. And the goal is to try to finish it before smithing bounties come out then. Which is in 3 weeks from now. I will mess with fishing bounties for one day when that does come out. So that will be one day with Do Less Forager, will be next week's Monday. But otherwise, I would want to try to do it before smithing bounties come out, because I kind of plan on going pretty heavy on smithing bounties when they do end up releasing. I want to end up learning the minigame really well, because it's the first skill-based thing that would actually give you more XP in the game, other than like tile perfectly moving everywhere. But not counting tile perfectly moving everywhere, it'll be the first thing where doing the activity a lot quicker would actually affect your XP and or gold rate. So we'll try to learn that puzzle really well. And then from there, we'll go and get a milestone for smithing. Assuming we finish the Forager grind by then. But assuming we have monument completed by then, we would pivot into 50 levels of smithing. Well, technically 52, but one of those, two of those should be AFK'd off stream. Since we're going to be doing the scrap metal that we're going to be getting from Forager in 2 days from now. It's not tomorrow, but that following day we'll be AFKing the thing that gives us all the scrap metal we need. So here we throw this into alchemy. We then make potions until we have another %, and then we throw into alchemy again. And finishing out this inventory should be a level then. And then we should be about 3 to 4 knowledge points away from the final level. Of which we'll just do healing potion and then potent until we have it. So it should be less than an hour at this point. And then we can go make infinite 11% XP pots. Whenever we feel like we need them. Which mostly could be an off-stream thing. We'll make one inventory of them on stream. As it's the final goal of today. But off-stream, whenever we need more, I'm just going to process them as we need. Maybe make like 100, 200 today, and then whenever we need more, you know, we just make more off-stream. But it basically makes it so this number will never hit 0, which is almost is. It's getting close. We are getting so close, but it's actually never going to hit single digit, oddly enough. As I should only need to drink 2 more of these. So we almost hit single digit, but we're going to hit 10 at the lowest, I think. This 4 knowledge should be way more than enough to finish out alchemy right now. And we're getting a rate of like 3 point something knowledge an hour, though it's a little bit better on the potent potion station. But we'll finish up the healing, we'll go do potents, and do that all the way for the final level then. Not counting the little bit we'll get from healing, going up to like right there, like 1/10 or 1/8, whatever you call that. So close, yet so far. Oh, also, I guess technically during our Forager grind, I will still be doing a little bit more of fishing. But very little. Like in total to max level Forager, we'll be lucky if we get like 20 more fishing levels. Not counting, I guess, the venture that we're also doing. Oh, did I forget to use the other point? No! Because the pop-up didn't come up, it kind of slipped my mind for a second. I was supposed to use the other thing on the level. Oh, well, we'll get them next time. Oh, maybe we will dip below. Oh, we might hit the 9 after all. I meant to, before that thing expired, cancel this to go and use the other point, but well. Using one more 11% is not going to matter that much. I guess we are going down to 9. Potentially. How much more kelp in the other thing do we have? 104. Okay, it looks like we got to do, what, 3 more inventories? 4 more? Because I want to keep doing this down to the point where I can't do 24. Which means we could do this 2 more times. Maybe 3? What's the math come out to that on? We have like 80 left. 80 into that, into 24. Yeah, we could do it 3 more times. So technically 4 can the one we're doing now. So we'll do 4 more sets of healing potion. And then the rest of the time we go do potents. Though one nice thing about me accidentally doing the way I just did is now we're going to naturally gain a level. So we'll get a little bit more XP from the double knowledge point. We'll throw it down a little bit. So that mistake technically actually helped us to some degree. Because if I threw the knowledge point down now, we'd get slightly less value from it than if we threw it down after we get that level. It's not that big a difference, but for double knowledge, you know, it starts adding up. It's a very small difference, though. Well, we do technically get slightly more XP from the mistake. It's the best time to throw those knowledges are right at the beginning of one. Whereas if you were near the end, it's sometimes better just to go all the way and then get the better XP rate that you get from the next level. It doesn't spike up that much, though. Like, I think it goes up by, like, what, 1%? Not even? Depends how much the curve is moving. Like, you're not getting that much extra XP, but it is more. Just not that much more. Because we're definitely going to get that before we hit double knowledge again. Like, there's no way we don't. Still got, like, 80% knowledge we need to go get. And then after this double, we should need 1 more set of double then. Maybe a 3rd, but 1 more set would be the final set probably. And I'll find out. Regardless, we got about 1 more hour of alchemy. And then we should never need to do alchemy again for the rest of the forager grind. But the only exception being a few off-stream, just making some more 11% as we need them. Well, we should have pretty much infinite banked. And by that, I mean we have infinite shells banked. I won't have infinite periwinkle. We will have to buy those. But they're pretty cheap. It would take less than 30 minutes to go buy everything we need. It will cost us 6 silver per potion, but, you know, we can live with that. Even if we bought 1,000, that's only 6 gold. I think we can live with a minus 6 gold for what is effectively all the potions we need for 500 forager. Though we will have to start drinking 5% soon. That is the only big downside. We are about a week away, maybe a little bit less than a week, because I forget how many of the other ones have banked. We're about a week away from our secondary potion being a 5%. We'll have infinite 11s, but for knowledge points, but we're only going to have 5% for the grind soon. Which is going to be a bit of a downgrade. But it's still better than nothing, so we will probably still be using the 5%. But if we end up forgetting to use it, we get punished less, if nothing else. I guess that's the only good upside of using a weaker potion. Like, if we forget to use, like, an 8% or something similar here, like, you know, we're losing out a bit more value compared to if we accidentally forget to use a 5%. So forgetting to use it for a cycle has less of an effect on us. But of course, every single one we drink is also less effective. But our knowledge points would still be the full effect, which is the whole reason why we're doing this. Because otherwise, by the knowledge points by tomorrow, we'd already be running out. So how many healing potions do we have? We're running about 300 something to go use. It's not that bad. We can definitely consume through them pretty quick, but I don't think we have any enemies coming up that we really need to use them on anytime soon. Unless we really want to take Carnivorous Plant out early, we don't really have any reason to be using them for quite a while. At my current level range. As most things we'll be fighting are either going to be like AFK things or actively fighting it with the extra bonus. Because during this gap over here, I'm just going to be AFKing the crows. And then after that, we just boost to these, but we won't really need that much healing for either. And then eventually we get AFK to Goblin and just be set for the Forager then. Alright, there we go! 1 level to go! And we have infinite 11% forever. Or at least for our near future grinds. All this alchemy just for this. It'll be worth it though. How much XP do we need for this level? Alright, 3.1 million. We have a number of double knowledge coming in soon. One more after that's like 900,000. Which means we got about 45 minutes, I think, of alchemy left. Roughly. And then I'll probably grab dinner. Though, of course, we're going to make it some of those 11%. We can't just not make them after we get there. I'll make it like 1 inventory. I need to go buy the periwinkle, though. Normally, we'll just go mass buy the periwinkle. I'll do that off stream, though. Probably buy like 500 to 1,000 periwinkle. Probably 500. 500 already seems like it's going to be enough. Alright, what am I coming here for? Kelp. It should be the third to last set we could do. As we'll stop when we can't do a set of 24 anymore. And then move on to the Chronopolis potion. Oh, so it feels so weird. Oh, there it is. It's teasing us with it. 1 more level. We're all coming. It's even popping up telling us it's in 1 level. But yeah, this set, next set, and then we move to Chronopolis. And then 1 set of 100 Chronopolis should be more than enough. We don't even need a bank ever again. I do need to go clear one of my XP pots, though, or my luck potion or something. In order to equip it, though. As I don't want to ruin these two, so we're probably going to put it over our luck potion. Because I need to have 1 slot free so I can equip the Chronopolis potion. Not because we need it, but because I need to be able to get rid of it into my secondary inventory rather than to the potion storage. Because putting in the potion storage is slightly slower. Not only do you waste a tile going there, but you also have the animation, which is longer than just the movement thing. Because ideally what you want to do from this station or that station... Actually, I guess you don't need a bank there, but... When you're doing the potents, you walk over here, and then once you get to that tile, you already have the pre-click on equipping it. Then you equip it and get it done within like 1 tick or 2 ticks or so. Whereas going over there not only wastes the 2 ticks of the movement from there and back, but also ends up wasting the animation time, which I'm pretty sure is not a 1 tick action, like equipping a potion is. So you waste like 1.5 seconds compared to, if you have really good clicking time, probably like half a second. Like, you're wasting, like, more than double your time. If not triple, if not quadruple, putting them in Potion Bank compared to just equipping them to belt when doing the Chronopolis Potion. Actually, even more so with Chronopolis Potion. But with all the other potions, you'd be messing out on the, like, 2-second thing. But Chronopolis even more, since you don't ever need to go over there for reagents. You do, like, once every 5 inventories, or once every 6, whatever you want to do it with. We'll get to see that some when we start doing these. It's not really that much of a time save, but it starts adding up. We haven't done any potency yet this stream. But it will be in 2 inventories. Not this one, not next one, but the one after that. Oh, so it feels so weird seeing no one in here. I almost want to walk out the door so we can start seeing people. I want to make a bet. If I walk here and then walk back in, there will be like 5 people here. Yep. Told you. Exactly 5, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless there's more people stacked there. We've got one of those dead rooms. Yeah, we're back, whatever. I was going to say, there's no way there's like 0 people for an entire hour doing alchemy. But no, we just got one of those dead rooms. We're not in the normal lobby now. It must have just gotten overfilled from so many people being in it. But not overfilled enough that extra people were coming into our area. The main thing that normally causes that, if there's like a party in a room at a given time, or just like a couple people just delaying and talking in a room or something. Because what normally should happen is that room that we were in would fill up if this room kept filling up. But the problem is this room reached max capacity at one point, but then stayed at a long duration where it never reached max capacity again. Which is why we're all alone for like an hour. Because the overflow room never got overflowed with more people. But yeah, this is the normal lobby one. So everyone currently doing alchemy should be in this room unless they were in one of those void areas we were in. But otherwise, every person in the entire game should be, that is doing alchemy should pretty much be here. Except for maybe like 1 or 2 if they were in the void like we were. Which currently means there are... I'll add +1 to whatever this number is because there might be one other person in the void. But that means there are currently 9 people doing alchemy, counting ourselves. Maybe 10 because we'll count 1 person in the void potentially. So there are 10 total people in the game doing alchemy right now. Out of like the 200 something people playing. So roughly 5% of the total player base is currently training alchemy. Out of anyone logged in right now. It's pretty much exactly 5%. Alright, next inventory, we could probably use the 11%. I just gotta remember to, you know, actually use it. Unlike last time. I gotta remember on the potent station to stop midway through to go use the second burst. Alright, also, you know what happened yesterday when I was messing around and doing some AFK stuff? I was doing those, clicking on the wall plants and killing the crows like we were doing earlier. And someone was asking me about the mask. And they were so disappointed when they found out it's one of the old discontinued Halloween items. It's still one thing I wish they would change. Like all the discontinued cosmetics that keep coming in every holiday that we're probably getting more of this Easter in like 2 months from now. I do wish there was a way to re-earn it, even if it was way harder to re-earn them. Obviously we have all of them, so it doesn't really affect us, but you know, it affects a lot of other people. I'm never a fan of that when like some of the best cosmetics in the game are locked behind old events that are literally impossible to get. Alright, final inventory. We're almost there. And after this set, so we'll double drop this. After this set, we'll start working on the potents then. Actually, I say that. Do we have one more set of healing? I think we did. Did I miscount somewhere? Never mind. We do have one more set of healing. So we can do 2 more sets of healing. The one we're doing now and then the next set. I miscounted somewhere. And then after that, we'll start doing potents for the rest, which shouldn't be that long. Because at that point, we need like half a level. And as we calculated earlier, doing the potents is pretty much the same XP rate as doing what we're doing now. Assuming we're putting the knowledge on the alchemy. Otherwise, it would be less. But as long as we're putting the knowledge on the alchemy, since it's giving so much more knowledge points, it's giving about the same, if not slightly better than what we're doing now. Despite it being like 20 levels lower than what we're doing now. But yeah, if I can get the rest of the gold refunded that we lost from that one update, I'll go send that support ticket. We will be over 400 gold. I know some of that I want to go spend on a level 25 lobster pot. I guess at that point I'll probably 25 all this tools just so I can see how much remaining gold I have after that. But that 300 something gold that we have after that, that's just pure. I have no clue what to use on. Because most tools I don't really want to get above 25. We got our pickaxe to 35, but I didn't really feel like it was that worth it for how much it costed. Well, we'll get all the tools to 25, but then I'm not really sure what we spend our money on. There's things like boosting up alchemy, but there's other ways I kind of want to go about it to save some money. But no, a lot of skills we want to do doesn't really burn money. Chef generally breaks even, especially if you get a lot of the other supplies through other means. All gathering skills are obviously profit other than whatever you're putting into the tool. Including carpenter, since we'd just be getting it all from wood cutting. And these are going to be getting other ways of training them soon. But currently, the only skills we have to train that actually lose money is just smithing, stonemason, and power leveling alchemy. If we want like really specific potions and other things. Because we keep all the potions in a set to sell. So those are the only 3 skills we really have left that will cost us any amount of money whatsoever in the current state of game. Everything else is just big number stacking for I have no clue what. Maybe enhancing in Chapter 6 will start burning a lot of money. Because the only thing in Chapter 5 that burns money is Armor Maker. Everything else in Chapter 5 should just be pretty much pure profit. I guess maybe builder will burn money too now that I think about it. Though a lot of the supplies we will be getting through alternative means. Like the merchant things. But yeah, those are the only skills in the current state of the game we need to burn money on realistically. Alchemy, smithing, and stonemason. 2 of which are getting bounties soon that will make it burn less. And there are 2 skills in Chapter 5 that burn money though. Armor Maker almost guarantee will to some degree, even if you do a lot of leather worker. And Builder is also very likely to, even if you do Delver. Assuming Delver even gives any builder supplies. Or combat in that region. That's something else I would kind of want to check too. Though that would be kind of slow to get stuff that way. But there is a good chance that killing things in Chapter 5 would give you builder supplies. And who knows, maybe even armor making supplies. Probably more so builder if I had to guess one or the other. But it could be both. Yeah, Chapter 1 does both as well. Which a couple chapters do. Like Chapter 1, for example, gives you both cooking supplies and alchemy supplies. Way less cooking, but it still gives you both. Or it's mostly giving alchemy, but still gives some cooking. And there's a good chance that combat in Chapter 5 would give you a lot of builder supplies and giving you a small amount of armor maker, or the other way around. Or it gives a decent amount of armor maker supplies, but a small amount of builder. Though I'm pretty sure my plan for whenever Chapter 5 does come out in like 1 or 2 years from now, or, you know, whenever it rotates around. Also, I gotta remember to go use this point and not forget to use it this time. I think after this potion. But whenever it does come around, I think we're just rushing 500 Delver. Not to be like the first person to get it done, but we might aim for top 20, we'll see. I have the time around the time. I haven't tried racing any top 20 yet, so it'd be our first time we even bother. Because we don't have a single top 20, I just didn't really care about it. But no, it'd be a fun way to kind of go through the next chapter. Just kind of explore everything for the first few days. And just go all in with a really clear milestone of, you know, go max out the skill. And then just do them based on whatever order would be the most efficient to get them done in. Which if I had to guess would be Delver, then Builder, then Armor Maker. The Armor Maker probably being the most annoying one to go get done. Just because it gets fed from so many skills. And requires so many supplies. Armor Maker should be the same level as Blacksmith and Stonemason for how absurdly annoying it's going to be to go get max. We don't know for sure, but it's a really good chance it's going to be tied with how bad Blacksmith and Stonemason are. Really high chance of that. As it's likely not to have too many free passives like Boneright does. And it will be even more overreaching than Boneright in how many different supplies you need to make any armor, most likely. As you'll need the leather plus something else. It's not just going to be just leather. Who knows, maybe there will be some things you make out of just leather. But there's a good chance it could be leather plus another component, not just leather. Which makes it just as annoying of Boneright to gain, while probably having the passives as bad as Blacksmith and Stonemason. So it'd have the worst of both. So technically it wouldn't be harder than Smithing or Stonemason to level, potentially. Especially if it doesn't release with like Dungeon or anything else like that. As there's a chance they don't release new chapters with, you know, world events and dungeons and everything. Unless they do plan to. In which case every chapter has a lot of stuff they gotta get in. Because that means they gotta be dungeon compatible. They've got to have a world event, and they would have to have bounties. I'm not sure if they're going to do that, but I would explain why Chapter 5 did get delayed if they are doing it that way as well. Because that's a lot of stuff you got to get in. I'm not sure if they're going to before Chapter 5, but that would explain why Chapter 5 probably got, like, mega delayed. Given that they were thinking about this milestone stuff. Because you'd have to add 3 quests, 1 mainline story, 2 side quests at bare minimum to match every other chapter. And on top of that, you would have to add, at bare minimum, 3 new skills. All 3 of those new skills would need to be dungeon compatible, as well as world event compatible, as well as bounty compatible. And, yeah, that's everything you would have to add. That's a lot. 3 new skills, bounties for all those skills, dungeon compatibility for all those skills, world event for all those skills, and 3 new quests. 1 main storyline and 2 sides. And, of course, you actually have to build the map and everything else. You have to add a bunch of enemies too to extend combat. It's a lot of things. Like when Chapter 5 comes out, it will probably be the biggest update since launch. Currently, that'd be the Milestone update that we just had last week. But if Chapter 5 was to come out with literally all that, It would be the biggest update since launch. If they released it fully feature complete. I have a feeling they're going to like rotate some things after the fact. But if they actually release it fully completed with dungeons, with dungeon compatibility, world events, bounties, all the quests that it would need, everything else, it would be the biggest patch since launch. And of course, 3 whole new skills, which is a lot of grind. That will not be short. Every new chapter that ever comes out adds like over 1,000 hours of grind. If you cared about maxing. Or wanted to maintain, max it if you were to ever get there. But bare minimum, every chapter is going to be 1,000 hours plus. Because you'll have all the combat, assuming they still keep extending combat after that chapter. Though there are some signs that they might change the system a little bit going into chapter 6. But not counting that, let's just say hypothetically it goes up by 500 levels each time, which it might not, but let's just hypothetically say it does. That's 500 combat levels and 503 different skills you'd have to do every time a chapter comes out. That is not a short grind. Even if some of those skills are quick. Like 1,000 hours is being modest. It probably takes longer than 1,000 hours to do all that. Because 1,000 hours assumes you could do 2 levels per hour across the entire time. Per each of the skills. And there's a good chance not all of them are going to be that quick. Even combat alone, I think at the current state of the game feels like closer to like a level and a half per hour. Or maybe even just a level. Because normally you're putting knowledge from combat into not combat. So the best you ever really get is like 1.5 per hour roughly. And that's if you're like, really stacked on weapon, potions. You're fighting an enemy that's weak to your element. Could go as low as like 1 per hour depending on what everything is. Though that could speed up obviously when special attacks and skill tree comes out. It's one of the reasons I've been trying to not do too much combat. It's one of the reasons I care about the next 42 combat levels or so, or basically the next 50 or so. So we can get the max looking gear. But then after that, we really don't care about that much combat unless we're doing it for a very specific reason. Like why I want to do Mines of Bitumen for all the reagents for alchemy. Not because I necessarily need more combat, but because I need the alchemy reagents. And, it'd just be getting the combat while doing that, since we have to do that grind eventually anyways. But aside from that, I don't really plan on doing much combat after we get like 50 more levels. And the rest of the alchemy supplies we need for max. Because from there, I'm pretty much just waiting till special attacks plus skill tree. Plus ideally Chapter 5's armor maker. I don't feel like you would ever bother making more than tier 2 armor in the current state of the game, but be able to make tier 2 armor for whatever tier you're at right now and not need to worry about RNG is pretty nice. Luck potions have made that a little bit less needed, but it's still nice. If you were like really behind on something. Like right now our legs are kind of... Oh no, actually those legs aren't that behind. Which is a bad example because this is probably the least behind I've ever been on combat ever. We have a 4-star drop that we just got outright for the boots at highest possible level. We got an almost possible highest level that we got just from armor drops on the ground. Similarly, this was from 3 stars. Our gloves are also 3 stars and it's a little bit behind, but its rarity makes it okay. And we got a 3-star armor that's about the same as a 2-star at the same level. And we got a 2-star at the same level. So yeah, in this instance, I wouldn't even need armor maker to offset my gear. The luck potions alone, while going for the 50% extra loot enemies, is already enough. Which is kind of crazy. Because we're almost at the point where armor maker isn't even needed. They've gone so much to kind of dampen the fact that, leading up to it, that giving like alternatives to be able to get gear between like the 50% you can get from enemies and the, the luck potion, that in doing so, armor maker is almost obsolete now. Unless they eventually add like set effects for like 4-star stuff or something. Because the main reason you would have previously used armor maker, like, to get like, basic 2-star stuff made out, you don't even need it anymore. Like the 3 stars that you'd eventually combine into 4 stars at the correct level would still be relevant, I guess. But those take a long while to make. Like they're not efficient to go out of your way to make unless you're just deliberately trying to make armor maker go a higher level. Alright, anyways, we're done with these. So let's go do the potents now. So now I just need to go grab my grapes, and I need to go grab, which grape is it? Oh no! I made some off stream and I don't have that many left. And it's not worth buying them. Oh no! I might run out of grapes. I thought I had a couple hundred. I only have 35. I forgot I was running some off stream. Oh no. Oh no, you know why? No, that's not what it is. They reduced all the stacks with the update they did recently. Oh, that's a problem for this exact moment in time. Oh, no. Oh, see how badly this goes. Yeah, that's, I forgot they did that. That's not what I wanted. Equip potion. I forgot they did that as of today. As I was gonna say, I know I had more than 35, but our stack got reduced with the change that happened today. Well, let's hope this is enough. I don't think it is, though. We might have to go do a little bit of foraging. I don't think this will be enough. I got enough to do 1.5 inventories. Let's see. Gives a reason to buy from others or gather it. There we go. Or at least that's why they end up doing it. But yeah, there's about 20-something resources or 30-something now that are untradeable. I keep saying untradeable. I mean, not buyable from shop. The one that affected us today, for example, was the shark draw. When we were doing the one-time bonus for the update that they did today. Which I guess this is the other update we finally get to see today. They reduced all the stacks of most passives by like 3 times. But of course they compensated for the money the other day. But the problem is when they compensated for the money the other day, I think I lost like 30 or 50 gold that should have otherwise been compensated, which I will be sending a support ticket for later. Because the way that we end up doing it. So I'll try to see later if we can end up getting compensated for that. But worst comes to worst, if we don't, our money stack is pretty high right now. Like, we can live without 30 more gold. Or 50 more, however many we would get refunded from that. I'm still going to try, though, because that's a lot of gold. That's like a solid 20 hours worth of gold. That we basically just had evaporated for nothing. So I'm still going to try to see, but if we don't, it's not that big a deal. We have, like, infinite money right now. If we had trading enabled, it'd probably matter a bit more. But with what you can currently spend your money on a, you know, lone wolf character, even 200 gold is basically infinite gold, realistically. Because all you really need is level 25 all tool, enough gold to go upgrade everything, and then enough gold to go upgrade the few skills that are kind of buyables. With the main ones right now being alchemy, blacksmith, and stonemason, and the next chapter also being builder plus armor maker. So by chapter 5, there's only 5 like true buyable skills. As bone rates, passives are good enough. Cooking generally just breaks even, if not profit. Carpenter you just get from woodcutting. And leatherworkers, I guess you technically lose money on leatherworker, but you make it back when armor maker comes out in chapter 5. It's also way cheaper to buy leather now compared to before, because you make less profit from it, but they're also cheaper to buy. So I guess a leatherworker you technically lose money on, but you lose less than you did before. If you are banking. And you make it right back as soon as leatherworker comes out. I mean, armor maker, I mean. Even though armor maker will ultimately lose you money, when accounting for the hides that you put in, you're basically getting your money back and some, probably. Even though armor maker's still overall probably still losing money. Some of the money that you're making back from armor maker is the supplies from leatherworker that you otherwise would have lost. Same reason how carpentry technically makes you 0 money if you bank everything, but then you make the money back, obviously, when you get the other stuff. It's a little bit different because you actually have to buy the hides from the shop. So you are technically losing some small amount as you buy them. Unlike Carpenter, where you're just making nothing instead of losing money. Assuming you're sourcing it all from woodcutting, obviously. Which we would be, of course. As I'm pretty sure with the new balance that they did, I'm pretty sure max woodcutting gives you max Carpenter. I haven't messed enough with chapter 2 to know for sure. But I'm pretty sure getting 500 woodcutting gets you 500 Carpenter. And if it doesn't, you just offset like ever so slightly with knowledge points. But 500 woodcutting should be 500 Carpenter. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't, as long as you use your knowledge points correctly on it. As they should pretty much always stay even now with the update they did with milestones. There shouldn't really ever be a gap where you need to go buy like 1,000 planks or of some kind just to go get carpentry up. You know, like 1,000 logs or something. Like, that shouldn't be a thing anymore, I'm pretty sure. You might have to knowledge point for a level or 2 occasionally. Depending on how you're going about getting all your woodcutting supplies. But aside from having a few knowledge point gaps where you might have to passive for a day or throw, you know, a bunch of knowledge points, there shouldn't really ever be any, like, huge gap where you have to buy, like, thousands of a log just to go cover it. I don't believe there is. I don't know, we'll find out if we ever do the grind. But I'm pretty sure they're a lot more even now, where 500 woodcutting does get you 500 carpenter. As long as you throw some knowledge points into carpenter while doing it. Oh, so you can drink these potions in between now. I should always be making sure I have this up. It's one of the few 0-time potions you can actually get in the game. And since you're having to wait there anyways, the potion is 0-time drink. So even a 5% would be insanely good here because there's no downtime in the drinking. We'll use 8% for now since we have them. But there's a couple things that are 0-time. Some other things are some mining because you still have to wait for it to respawn a lot of times. Even though they fixed the respawn and changed it a couple times, you still gotta wait a small duration. And during that small duration, unless you're doing some kind of really wide pattern for a couple of them, it's enough time to go drink a potion. So that one's technically 0-time just because the downtime of having to wait for the respawn is so long. I would hope they would fix that eventually. Do you think after adjusting the respawn rate like 3 times they would be, but no. Like the last time I did Anistite after the update, it was like a 5-second wait. Yes, it used to be like over 10 seconds, but 5 seconds is still a while. That's way longer than it takes to drink a potion. Alright, once we run out of all these supplies, I guess the backup plan then would be to go do, Actually, what is the plan after this then? Because I gotta scrap together half an alchemy level. And these 13 grapes aren't gonna cover it. And we're out of a level range where it's worth doing because we're at tier 6 grape now, not tier 5. Which reminds me, that means the rest of the cinnamon sticks I have now I should probably go sell. I'll wait until our email for the compensation on the other thing goes fully through, though, just to not make the numbers even weirder. But in a week or two, we're probably going to sell all but a couple hundred cinnamon sticks. Because that should be a pretty penny. Because with the new sell price that they just changed them to, even though there's like 3 times less as many of them, or however many less, we should still be able to have a lot of them. And if they're selling for almost like 1 silver each, that's like 7 gold. Just in cinnamon sticks that we don't need from tier 5. Now that we need tier 6. Or soon we'll need tier 6. We can't make tier 6 of course yet, but between everything else we'll be getting in the long term, as long as I keep like 1,000 of them just to have, and then I guess I'll buy 1,000 of this grape, I'm pretty sure I could sell the other like 7,000, 6,000 so cinnamon sticks we have for what should be over 6 gold. Not like we need 6 gold, but you know. I want to get to the point where, one of the reasons I was selling some of the other stuff the other day, as well as I just want to see what our actual like final gold stack is right now, not counting all of the hides we have banked. That would eventually get converted in chapter 5. But not counting those, I kind of just want to see like what our total money is right now. Just so we can kind of gauge some other grinds in the future. Also, so we could eventually reach 1 platinum. 1 platinum seems like a fun number to eventually get. I'm not really in a rush to do it, but knowing our total number just kind of gives us an idea of how we want to allocate it later. In case we do decide we want to buy some of the skills, like Alchemy to max. Though with 500 Forager, we're going to cover a lot of it off of that. As well as a little bit of combat that I want to get in, so we can do all the Mines of Batubin stuff for free. As I'm definitely not spending any money on getting Mines of Batubin potions. I don't think it's worth. We can get them so free from combat. Like, I would sooner max out my Mines of Batubin level in that area rather than spend a single cent on a Mines of Batubin resource. The only exception to that might be for this 11% potion. For 2 reasons. One is I would want to go get 3 levels from it to go get to 43 so we can start doing the better grape and cinnamon stick. But the other reason I would want to do it is that would be our knowledge points for when we go do that later. Because one thing I might consider if we make good time on 500 Forager, though I highly doubt we'll make it that quick. But by 5 weeks from now when the Stonemason Ventures come out, I mean bounties, I want to have this good to go. Ideally I want it for smithing bounties as well, but we're definitely not going to do that, I don't think. is I would have to both get 30, well, 28 alchemy levels. Well, I guess after just 27. I would have to both get 27 alchemy levels and finish our forager grind. Whereas I'm not even sure if we're just going to be able to finish the forager grind by then. So to add another 27 alchemy on that, I'm not sure. I don't know, we'll see. Because I would love to have that potion for when smithing and stonemason bounties come out. Smithing bounties is going to be tight. Stonemason bounties, we should 100% have it by then, though. Even though they made it not multiplicit and just made it additive, it's still adding to the base value, so it's not awful. You just get less value from them when you do a 2 times, 3 times, or 4 times bounty now. But you're still getting it on the principle of the original bounty value. But they did nerf it by 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times relative to the corresponding tasks. But they're already giving so much XP that it technically doesn't matter. That's being nerfed by, you know, that percent. Because at worst, on the 14%, all you're getting less is, what is that? 56% less XP. Which sounds like a lot of XP. But when you put that into consideration that you're still getting the 14%, so you take 14 away from that, which brings it down to 42%. And then the fact that you're already getting 4 times. Losing 42% isn't that bad. Like, it's a lot. But, you know, it's not that bad. Also, I probably didn't need to drink a potion there. Good, I canceled it anyways. I'll drink it when we go to this. Because I don't even have a full thing right here. And then we'll just go bank them all. Normally, you'd want to go get rid of this, but since we have such a small stack, we don't even need to bother with it. Alright, so we'll go do these 13, and then I think we got to go back to foraging for like 15 to 20 minutes. Because I need more kelp. That would also give us knowledge points that we can go dump on it too, which would be nice. Which that alone might actually push it over, honestly. Yeah, we need to go get more kelp after we finish these then. As I'm out of really good XP potion supplies after this set. And I don't want to go buy more grapes. Or if I do in the future, I don't want to do it now. Because we're at a level range where it's not worth doing the venture. Alright, so we'll do these last 13. And then we're going to have to do Forager for a very short duration again. And then somewhere in between there, we'll come back to make a few healing potions. And then the double knowledge off of that, or single knowledge, or whatever we do then, should push us over to 13. Then we just go grab some periwinkle, and then boom! Infinite 11% potions forever. Or at least for the rest of this grind. At least for double knowledge points. A billion caveats, but technically infinite. And then we can just worry about all in on Forager for the rest of the grind. Honestly, we're still making pretty good pacing. Not counting the few days that we weren't able to do it as much, we're still getting about, you know, we're still going through the full set like every 3-4 days. Though, of course, the upcoming milestones might go a bit slower. But so far, the transition from Tier 4 to Tier 5 to Tier 6 hasn't felt that much slower throughout. Like, maybe a little bit. But they haven't been getting nearly as slow as I thought they would be as you would scale up. Maybe it like caves like crazy at 7, 8, and 9. Particularly 8 and 9, given the disparity between active and passive here, makes me think it's going to curve like crazy. But at least up to 6, it hasn't really felt like it's curved that much. We'll see about 7, 8, 9. But so far, it's been pretty much just as easy as Tier 4 that we were doing at the beginning. It's not that big of a difference. Even the disparity between active and passive seems to be bigger. But it's not like that big of a gap yet, which is why it probably doesn't feel that much different. Whereas 7 is like almost a double difference, so the curve is probably going to curve up even more. Then it's over double here, so the curve's going to go really curvy. And then 9 looks really scary because it's almost triple. Almost triple is basically what it was before the update. As far as how long you'd have to do it per section. Like, that's basically what post 200 pretty much was before, almost. So we'll see what the curve looks like by then. Because I have no way of knowing since I don't even have a Milestone 9 skill. Combat doesn't count because it gets calculated differently for the milestones. Because it doesn't start curving like crazy until like the final 5 or so. Where it starts going like mega curve. Even then, it's nowhere near as curvy as some of the other skills in the game. Oh, this would be a drink angle. Oh no! Okay, we'll drink on this next one. How much more XP do we need? Because we're about to get like 600,000 from the potions. Or from the double knowledge. Honestly, at this point, I think it might just be worthwhile to go make whatever our next not horrible potion is. Even though it's not going to be as much XP, I think I'll just go run something that we already have banked. I don't think I did all the pond weeds, so maybe I'll go make my enrage potion. It's a bit worse than what we're making now. But it's not that much worse compared to healing potion. It's the difference of like 1,200 or so. Like, it's worse, but given that we already have it banked, it's not that much worse. Plus, I need these eventually anyways. I was originally just going to do those off-stream eventually. But we're going to do a handful of them now because it beats having to go and gather them at the moment. As we'll get better XP rate just running what we already have at a slightly lower XP than we would be to go out of our way, go do foraging, and then come back to go do those potions. At least from an alchemy XP perspective. Obviously, as far as total XP, it'd be fine to do that. And we would be doing that later. But as far as our current needs for today's goal of just trying to reach the 11% XP pot, yeah, it would just be better to go run a couple of those. Shouldn't even need to run it that long, like 10, 20 minutes. As this double knowledge pretty much already gets us there. So yeah, we'll just go run those then. Plus I'll need them eventually anyways. It's kind of crazy how many you can make as well. That potion probably has the biggest disparity. Well, that and Fear Potion. Fear Potion definitely has the biggest. But ignoring Fear Potion, Enrage is the next highest, that the disparity between how many you can make per hour and how many you can actually use is crazy. Because we can make like about 250-ish of those per hour. And they last 7 minutes. And then you divide that big number by 60. They last for 29 hours. I can make 29 hours of AFK per hour with the current level potion. And it's not even the max one. Fear goes kind of crazy. It goes over like 100 hours. We did the math on it at one point. You can make over 100 hours of Fear per hour. Which is insanely long. But yeah, for the current level of Enrage that we're at, we can make 29 hours worth of Enrage per hour of potions made. So we can AFK for 29 hours per hour of potions made. Not to mention making that specific potion is pretty AFK as well. So not only is making it somewhat AFK, but you also get to bank 29 minutes worth of AFK per... Or sorry, 29 hours worth of AFK per hour. And that's at this level range. That goes even higher. Like, that goes up by like 4 hours every time you go another tier. It's already at like 29 at our tier. The next tier would be like 33 hours of AFK per hour of potion made. Not counting gathering the supplies and everything. But you'd likely gain most of those just, you know, naturally through Forager. Alright, save for later. Get our double boost soon. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of all this. I'm going to get rid of all this. And yeah, let's go make some enrage potions. So these use this little guy over here. I saved a few, not that many. And pondweed of tier 6. Don't actually use tier 9. Oh yeah, we'll do the double drop like we were earlier. Let me grab the 12 from here. Grab the pondweed. Use a potion. And then by the time we get to the better maker, we're probably going to need to use an 11%. Dump both of them into alchemy, and we should almost be there. Is that 600,000 plus whatever we're getting from this? So I only need a grind for like 250,000. And we're getting a little over 10,000 per potion. Which means we got to make, what, 25 potions? That means we only got to make 2 inventories. We're almost there. Not this inventory, but the inventory after this inventory, we should be done. And then we can finally get the whole reason we grinded today. And then tomorrow's goal is Stone Monument. And then the final, or, you know, the day after that is Jade. And then we got to go XP grinding again. And of course, by the time we hit next week's Monday, we will do a fishing bounty stream. I'll probably do no Forager and just do only fishing. So I probably won't even say, you know, Forager in the title. We'll just do some kind of fishing thumbnail. They'll probably have a nice one in game. We'll just go copy paste that or on the website. We'll use whatever one they have there. But yeah, we'll end up just doing fishing on Monday then. And then by the time we come back, we should hopefully be able to do Stone plus Emerald again on those 2 days. Which means I would be basically Milestone 8 by next weekend then. Or, you know, not this week's weekend, but next week's weekend. Even like midway through next week, we'd already end up hitting that. And then we'd only have 2 tiers to go. Yeah, we're getting there. And then we'll get to see how scary tier 8 and 9 looks. But so far from the curve, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. Alright, to drink or not to drink an 11% here. I think I might just do this a little bit weird while I do it like in between so I don't forget to use it. Or I'll do like several of them with no XP potion here. But then in a little bit we'll go use a 11% since it's not going to last the full time anyways. So I'll do this for several and then we'll use an 11% once we're like 6 deep. Alright, a few more. I just realized I don't have a way to equip these right now. Which will make us waste some time, but we have to do so few of them that wasting a few extra seconds is not that bad. If we're making hundreds of them, it would matter. Making just 2 inventories is not going to matter that much. Alright, let's go use the 11% now. We should be in range. Grab this. We'll have to stop again once we have the next thing. Alchemy, put it on there. Okay, we're almost there. I think next inventory and we're done. As far as reaching our goal for today. And then we should never run out of 11% for the rest of this grind. Otherwise we would have ran out tomorrow if we didn't do this now. Which is why we did it now. So whenever we get a double knowledge point, we will always be able to 11% boost and never need to worry about hitting 0. Like we almost did. Because these were originally made back ages ago. Because I wasn't able to make them ever since the botanist changed last summer. So we've had a good like 7 or 8 months where I haven't been able to make these. But as of today... After 7 to 8 months, we could finally get back this 10% potion, which is technically 11%, but these were the old 10% back in the day. Well, I finally regained access to them as of today. After a solid half a year without them. And by without them, I mean, you know, being on a reserve amount. Because we always had them. It's not like they got deleted or something. It's just I couldn't make more of them. But now we can. Right before they hit 0. Perfect timing. It's like it was all planned. Somewhat was when we did the math on it earlier. But it's the reason why we're rushing it down today. Just to make sure we don't hit 0. Because if we didn't, then yeah, we would. But as long as we do what we did today, which we did, yeah, we're fine. Alright, so, yeah, we just need to get this level now. Which should be done in 1 more inventory. So just do 1 more inventory of enrage potions, which we'll use for AFK combat later at some point. And yeah, we're good to go. And then we'll go do 1 inventory of the 11%. I'll be doing more off stream. I'll just do 1 inventory now. Just so we're not here for like another 3 hours making these or something. And then going into tomorrow, we should have... we should 100% doing stone. Like, we're not ending stream without stone unless we disconnect somehow or something. Well, we're doing the stone grind tomorrow, and then jade the following day. So whatever XP we have to passive and everything to get to that point. One nice thing about the passive today as well is I actually do need moth wings to equal my feathers, and I think I have like 12 feathers. So I gotta do like 12-ish hours of moth wings, which makes 12 hours of +7 AFK boost for this, which is the +7 boost for passives, which we can use to access a passive earlier than we otherwise would if it's a really good material or something. Which is actually really solid, given how the new distribution for everything works. Also, I'm just going to do 12 here. I don't think I need to do a full set. I think 12 is already enough. I'm just going to do a 12 pondweed and not bother with the double-double. Because I'm pretty sure 12 is already the level we need. Yeah, it's already overkill. Perfect. Nice. Obviously, we'll finish them all, though. Mostly because there's no way to put the midway part anywheres. Like, there's no way you could store these anywhere, so you kind of have to. Kind of have to do something with them. I'm still not even going to bother with the XP pot here, I don't think. There it is! We landed it! Now we'll just go process these, and yeah, let's go buy some periwinkle. And then we can just go straight into the 11%. This should also be our best training method, if we don't mind spending the 6 silver each per each of them. But then again, it's a little bit lower on XP rate, interestingly. Wow, wait, hold up. These things are bad for XP. These are worse than, healing potion. Scammed. These are worse XP than the healing potion. Like, yeah, they help you because they give you 11%. What is this? I guess it's because of their profit margin. Because even if you bought it from a shop and you sold it back, they would actually still profit. But, yeah, we got scammed. It's the same knowledge and less XP per hour than making the healing pot. Like, yeah, we'd still have to make them because obviously we need them for supplies, the 11% potions. But you have to give up some of your XP rate just to make them. Compared to the potion you were just at. We're giving up like 700 per potion. And it's going to cost us 6 silver each since we're definitely buying the periwinkle. So minus 6 silver per, or 5 point whatever it is. Definitely worth it though for the potion. The potion's too good to not do that for. Good thing we only need like several hundred. Like 500 should already be infinite for what we want to do in the near future. Because anything beyond that, we'd be at a higher tier by then. But about 500 should be fine. I'm not going to buy all the periwinkles right now. I'll do most of that off stream, but we'll go buy like 1 or 2 sets and go make like at least 1 inventory full right now. And by that I mean like a double 24 kind of situation. And we'll boost up for the end because we'll get the first time bonus too. But yeah, I'll make 1 set of 24 periwinkle real quick. For the 11%. And that should hold us over till tomorrow. I'll go make a couple more, get to like 100 something, and then whenever we need more, we'll just make them as we need. Don't need to do the full 500 right now. Alright, let me go store all this away. Don't need those in rages. Alright, let me go buy 1 single inventory of periwinkle. And we should be good to go. There it is. Oh, I was going to say, it went away when we went through the menu. But there it is. The 11%. Which is the previously... Oh, where am I going? The previous 10% potion. Now boosted to 11. What am I looking for again? Periwinkle. Tier 6. Alright, only 4.7. That's not that bad. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to go drop 24 over here. And the reason I'm doing this is we're going to buy, or we're going to grab 12 and then grab 12. So I'm going to do this, drop all, grab 12, grab 12. What do I need again? I need, not wall plant. This is shell. I did grab enough shells, right? I should. I don't see any reason why we didn't earlier. Oh yeah, we got plenty. Yeah, we're always going to have way too many shells. So what I'm going to do is do this. Okay, now the 2 stacks are separated. Alright, and then we go back to shell, grab our 12 shell, don't accidentally grab the final tier. And there we go. Oh, I should drink a potion here, though. And then definitely at the end so we can get the boost on it. Alright, there we go. Oh, oops, I shouldn't have dropped these exactly here, though, because now I need to move 1 tile to re-grab them, which is kind of annoying. As I can't simply drop them on the same tile. Oh no, this could be kind of annoying. Because normally I would do it on that tile, but, yeah, I kind of got a little bit off because of where we were. Oh, whoops. But yeah, now we have infinite access to 11% whenever we want. And most of this process I'll just be making off stream, of course. But we'll do the first inventory on stream. But otherwise we'll be doing this over and over and over again until we get like 500 at some point. I'll make sure that number never hits 0, no worries. We might not have 500 by tomorrow, but that number should never hit 0, hopefully. So if anyone still has any other questions or anything I want to go over, let me know. Otherwise, tomorrow should start the all-in forager grind. There might be some instances where we still take a little few fishes here and there. And a few instances where we still throw in a little bit of combat here and there. But otherwise, all-in forager till the end. Next 3 weeks until it's done. Just to get it out of the way so we don't need to worry about it later. Yeah, that wasted a lot of time, but it's fine. Alright, now we'll pick up all this, put all 24 in there, make sure to boost beforehand for the first time bonus and just to get it in, and we'll be good to go. And of course these we can put straight under our potion belt because we already have a spot for 11%. So it doesn't even take up any inventory space since we already have it ready to go. And then tomorrow is stone, the following day is emerald, or I keep going to emerald, I mean jade. And then after that we're going to need to worry about XP. And then on Monday, of course, we'll be going over the fishing bounties. Because whenever they do a big update like that, we will mess around with it. As well as small updates like today, where we mess with all the small updates that came out today. But bigger updates, we will be doing a dedicated stream for. Like fishing bounties will have a dedicated stream. If we can finish Forager by then, Smith and Grind might have a dedicated week, honestly. As I might try pushing for 50 levels when smithing bounties come out. But I'm only going to do that if I already have 500 Forager. If we don't, we're just doing it for one day. But if I do have 500 Forager in 3 weeks, or, you know, by the time smithing bounties come out in like 20 days, I will go do smithing bounties for a week. But only if Forager's already done. Otherwise, we're just doing it for the Monday. We'll still revisit them, though. And if anything else, once both of these are in, we could try to see if we could route both of them at the same time. Not sure where their bounty boards are going to be. But there's a non-zero chance you could do blacksmith bounties and stonemason bounties at the same time. As they both feed from the mining skills if you want to, like, mega from scratch it. I don't think the task would ever make you mega from scratch it. But if you truly wanted to, you probably could. If you didn't already have the supplies banked. The only problem with that's going to be all the carpentry supplies is the only thing I can see being going kind of bad. Which might be one of the reasons why we don't, like, mega camp either of them. Is I don't have tier 7 woodcutting or carpenter. Our woodcutting carpenter is way behind our production skills at the moment. Which is something we might want to fix. Well, we definitely want to fix that at some point, but I don't think we could fix that by the time the bounties come out is the only problem. It's the only thing that might really bottleneck us on the bounties. Is they're eventually going to give us bounties that require carpentry supplies that we're going to have to spend an arm and a leg if we actually want to complete. Like, they're probably going to be negative profit. If you had them banked, obviously it'd be pure profit, but we'd probably have negative profit buying the carpentry supplies, even if we have everything else. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. We don't know what the margins are going to be like. But there's a non-zero chance it could be like cooking. Where even if we had all the stone and all the ore, if we don't have the carpentry supplies, it might like barely break even. Which is kind of where like Chef is. Like, you do profit from Chef, but there's quite a few things in it where you're like barely breaking even. Like if you're buying a specific fish to go do a certain bounty kind of situation. And I have a feeling smithing and stonemason going to be kind of like that. Or if you're lacking the carpentry supplies, you'll be lucky if you break even. But if you did have them, you would just be pure profit. Alright, there we go. We can now, whenever we need, make 11% potions. Feels so nice. Haven't had access to these in a very, very, very long time. Been probably a year since we've made these. And been like 7 months since we could even make them to any degree. Even if we wanted to. So nice to finally have these back, because these were the old 10%. And they have returned. And as far as upcoming potion unlocks that are useful, the next 3 are all used from Forager, so, you know, we'll have 1 billion of all these supplies. But the next really, really useful one is actually at level 43 here. Not because we necessarily need 1% more Chronopolis XP, but because of what this potion does. It is absurdly good for XP rate at the level range that we get it at. And for that reason, it just really boosts alchemy throughout that level range. Like, you can do this potion all the way from here until you get the potion again if you really want to. But realistically, in the long term, you do it from here all the way until you get access to the powerful, or, you know, until the Explorer potion. So that's like a solid, like, 20-something levels where you'd run it. But you can literally run it the full course if you want to. The main other thing I would say is the Mines of Bitumen ones. Those are pretty easy to go get from Mines of Bitumen. But you can literally run it for like 47 levels if you want to. Until then, each set. Really depends how you want to go about it. But it's a strong enough potion that if the only thing you did was Merchant Venture into Chronopolis potions, or, you know, this one, you would max even after the nerf today where you're getting less of them. Like, you would be able to go get it up that way. The only problem now is you would eventually max out Merchant before then, now that you're getting way less of them, but it's still worth it. Still very, very, very worth it. But anyways, guys, what's our current AFK? Let's go head over there. But we have gained access to the main thing that we wanted to today. And now the other thing we get to do right now is we have feathers over here. And these make the +7 boost potions. So I'm going to try to AFK for like 15 of these. Go make like double 15. And we'll have a +7 passive that we could use for some stuff in the future. So if we want to get to like the scrap merchant thing earlier so we could have that for smithing, or if we need other supplies and want to get access to them earlier, we'd be able to. But for now, let me just figure out where Feather is. I mean, Mothwing. Where's Mothwing? Show map. Oh, it's right over there. I just double checking. All right, let's go teleport over there. Until tomorrow, but I'll be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Main goal for tomorrow is finish out Stone Monument for the current tier, which means I gotta go get 9 foraging levels and then go do all the stone collection. We might stretch goal a little bit longer than that, but bare minimum tomorrow will be that 9 forager level plus plus stone completion. Main reason I want to go a little bit deeper is so that we could do Jade on the following day, as there is a little bit of a gap that we'll need to do there that previous stream wouldn't do. So maybe we'll push a little bit closer to level 30, since I'll probably do a little bit off stream anyways, plus the passive. So that all in combination. We'll probably aim for level 30 tomorrow, realistically, like 30, 32, so we can start doing that other loop or something. Probably like 30-ish, I feel like. So I'll finish stone and probably aim for 30, but bare minimum, we're finishing stone tomorrow. That's like the minimum done. And we'll go from there. And then the following day, we should hopefully do Jade. And then we'll be at the really good tiers, because tier 7 is when even the bones start to get good. As even the bones at that point would be kind of worth making supplies out of. And at tier 8, literally everything will be mega good. As it'll be good for bone ray, it'll be good for cooking eventually, it'll be good for the fish that we end up getting across everything. It'll be good obviously for alchemy down the line, for some of the best potions in the game. And we'll go from there. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week. I will catch you guys later, and thanks for stopping by. Also, happy Lunar New Year. Wasn't that yesterday or today? Somewhere soon. But anyways, guys, have a wonderful holidays and everything, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.